2 days later, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wylan finished his training, put on a set of black clothes, and took Zemia to the underground floor of the Star Moon City Castle. Zemia held Wylan's hand and looked at everything around her curiously. Walking into a spacious room, Shermia was surprised to find that the room was filled with dense magic circles. These magic circles emit a faint light and intertwine with each other to form a breathtaking sight. In the center of the room, there stood a stone pillar, with a spherical magic instrument placed on the top of the pillar, its surface shining with crystal luster. Varen stepped to the center and turned on the magic instrument with his permission. Immediately afterwards, a virtual screen appeared out of thin air. Wylan turned to smile at Shermia and said, "Come on, keep your breath on it." Although she was full of doubts, she still followed her husband's instructions without hesitation. She concentrated her mind, mobilized the magic power in her body, and injected her unique breath into the spherical magic instrument. When Zemia completed this step, Wylan touched the screen and closed the virtual interface. Then he activated the magical instrument. In an instant, the entire room trembled slightly. A small elemental pool located under the room began to rotate rapidly. Countless bright lights gathered together to form a dazzling small space door. "Let's go, I want to take you to see my treasure house." Wylan took Zemia's hand and walked through the space door. In an instant, the two of them were enveloped in a dazzling light. When the light dissipated, they had reached a depth of 600 meters underground in Star Moon Castle. The surrounding walls shimmered with strange light, and the air was filled with strong energy fluctuations. Wylan looked at Shermia with a smile, his eyes full of pride. Zemia slowly opened her eyes falling on the surrounding furnishings, her heart full of curiosity. Above the head, mysterious and ancient magic circles intertwined with obscure secret texts, exuding intoxicating fluctuations of magic power. She couldn't help but be attracted by the wonderful scenery in front of her, and she was immersed in it and couldn't extricate herself. Wylan on the side saw that Shermia was so intoxicated by this magical scene. He did not rush her, but quietly waited for her to come back to her senses. Time passed by, and finally, Zemia woke up from the shock. She turned her head, looked at her husband who had been waiting by her side, showing a trace of guilt, and said softly, "Wylan, I'm sorry, I just lost my temper." Wylan smiled slightly and responded in a gentle tone, "It doesn't matter." After saying that, he gently took Zemia's hand and walked towards the depths of the treasure house. When they walked outside the treasure house gate, the 4 originally silent elemental knights was suddenly activated. Their eyes flashed brightly. They knelt on one knee and said in unison with a cold and stiff voice, "Master." Zemia looked at these 4 majestic elemental knights in astonishment, her eyes full of disbelief. Wylan held Shemia's hand tightly and came to the huge door. He raised his right hand and pushed open the extremely heavy door. With a loud creaking sound, the interior of the treasure house was revealed in front of the two of them. On the smooth and bright floor, countless gold coins are piled densely. Walking into the treasure house and looking to the left, you can see rows of huge bookshelves several feet high, numbering in the hundreds. More than half of the bookshelves are filled with various books. After the two passed through the area where precious materials, such as mountains of gold coins, dazzling fine gold, rare mithril, heavy and solid orichalcum, magic crystals containing powerful magic, and elemental crystals emitting strange light were located, reached the deepest part of the treasure house. The heart of the shadow octopus. Shermia was full of curiosity and gently opened the lid of a wooden box made of obsidian. When she saw clearly the items placed in the box, she couldn't help but be stunned, and her mouth could not open for a long time. "Close it." Wylan, who was standing aside, smiled slightly when he saw this and said softly to her, "If you like it, take it away." However, Zemia shook her head vigorously and said, "Although I really want to have it with my current ability, I simply cannot control the heart of the shadow octopus." But then she showed a longing look and said, "But when I am promoted to a soul-level arcanist in the future, I will have enough strength to use this heart to create a spiritual protection barrier. By then, you can with it on your body, even if you encounter a weaker legendary arcanist, they will never be able to peek into your inner thoughts. Haha, I look forward to you putting it on for me." Later, Wylan took Zemia to the place where the 7-color life flower was stored, letting go of Shemia's hand. Wylan stepped forward and took down an obsidian wooden box, came to his wife's side, and said with a smile, "I hope this can help you." Zemia took the obsidian wooden box with curiosity, opened it in front of Wylan, and looked at the 7-color life flower stored inside, her eyes filled with shock. "Thank you, Varen, that's it," Wylan joked with a smile. Zemia's face was slightly red. She put the 7-color life flower into the space ring and whispered to Wylan, "Let's talk about it in the evening." 2 hours later, Shermia stood at the entrance to the underground treasure house, shaking her head to keep herself awake. Back at Star Moon Castle, it was already dark. After enjoying dinner, the two returned to the room. Wylan put his head on Zumia's chest and said with a smile, "For a long time after the underground treasury was built, the value of the gold coins and various items stored in the treasury was not as much as the treasury built for me by Uncle Oder. From this point of view, doesn't it seem that my Wylan is very far-sighted?" Zumia gently rubbed Wylan's temple and said gently, "In fact, I didn't think too much at that time. I just simply hoped to have an extremely solid, safe and reliable place to store my wealth." Wylan frankly revealed his most sincere thoughts at the time. Zumia lowered her head and looked at her husband with her own eyes and said with a smirk, "You told me such an important thing. Aren't you afraid that I will steal your treasure house?" "You are here, what am I afraid of?" Wylan replied with a smile. "Time is running out." Before Wylan could react, Zumia waved her hand and turned off the magic lamp in the room. The next morning, after enjoying lunch, Wylan went straight to the study. In the study, Kyle, who had been waiting for a long time, saw his master, stood up and saluted, and then handed him the garrison documents of the Lookout Valley outpost. Wylan looked at Kyle, smiled awkwardly, then took the document and began to read. "The garrison officer of the Lookout Valley outpost is a Brian, a silver mid-level knight. There are 153 warriors in the garrison, including 1 silver low-level warrior, 3 bronze high-level warriors, 11 bronze mid-level warriors, 23 bronze low-level warriors, and the rest are high-level warrior apprentices. There are 6 knights, including 1 bronze high-level knight, 1 bronze low-level knight, and 4 high-level knight apprentices. 5 priests managed by Lavia's disciple Diosa, a silver low-level priest, and the other 4 priests are bronze low-level priests. Luonu Camel Transport Unit consists of 18 people, including 3 bronze low-level warriors, 6 high-level warrior apprentices, and 9 low-level warrior apprentices, who are responsible for the logistics of the Lookout Valley outpost, including the management of gray-skinned goblin slaves. The entire Lookout Valley outpost has a garrison of 183 people." At the end of the document, Wylan signed his name, representing that the appointment was officially effective. Kyle, within half a year, let Baird select 500 knights in Kixing territory. Wylan handed the document to Kyle and said. Kyle took the document and asked, "My lord, are you preparing to form a knight group?" "That's right." Wylan nodded and said, "After so many years of accumulation, Kixing territory has enough knights, plus the benefits brought by the teleportation array. It's time to form a regular knight group." "I understand." Kyle bowed and saluted, then left the study. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. The Kixing City Lord's mansion was peaceful and tranquil. But Baird was sitting at the desk with a bitter face, staring at the heavy order document in his hand. He thought that he could finally take a break after finishing the trade affairs with the centaurs, but who knew that in the blink of an eye, his master actually sent him another crucial task. This made Baird wonder, could it be that the master was vengeful for being blocked by him at the door last time? At this moment, a clerk in a neat uniform walked into Baird's office quickly. He stood in front of Baird respectfully and said, "General Manager, Lord Raimondo has something to report to you, and hopes that you can review the list of personnel of the Kixing Chamber of Commerce of the Principality of Bogonghan Bayi City Branch as soon as possible." "Okay, I know." Baird waved his hand and let the other party go down. Not long after the previous clerk left, another clerk hurried into Baird's office. On June 5, 9747 of the glorious calendar, Wylan took his wife and subordinates to the West Wing city of the Dukedom of East to participate in the Western Trade Fair of the Kingdom of Ilia. This event was led by the eldest grandson of the Duke of East Helder East and Lif, and invited influential nobles from the 8 western provinces and the dukedom. Among them were Assad Lightend, the eldest son of the Duke of Lightend, His Majesty's younger brother, the current governor of the province of Lunsa, Felden Silves. In addition, there were 6 marquises, 16 earls, and 37 powerful and wealthy viscounts. Through the Cadlo province teleportation array, Wylan and his dozens of people came to the capital of the Dukedom of East City. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation hall, he saw a man dressed like a butler coming towards him. "Hello, Viscount Kixing, I am the black-clothed butler arranged by Master Helder to welcome the distinguished guests here." The young man bowed and saluted and explained his origins. Wylan looked at the other party and nodded, which meant he understood. Seeing this, the black-clad butler turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. "In order to make you, your wife, and your entourage feel meticulously taken care of, we have prepared a special carriage and a pleasant manner. Please follow me. Lead the way." Following the black-clad butler, Wylan and Zumia boarded a luxuriously decorated carriage. As the wheels rolled, the scenery outside the window unfolded like a scroll, gradually transitioning from the bustling streets of the downtown to the vast pastoral scenery. Sitting in the spacious and comfortable carriage, Wylan leaned against the window frame leisurely, without feeling any bumps at all. It must be said that although the eldest grandson of the Duke of East was of noble birth, he was not arrogant, at least in terms of etiquette, he was very good. Wylan, this Helder East and Lich, is known as a cunning red fox. You should be careful when talking to him. Zumia leaned in Wylan's arms and reminded him in a low voice. "Don't worry, no matter what bait he puts out, I will remain unmoved." Zemia was still a little worried, and quietly cast several spells on Wylan to prevent her husband from falling into Held's trap and waking up in time. In the afternoon, the carriage stopped at a manor outside the West Wing City. Wylan got out of the carriage and looked at the surrounding scenery. It was indeed very nice. Zemia followed closely, got off the carriage, and took Wylan's arm. "My Lord Viscount, this is Daffy Manor, where Lord Held prepared for you, your wife, and your subordinates to stay. I hope you will be satisfied. You can keep the maids in the manor, or you can temporarily dismiss them." "Well, I know, thank you for leading the way." Wylan showed a gentle face and thanked the black-clothed butler in front of him. The black-clad butler replied respectfully, "It's my honor." After the black-clad butler left, Wylan turned to Kyle and said, "Send away all the maids." "Yes, sir." Half an hour later, the manor was cleared. Every maid who walked out of the manor entrance was carefully selected. Wylan turned to look at his wife, who was holding his arm, and smiled with relief. "My lord, I checked it, and there is no problem. It seems that this cunning red fox is quite obedient." In the next few days, Wylan stayed in this manor temporarily. On June 18, Wylan dressed very formally, took Zumia and Kyle, and boarded the trade event held in the Elsia Palace in the West Wing City. Stepping into the Elsia Palace, a brilliant and majestic atmosphere hits you. The colorful magic lights embellish this huge palace, covering an area of 10,000 square meters like stars, illuminating it as bright as day. The beautiful and elegant maids shuttled lightly in the hall. They were well trained and served everyone with dedication. Zumia smiled and waved to a passing maid, who immediately stopped and walked to the two of them respectfully. Zumia picked up a glass of bright red juice from the plate and carefully brought it to Wylan's lips. Wylan looked at his wife's actions and took a sip. The juice tasted sweet and sour, which was endless. "This is the specialty of the Duke of East Territory Red Delhi fruit wine, which is also my father's favorite. When I was a child, I often took a few sips secretly when no one was around." Zumia smiled playfully, then waved her hand to let the maid leave, turned around, stared into Wylan's eyes, and explained softly. Hearing this, Wylan's heart moved, and he said, "If you like it, let's buy some this time and take it back." However, Zumia shook her head and said firmly, "Dear Wylan, don't let me affect your judgment. If I really want it, I will pay for it myself. I have accumulated a lot of gold coins as a professor in the Ash Magic Kingdom over the years." "Okay," Wylan said helplessly. After more than half a year of getting along, Weilin found that his wife was very opinionated and independent, which was also what he liked most about Zumia. In the Aelsia Palace, before the trade fair began, nobles who knew each other had communicated with each other and conducted trade negotiations. Weilin, hearing the familiar and kind voice, Weilin slowly turned around. The bright smile on his face and responded enthusiastically, "Brother Ewan Russell, long time no see." At the same time, Zumia also turned around gently, bowed slightly and said softly, "Meet Earl Russell." The words were full of respect for the middle-aged nobleman. Russell saw this and smiled gently, indicating that Zumia didn't need to do so. Then he cast his eyes on the tightly clasped hands of Weilin and Zumia, and a touch of envy flashed in his eyes. He said with emotion, "Seeing you so loving and sweet, I really envy you from the bottom of my heart." After hearing this, Weilin laughed and cleverly changed the subject, inviting him. "Haha, Brother Russell, let's sit over there and have a good chat." Weilin knew Russell's family background very well. If he talked too much about this issue, it might affect the friendship between them. "Well, that's good, I was thinking about it." Russell seemed to have noticed something wrong. He laughed dryly and continued to talk along with Weilin's words. Arriving at a resting place, Russell sat on the left, and his guardian knight stood beside him. On the right, Zumia let go of her hand and sat next to Weilin like a lady. As for Kyle, he stood behind his master. "Weilin, there is an internal auction at this trade event in the afternoon. A good friend of mine told me that those things are too expensive, so we'd better not buy them." Seeing Russell winking at him, Weilin realized that there was something behind his words, and then turned his head and looked at Kyle. Seeing his master's hint, Kyle nodded slightly and cast a magic to connect his master with the voice of Earl Russell. "Brother Russell, what happened?" Hearing Weilin's voice ringing in his mind, Russell's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, then calmed down, took a sip of tea, and explained the information to Weilin through his voice. "During my adventuring career, I met a friend who now works under the governor of Lunsa province, Felden Silves. He told me that the internal auction in the afternoon involved a royal struggle. I heard that it involved a secret royal past. You must not get involved. Although your family is powerful and backed by the Duke of Moravia, you should try not to get involved if you can." "Thank you, brother," Weilin thanked from the bottom of his heart. "Don't be so polite. After the teleportation array was opened, haven't you helped me enough?" Russell replied through his mind. "Besides, you call me brother. Can I still watch you get involved in a meaningless internal struggle?" Kyle, who was standing aside, saw the look of his master and lifted the spell of telepathy. "Brother, I have a batch of goods purchased from the Centaur tribe. I wonder if you are interested." Weilin put down the teacup in his hand and asked with a smile. "Weilin, if you have the ability, I want to eat them all if the price is right." "Eat them all, that's not possible. I have to keep some goods for reserve, but I can trade 50% to you, brother." Weilin shook his head and answered. Russell saw this and smiled and replied, "Weilin, thank you." "Haha, it's okay." After the two talked for more than half an hour, Weilin stood up, hugged Russell warmly, and then took Zumia and Kyle to the palace. Looking at the loving two people, Russell had a trace of undetectable loneliness in his eyes, but soon buried it in his heart and went to make friends with other nobles. In the Aelsha Palace, the atmosphere was tense and subtle. Nobles from all over the world gathered here, and every communication between them was full of scheming and calculation. These exchanges were not just simple conversations, but also silent contests. Nobles on both sides tried to judge each other through words, expressions, and even subtle movements. This judgment may involve the value of the traded items, the advantages and disadvantages of the location of the territory, the strength of the lord, or an assessment based on the lord's own personality characteristics. In this environment of intrigue and deception, Weilin was not immune. He had a friendly exchange with several nobles, but in the end, he politely rejected the trade requests made by the other party. Because at this moment, he was not eager for more wealth. What really moved him were those high-quality partners who could bring him potential benefits. Just as Weilin was lost in thought, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Sir, are you interested in talking?" A young nobleman walked up to Weilin with his partner and invited him with a sincere smile on his face. Weilin raised his head, A barely perceptible light flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled gently and responded, "Let's go sit over there." At this time, Zumia on the side noticed the slightly dark skin of the noble lady, so she took the initiative to step forward, greeted the other party cordially, and enthusiastically invited her to chat with him. Just like that, a new exchange is about to begin. The two men sat face to face and began to introduce themselves. "My name is Claver Islet. As you can see, I am a Viscount. My territory is located in the northwest of Danny Province, near the border of the Dukedom of East. Varin Aix, this is my full name. I come from Cardero Province. Like you, I am also a Viscount," Varin said with a smile. "So Varin, I have heard of your name. It is an honor to meet you here." Claver looked at the young man sitting opposite him with some surprise, and then said enthusiastically, "Haha, no need to add honorifics. Our titles are the same. Just communicate on an equal footing." "Excuse me." Facing the Viscount kicking in front of him, Claver did not dare to put him on the same level as himself. Although both of them are Viscounts, there is a gap between them. Through communication, Varin gradually understood the other party's identity and background, and was a little surprised. When he took over the territory from his father, he was just a baron, with a population of only 3,000 and a territory of less than 800 square kilometers. It was located at the border of the Grey Wasteland and the kingdom, and was at risk of destruction at any time. In the first 20 years, he relied on his own strength and vision to accumulate strength and develop in a low-key manner. Then, during the 8-year war between the kingdom and the Grey Wasteland, he made friends widely, expanded his strength, and accumulated foundation. During the 7 Years' War, he was even more courageous, taking away 80% of the territory's military forces and investing in this war. Perhaps it was the favor of the goddess of life that he won enough military exploits in this war and was successfully promoted to Viscount. Why a new Viscount was invited to participate in this event must have his own adventures. Born in a baron family, he became a golden knight with his own ability in less than 30 years, which was really impressive and made Wylan want to make friends with him. "Viscount Claver, you said that your territory has white star grass." "Yes, Lord Wylan." Claver nodded and replied, "However, the current output is not very high. I want to know how many white star grasses your territory can produce every year." Faced with Wylan's inquiry, Claver did not hide it and told the truth. It can produce 500 plants every year, no more. Wylan had a general understanding in his mind, and then the maid to bring a trade agreement, and wrote down the 3 extraordinary resources of Claver's territory on it, namely white star grass, pink berries, and a mutated magic potion plant resource, and the name given by Claver, called 3 blood flowers, which was a bit too straightforward. Afterwards, Wylan handed the trade agreement to the other party. "You decide the price and quantity." Looking at the content of the trade agreement, Claver understood that this was Viscount Kixing's consideration of him. If the price he filled in was too high, the other party would still choose to trade, but only this time. There were many nobles present, and as for why the other party chose him, perhaps this was an investment. After some consideration, Claver no longer hesitated and wrote down the quantity and price. 300 white star grasses. The market price was 35 gold coins per plant, and Claver filled in the unit price as 30 gold coins. 500 kilograms of pink berries. The market price was 6 gold coins per kilogram, and Claver filled in the unit price as 5 gold coins. 63 blood flowers, combined with the previous selling price of 200 gold coins per flower. Claver filled in the unit price as 180 gold coins. Velen took the trade agreement from Claver, looked at the quotation on it, and signed his name on the back. "As long as you don't regret this trade agreement, you can continue the transaction. As for the goods, I will send someone to pick them up, so you don't have to worry about transportation." "Thank you, Mr. Velen." Claver thanked him respectfully with gratitude. Velen responded, "If your territory needs help, you can ask for help from an adventure group called Rose Flower in the capital of Danny Province. They will provide you with some convenience." "Thank you for your help." Claver was grateful from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time felt fortunate for his choice. After talking for more than 20 minutes, the two parted ways. Zumia returned to Wylan, took his hand, and whispered, "Wylan, do you know, Viscount Cleaver's partner Anila is actually a commoner's daughter he adopted when he was a child." Wylan said with some surprise, "It seems that Viscount Cleaver is still a passionate person." Kyle, who was following behind Wylan, was also a little interested, pricked up his ears and listened carefully. "I think so too." Zumia nodded in agreement and said, in the conversation with her, "I can feel her love for Viscount Cleaver in her heart, and she is willing to sacrifice her life for it. I originally thought that this kind of thing only existed in storybooks, but I didn't expect to see it today. There are many incredible things in this world. You may think that it is a fictional story, but it may be happening somewhere in the world." Wylan responded with a smile. On the other side, Clever put his hand on his wife's waist and comforted her somewhat uneasy mood. "I'm sorry, maybe it's better to let you stay in the territory." "It's okay, Lady Zumia is very kind to me." Anila shook her head and said, "If I have to say sorry, it should be me. I'm sorry for not helping you in other ways. When I was a child, if it weren't for you, I might have died in the hands of my brother." Clever recalled the past and hugged his wife in his arms, his tone full of memories, for so many years. "If you hadn't sorted out government affairs and interpersonal relationship behind me, I might still be a poor baron on the border. And it is more likely that I would have been destroyed in the first raid of the Grey Wasteland on the border of the kingdom. To me, you are the best gift given to me by the goddess of life. That, Clever, in fact, all this is your effort, I just played a supporting role." Anila's voice became smaller and smaller, but Clever still heard his wife's voice from the noisy environment. Towards noon, the originally noisy Alsha Palace gradually became quiet. At this time, the nobles who came to attend the trade fair all cast their eyes to the front of the hall, quietly waiting for the speech of Helder East and Leh, the eldest grandson of the Duke of East. A young man in a light blue suit stood steadily on the 1-meter-high stage. He always had a kind smile on his face and spoke in a very easygoing tone, making many nobles present feel like spring breeze and extraordinarily comfortable. "I am very honored that you have been invited to participate in this Western trade fair." Helder's voice was clear and loud, spreading throughout the hall. Then he changed the subject. "As we all know, although our Western region is slightly inferior to the Eastern and Central regions in terms of overall development level, as long as there are leaders with noble character like you here, I believe it will usher in new opportunities for vigorous development." Hearing this, Wylan stood in a relatively backward position, silently watching Helder, who was speaking eloquently on the stage, and a faint good impression involuntarily surged in his heart. However, unlike Wylan, Zumia, who was standing beside him, frowned unconsciously. With her keen insight, she actually detected a trace of mysterious power in the voice of this cunning man. This power seemed to have some special magic that could easily enhance others' favorability towards him. As an arcane master who focused on mental magic, Zumia had extremely keen insight and perception. At this moment, Zumia slightly tilted her head, and her eyes fell on her husband beside her. He was listening attentively, with a serious look on his face. However, what surprised Zumia was that the spell she cast on him had no reaction at all. Obviously, Wylan was not affected subjectively, and all this was just the passive influence of Held's voice. With doubts, Zumia turned her eyes to Kyle, who was standing behind Wylan. She stared at Kyle's eyes closely and found that his eyes were always clear and bright, without any signs of being bewitched. At this moment, Kyle noticed Zumia's gaze, and he turned his head to look over, and their eyes met instantly. As if he could read the worry in Zumia's eyes, Kyle shook his head gently, then turned his head and looked at his master, reaching out and patting him on the shoulder a few times. In an instant, Wylan seemed to break free from a certain state. His originally focused expression disappeared, and his eyes regained clarity. Wylan came back to his senses and looked at the eldest grandson of the Duke of East on the stage, and a wave of astonishment surged in his heart. Just now, the Duke's eldest grandson had made him involuntarily fall into it with just a few words, and even had an impulse to agree with the other party's point of view. This feeling made Wylan deeply uneasy, and at the same time he had a deeper understanding of the opponent's strength. "My lord, do you need to remind Earl Russell?" Hearing Kyle's voice in his heart, Wylan looked to the left and found that Earl Russell who was not far away, nodded to Kyle. Everyone, there will be an internal auction at 3 p.m. If you are interested, you can go to the side hall on the left side of the Elsia Palace to participate. I hope you can get what you want at this Western Trade Fair. After speaking, Held returned the main venue to everyone. Some nobles showed strong interest in the internal auction and went straight to the side hall. For this internal auction, Wylan must have had a very strong interest before Earl Russell reminded him. But now he just wants to stay away from it. In addition, he was very wary of Held's speech just now. My lord, according to my understanding, this kind of bewitching action contained in the voice should be an unconscious effect, which means that Held did not do it intentionally. Kyle told Wylan through his mind. This guy should not be called a cunning red fox. I think it is more appropriate to call him a bewitching red fox. Wylan shook his head and complained in his heart. In the following days, Wylan took Zumia and Kyle to eat and drink. And all the nobles who came to discuss business matters were politely rejected. 3 days later, this Western trade event finally ended. Wylan had no intention of staying and immediately set off with the crowd. Master, the spell book with the Sea Spring Strange incident was bought by a viscount named Rude Belt. Another book with the Sea Spring same incident was bought by Count Cecilia. In a manor outside the West Wing city, a white-clothed butler stood beside Hader and reported these situations to him humbly. Oh, didn't the miracle child participate? Hader frowned slightly, revealing a trace of doubt. Reporting to the master, Viscount Kixing seems to have no interest in this internal auction. I speculate that this may be related to his powerful wife, who is a gold-level arcane master. The white-clothed butler bowed his head and pondered for a moment, and answered cautiously. This matter ends here. Held waved his hand and said to the white-clothed butler beside him. Yes, master. Hilda opened the drawer and took out a magic crystal, handed it to the white-clothed butler and said, Take this item to a manor called Jeshian outside the satellite city of Meal City, the capital, and tell the manor butler the news. After that, this matter has nothing to do with us. Yes, master. After the white-clothed butler left, Held got up from his chair and came to the window, looking at the scenery of the night sky, but thinking about other things in his heart. He really wanted to know who would be the first to be eliminated between Prince Prudence and Prince Tobias, or whether the other princes and princesses would reap the benefits. It's getting more and more interesting, but it's a pity that my grandfather doesn't allow me to participate directly, and indirect participation is not allowed to exceed 3 times. The last time the teleportation array was not opened, Prince Tobias lured him into the game with the ownership of the Hynard Adventure Group, and he was shamelessly moved and helped him once. As for the miracle son of the X family, he really wanted to find out the details of the other party. But it was a pity that his grandfather couldn't beat the Duke of Moravia. Master, the secret of Emilia, the deputy star of the Casimir organization, has been uncovered. A mid-level gold assassin appeared in the room, knelt on one knee, and reported to Held. Held put his hands behind his back and ordered the gray-clothed man. Go tell my grandfather that the bargaining chips for the transaction with the Duke of Moravia have been obtained, and see what he wants to do. Yes, master. The gray-clothed man bowed his head and saluted, then left Held's room. 3 days have passed since I returned to Kixing, territory from the West Wing city of the Duke of East Territory. My lord, Algeta and his fiancée came to visit fiancé. That dragon actually has a fiancé. How come I didn't know? Wylan said, a little confused, seeing this. Kyle reminded him, my lord, the capital of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn, that silver dragon really came. Wylan said a little uncertainly. Kyle nodded and replied. My lord, the silver dragon lady named Lakshya just came to Kixing territory half a month ago, just in time for us to leave for West Wing City to attend the Western Trade Fair. Ask the kitchen to prepare the meal. Yes, sir. After Kyle left, Wylan tidied up his clothes and walked towards the hall. If he was just going to see Algeta, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble, just take 2 bottles of glowing wine. But this time, with the other party's fiancé, it had to be more formal. Wylan, I have a surprise for you today. Algeta looked at Wylan with a smile on her face, then walked up quickly and gave him a big hug. Wylan also responded with a smile, hugged Algeta tightly, and whispered, I have seen it. Your fiancée is really as beautiful as the rumors say. You and she are simply a perfect match made in heaven. Haha, I am so happy to hear you say that. However, this is not a real surprise. Aljeta winked mischievously, then took out an exquisite letter from her arms and handed it to Wylin carefully. This letter is from my father, please keep it. Wylin took the letter with curiosity, gently opened the envelope and read it carefully. At the beginning of the letter, there was a cordial greeting from the kingdom of Alaric. The words revealed concern for him and expressed heartfelt blessings for his wedding. In the second paragraph of the letter, the business was explained in detail. According to the covenant between the Kingdom of Silver, Dragon Burke and the Kingdom of Moon Elf, both parties recognize and respect each other's noble titles, knight titles, and wizard titles in each other's countries. This means that as the lord of the territory of Zephyrus, as a knight of the West Wind appointed by the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, he has enough power and qualifications to go to the Angara port on the west coast of the Moon Elf Kingdom to trade with the ocean-going airship fleet from the Kingdom of Alan. In early December this year, the ocean-going airship fleet of the Kingdom of Alan will arrive at the port of Angara. Alaric reminded Wylin in the letter not to miss this opportunity. Alan Kingdom, Aljeta, how much do you know? Wylin gently closed the letter in his hand and then turned his eyes to Aljeta beside him with a curious light flashing in his eyes. Aljeta looked at Wylin's eyes, shook his head helplessly, and said with a hint of apology, Wylin, I really don't have much in-depth knowledge about the other Kingdom of Alan on the subcontinent. Immediately afterwards, Argenta recalled some past events and continued. However, as far as I know, the Kingdom of Ilan is known as one of the most powerful countries in the Lancilia subcontinent. Her overall strength is far better than that of the Holy Kingdom at the northern end. The Kingdom of the Second Dawn has firmly dominated the Lancilia subcontinent for nearly 3,000 years. Hearing this, Wylin couldn't help but feel doubts in his heart and asked, if they are so powerful, why do they still start trade with the Moon Elf Kingdom? Faced with Varen's question, Aljeta thought for a moment and then raised a possibility. According to rumors, the royal family of the Alan Kingdom seems to have the blood of Moon Elves. Perhaps because of this, they choose to travel to and from the Lord. On the way between the mainland and the Lancilia subcontinent, please make a special detour to our Synapse subcontinent for a stop. Looking at the other party's complicated expression that was full of confidence but seemed a little hesitant, Wylin couldn't help but feel helpless. He smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, forget it, the specific reason is not important. At this moment, Argenta seemed to suddenly remember something and said, oh, by the way, Wylin, I came to see you this time because I actually want to ask you for a piece of land. Build a castle of our own. Do we still need to be so polite to each other? If you have a location you like, just go directly to Baird to arrange it. Wylin responded with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Thank you very much, Varen, Argenta thanked him. Immediately afterwards, Varen, Argenta and Laxia chatted for a while, and then ended the conversation. After sending Argenta and Laxia out of the door, Varen turned back to the study, took out paper and pen, and began to use the family code word to his father. Out of special considerations, Varen only told his father the news. As for whether he chose to inform the other earls, it was up to his father to decide. After letting the loyal knights deliver the letters, Varen began to prepare enough funds for this trade. It is a precious specialty product from another subcontinent. Without preparing tens of millions of gold coins or magic crystals, it may be difficult to buy the supplies you want. Over the next few months, Vering frequently summoned Baird, Andrew, Randolph, Duke, and Cyril to learn about developments in each region. In early September, Varen held a new round of meetings at Star Moon Castle. The main participants in the meeting were the governors of various regions. As for the commanders of the various forces and other important officials, they only served as observers. In the conference room, all 55 chairs were filled with people. As the general manager of the Praying Star leader, Baird's seat is naturally located in the first series on the left side of the long table. The first seat on the right originally belonged to Orlando. Since he served as the highest consul of the Zephyrus territory, the seat of Andrew, the consul of Lancia County, was moved forward. Near the other 12 chairs on the long table, the 11 people seated were all the guardian knights of Varen. The last seat on the right was unoccupied. As for Duke, the consul of Kaiyun County, and Cyril, the consul of Luming County, they sat in the second row behind the long table. At this moment, a slight sound reached everyone's ears. The door of the conference room slowly opened. Hearing this sound, the originally noisy conversations in the room disappeared instantly. Everyone present stood up from their seats. Everyone's face showed an extremely solemn look, their eyes all gathered at the door of the conference room. At the next moment, Wylan appeared in front of everyone, walked into the conference room with steady steps, and walked straight to the main seat. Kyle, who entered the room shortly after, stood quietly behind Varen as usual, gazing at everyone present with flat eyes. Sid. After hearing this, everyone moved in unison and sat down on the chairs. Seeing everyone's energetic and high-spirited spirits, Wylan showed a satisfied smile, then slowly sat on the main seat, glanced at everyone present, and said in a firm tone, "Today's call, everyone comes here to hold this meeting for two important purposes. First, 2 years later, Kixing Lido restarted its territory expansion and carried out the fourth expansion. The main expansion direction is the north and west of Xifeng County." After hearing his master's words, Baird suddenly had a bad feeling. This development is expected to be no less than 20,000 square kilometers, and will transform Xifeng County from a border area into an inland area. Unlike the previous 3 expansion operations, in which the main population of the expansion area was filled with slaves and refugees, the main force of this expansion will be the people of the Kixing territory. The materials and funds required for this development will be supported by the Kixing Ling treasury. I will not replenish funds and materials. In other words, the fourth development operation must not only focus on the development of the original territory, but also take into account the development progress. I not only need to pray for the stability and prosperity of the existing regions, but also to open up new areas and enter with determination. This is my test for all consuls. Having said this, Wylan turned to look to his left and said, "Baird." "My lord." Baird stood up from his seat with a serious face and said respectfully, "Please give me your orders. This pioneering operation will still be led by you." "My lord, I will definitely live up to your expectations." Baird's tone of answer was very firm, but only he knew the pain in his heart. Looking at the chief manager, who had been with him for many years, Wylan nodded with satisfaction and said, "After the meeting, stay alone. I have something to tell you." "Yes, sir," Baird replied firmly, then sat on the chair. Afterwards, Wylan began to discuss the second topic of the meeting. After decades of accumulation, Kixing Leader already has enough knights. You should all know that I asked Baird to start selecting outstanding knights a few months ago. At this point, Varen paused and then said, "As you guessed, I will form a team of knights, group." After hearing Wylan's words, everyone was more or less surprised. Speculating is one thing, confirming is another. Everyone knows what it means to form a new knighthood. Unified standard equipment, high military pay, better mounts, and the attention of the Lord. For more than 20 years, the Kixing Leader has only had 2 knights. One is the Fire Lion Knights led by Orlando, and the other is the Ice Bear Knights led by Hebrews. Due to the special selection method, these 2 knights are selected from young people who have never practiced. As for those who have already embarked on the knight career path, they have no chance to enter these 2 knights. Over the years, the Lord's careful cultivation of the Fire Lion Knights and Ice Bear Knights is obvious to all. While other ordinary knights are still struggling to find a good horse of their dreams, the members of the knights are faced with the trouble of choosing the most suitable horse from the many red phosphorus horses. Similarly, while other knights were ecstatic about getting a coveted excellent-level knight's sword, the warriors of the knights were already equipped with a complete set of top-notch excellent-level knight equipment. Regarding the military pay for the members of the knights, in addition to the part distributed by the Kixing Leader, the Lord will even use an extra part of the gold coins from his private treasury to distribute to the members of the knights as military pay. Even this part of the military pay is the part of the military pay distributed by the Kixing Leader, twice as much. I will establish the Knights of the Star and Moon, and these 500 knights will become the first members of the Knights of the Star and Moon. The Star Moon Knight's military salary will be borne by the Star Moon Castle. In other words, the money will be paid by me personally. Varen looked at the people below with a serious face. Being selected into the Knights does not mean that you have become a formal member of the Knights of the Star and Moon. He paused and then said, "We will conduct an assessment of all members every 3 years. If they do not meet the standards, he will be expelled from the Knights of the Star and Moon." Speaking of this, Varen suddenly turned his head. His eyes fell on a middle-aged knight in the front of the second row and shouted, "Deven Hill." Upon hearing his name, Devonshire immediately stood up, saluted Varen and said respectfully, "Lord, I now appoint you as the first leader of the Star and Moon Knights in the name of Lord Prayerstar." At the same time, the Knights are stationed at the Knights Academy. You continue to serve as the Dean of the Knights Academy. Varen, the voice is sonorous and powerful. "Thank you for your trust and love, Lord. I will live up to your trust and do my best to fulfill my responsibilities." Devonshire bowed again and expressed his acceptance of this important task. Then, for the next 2 hours, Varen began to listen to the work reports of the governors of various regions. Finally, the long meeting ended, and the participants left the conference room in an orderly manner. In just a short while, only Wylin, Kyle and Baird were left in the huge conference room. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. Baird, do you have any doubts about this development? Wellin asked Baird with a smile on his face with concern. Seeing the smile on his master's face, Baird said in a very aggrieved tone, "My lord, with this move of yours, you will drain the treasury of the Kixing leader. If you don't give me support, I'm going to visit you every day to cry for help." Hearing the words of his chief manager, Wylin's mouth twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, "Look, how about I privately allocate 15 million gold coins to you so that you can use it to prevent emergencies? Lord, thank you for your support. With this money, everything is easy to say." Baird's expression immediately changed, with a smile on his face. Kyle looked at the general manager, who was as shameless as ever, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. If he hadn't taken into account the presence of the two of them, he would have really wanted to laugh. Okay. Wylin waved his hand and ordered Baird, "Only you and I know about this money. No other people are allowed to know." "Lord, don't worry. Apart from you and Kyle, no fourth person will know about this," Baird assured, patting his chest. Looking at Baird, who was hesitant to speak, Varen asked, "Is there anything else?" "My lord, the current population of Kixing City exceeds 60,000. I think we should plan to build a magic defense canopy to deal with possible crises in the future," Baird said. "After some time, I will go to Lord Oder to discuss this matter." Wylin thought for a moment and replied, "Then I will resign." After Baird left, Varen turned to Kyle and said, "Go to the treasure house later to get 15,000 gold tickets with a face value of 1,000 gold coins and send them to Baird. Also, I'm sending him a white moon horse." After hearing this, Kyle said, "My lord, I understand." On the night of October 1, 9747, in the glorious calendar, Wylin came to the window as usual, placed a bowl, and filled it with glowing wine. After a while, a mutated griffin came to the window, picked up the bowl and left quickly. Looking at the mutated griffin that quickly left, Varen smiled and shook his head. "I heard from Hilda that Zingdu has 8 children. Shemia leaned into Wylin's arms and said. After hearing this, Varen nodded and said, "It seems that it won't be long before I can form a team of Griffon Knights." Time passed slowly, and a pleasant voice sounded in my ears again. "Allen Kingdom Floating Fleet, Merchant Ship No. 53, Bookstore No. 33, Bookcase No. 33, Building 6, Book 10 from left to right on the second floor, recording 13 methods for forging a complete set of extraordinary knight equipment. Required only by interpreting the canopsy text can you see the above content." Upon hearing the news, Wylin was stunned for a moment. 13 ways to forge a complete set of extraordinary knight equipment, which made him a little overwhelmed as far as he knew. The family only had 5 methods for forging a complete set of extraordinary knight equipment, which served as the family's heritage. This can't be a book that was circulated after the principality was destroyed. Wylin looked at Zemia's watery eyes, feeling a little lost. "Wylin, what's wrong?" Shemya looked into her husband's eyes and asked with concern. Hearing his wife's voice, Wylan came back to his senses, lowered his head to kiss her forehead, and said with a smile, "It's okay, it's just that I was so lucky. I was about to pick up another treasure, so I didn't react for a while." "You're just saying silly things. Are you too tired recently?" Shemya put her hand on Wylan's forehead and asked with great concern. "It's okay, it's a nice night tonight." After saying that, Varen threw Shemya on the bed. Looking at her husband, Zemya's face turned slightly red, and she waved her hand to cast a spell to turn off the magic light in the room. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. This morning Varen finally got to see his parents, Angus and Alyssa, after a long absence. Sure enough, as he expected, his brother was left by his father in the Eagle territory to deal with the complicated and trivial government affairs. Generally speaking, for important trade activities like this, the eldest son or heir of each family head should be involved. However, the Akers family went in the opposite direction. Faced with the situation in front of him, Wylan could only helplessly mourn for his eldest brother in his heart for 3 seconds. Then he quickly recovered his mood, pulled Zemya forward with a sincere smile, and stepped forward to greet him. Father, mother, Wylan and Shemya, husband and wife, greeted them. Lissa walked up quickly, took Shemya's little hand, and smiled lovingly. "The father and son have something serious to talk about, so let's not disturb them. Let's sit aside for a while and chat about the recent past. Interesting things happened." "Okay, mother." Shemya nodded obediently and glanced at Wylan gently, then turned around and followed Alyssa, slowly walking out of the hall. "You kid, I haven't seen you for a while, and you've made such a big noise again." Angus pulled out a chair and sat down, sitting in a casual posture, and said to his youngest son with a smile, "Father, you also know that as the Lord of the Zephyrus territory and a member of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, I naturally have the right to participate in the trade of the Island Kingdom's floating fleet." Varen sat down with his father unceremoniously. On the other side, he put his hands on the table and spoke. Then Angus put away his smile, looked serious, and asked, "Who else knows about this trade?" "Except you and me, no one in the kingdom of Ilia should know about this." At this point, Wylan reacted and asked, "Father, did you tell my uncle and the others?" "No," Angus answered. "This matter is very important. After receiving your letter, in order to prevent the news from leaking, I have considered it again and again and decided to wait until this trade is over before considering telling them the actual situation. Your mother and I came out to travel in the name of letting your elder brother exercise." Ugh. Hearing this, Wylan couldn't help but mourn for his elder brother for 3 seconds in his heart. Poor elder brother, if you got married later, it might be you who came out instead of your father. Looking at Wylan's expression, Angus naturally knew what he was thinking. "In recent years, I haven't had the opportunity to test how much your strength has increased. Since I have time today, let me take a good look at how much your strength has improved now, right?" Angus said expressionlessly, "But father, I still have." Wylan came back to his senses and hurriedly wanted to find an excuse to escape, but before he could finish speaking, he felt a big hand pressing on his shoulder. It turned out that Angus had quietly arrived behind him. "HMPH, don't think I don't understand you, you brat. Baird takes care of things in the territory, and your loyal guardian knight Kyle handles other chores. You have nothing but to lie down all day long." Angus mercilessly exposed Varen's true colors. "Father, you have really wronged me." Wylan couldn't help raising his voice and protesting loudly. However, Angus ignored his excuse and dragged Welland towards the training ground. He has been to Star Moon Castle several times and knows the environment here very well. Naturally, he knows the specific location of the training ground. Half an hour later, Wylan was lying flat on the training field, staring at the sky with blank eyes. "It seems that in a few years you will be ahead of me," Angus said softly, with a hint of emotion in his tone. Wylan turned his eyes slightly and landed on his old father standing aside, but did not respond. Angus seemed to be aware of his son's silence. He sat down next to Wylan and gently placed his right hand on Wylan's forehead. "Your current strength is much stronger than that of your elder brother. To be honest, I sometimes wonder whether the testing instrument malfunctioned when I tested your talent. However, deep down in my heart, I am more inclined to believe in another possibility. You should have taken some kind of magical item that can improve your talent, Coupled with the strict supervision of your loyal guardian knight, this made your strength has improved so quickly. At this point, Angus paused for a moment and continued, I heard your mother say some things. You have gone out on your own. It's not easy for me to intervene. There are two best ways to bind loyal subordinates. One is an oath, and the other is family. Your guardian knight is similar in age to you, so you need to make plans early. Sometimes things like status are very important, and sometimes they are not worth mentioning. You have to see how to compare them. If your guardian knight likes a commoner's daughter, his father can adopt her as an adopted daughter, give her the family name, and marry her as the daughter of an earl. Earl in oil. When it comes to those truly outstanding NG talents, no matter what means you use to win over them, it is worth every penny. At this moment, Wylan did not say anything, but lay quietly on the ground, listening intently to his father's teachings. However, as for what his father just said, he only agreed with part of it. 10 years ago, he would strictly control the marriage partners of Orlando, Hebrews, and Kyle. He would even give away a large amount of property when the three of them got married. Now, when 3 people get married, he will still give him a generous fortune. As for the choice of marriage partner, it doesn't matter anymore as long as they like it. The more experiences I have, the more I have grown. And some of my inherent views have changed. So far, Varen has noticed that Lan has deep and passionate feelings for Kyle, but it's hard to tell whether Kyle has the same affection for Lan. Regarding Orlando, on the other hand, Varen had not yet sensed a particularly close connection with any particular person. As for the Hebrews, it's a bit subtle. This kid often exchanges letters with Devon Hill's adopted daughter Abrian, and Varen also learned about this through the Shadow Guard. He was sure that even Devon Hill himself might not know that the love was developing between Hebra and his adopted daughter. After a few minutes passed, Varen slowly climbed up from the cold and hard ground, and then sat down next to Angus, who was also silent. Father, Wylan took a deep breath and looked into the distance with firm and confident eyes. In 10 years, I will be able to build an extremely powerful flying force. What do you think? Hearing his son's heroic words, Angus nodded slightly and agreed. Well, I believe you can do it. After all, over the years, it has been proven countless times that as long as you make up your mind to do something, you will almost always succeed, can achieve success and create miracles. Facing his father's crisp and decisive response, Wylan suddenly felt at a loss. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more, but in the end no sound came out. At this moment, Wylan's young and handsome face showed a hint of embarrassment that was not easily noticed. However, none of this escaped the eyes of the wily Angus. Looking at the child in front of him who was growing more mature but still a little immature, Angus couldn't help but shook his head. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, as if covering the father and son with a layer of golden gauze. As the sun set, the two chatted casually. Time flies, time flies. Looking back on the past 2 decades, there have been so many unforgettable stories that cannot be described in detail in just one afternoon. After hearing Varen's personal account, Angus looked at his child from time to time, feeling a little surprised and proud at the same time. Wylan, you should know that more than 20 years ago, the Magic Kingdom of Ash sent a group of exchange students to the kingdom's army. Father, why did you suddenly talk about this? Wylan put his hands on the ground, tilted his upper body, and said with some confusion. When Angus heard this, he sounded a little regretful. Among those exchange students, one of them is a descendant of Storm Feather. He hides his identity and pretends to be an ordinary mage. Storm Feather, one of the 13 legends who founded the Magic Kingdom of Ash. Varen was very surprised. He didn't expect that the legend would put his descendants among the exchange students. More than 6,000 years have passed since the establishment of the Magic Kingdom of Ash. 12 of the 13 legends who originally founded the country have passed away one after another. Only this Stormfeather is still alive. According to rumors, this Stormfeather has angel blood, giving him a longer lifespan than ordinary human legends. Some people also speculate that this Stormfeather has broken through the legend, reached a higher level, and his lifespan has been greatly extended. There are all kinds of speculations, making it difficult to tell the truth from the false. What a pity I didn't learn about this from your father-in-law until last year. Angus stared at Wylan, shook his head with regret, and then continued, "If you could have been with that storm at that time, if the descendants of Jiyu get to know each other, their future development will be much smoother, and they may be able to escape from the kingdom of Ilya." After hearing his father's words, Varen couldn't help but think of that night many years ago. He suddenly understood why fate told him about the exchange students in Ash Magic Kingdom. "Father, there is no need to dwell on the past. Anyway, with my own strength, I can always create unexpected results." "Don't you often tell me this?" Wylan responded calmly. Looking at Wylan, who was so free and open-minded, Angus couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha, it seems that I am not as clear-minded as you. Father, caring leads to chaos. I have my own way to go. You don't have to think about me all the time. You should learn from your grandfather and wait a few years to hand over the title to your elder brother and travel around. Wait a few years, no matter what, your father and I will become a marquis and hand over the position to your eldest brother. Otherwise, how can we leave a mark on the family's merit book?" As the two chatted, the sun gradually set and the moon slowly rose. 2 days later, Wylan took Zumia, Kyle and Seraphina, as well as his parents, a total of 6 people, the Zephyrus territory through the teleportation array. After careful consideration, Wylan decided to select 200 elite warriors from the Zephyrus Legion to form a temporary escort team for the escort team. This time he went to the Moon Elf Kingdom as the Lord of Zephyrus territory, the Knight of West Wind appointed by the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. If he brought a large number of humans as guards, it might cause the other parties disgust. Compared with a few years ago, the Zephyrus territory has changed a lot under Orlando's rule. Walking on the street, watching people of all races coming and going, although some rough-tempered orcs and arrogant elves disliked each other, no conflict broke out under the suppression of patrolling dragon warriors. Although the Moon Elf Kingdom and the Orc United Kingdom reached an alliance at the national level, it does not mean that the lower-class people of the two countries have no opinions about each other. Without staying in the city for long, Wylan went straight to the Parkup City Lord's mansion. Half an hour later, Wylan slowly got off the carriage. He looked up at the Parkup City Lord's mansion in front of him, which was simply decorated and rough in style, and a sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Orlando seemed to continue his habit when he was in power in West Wind County. He didn't care much about the exterior decoration of the building, but paid more attention to its practical use and functionality. This pragmatic concept was fully reflected in the area under his jurisdiction. Angus, who followed Wylan closely, also got off the carriage. His eyes fell on the scene in front of him, and he was a little absent-minded for a while. After several seconds, he barely squeezed out a sentence. "Well, this minimalist architectural style is actually quite attractive if you look closely." At this moment, Alyssa, who had just got off the car, heard her husband's comments and couldn't help laughing. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand to prevent the laughter from being too abrupt. Zumia on the side seemed relatively calm. After all, she had experienced the bold and unrestrained architectural style of West Wind City before, so she was already accustomed to the simple style of the Lord's mansion in Parkpoo City. Lord West Wind Knight. At this moment, the 6 dragon warriors standing guard at the door noticed Wylan's arrival. They immediately showed awe and walked forward to give Wylan a standard military salute. Wylan stopped and stood in front of one of the dragon warriors and asked directly, "Is Orlando in the city now?" Reporting to Lord West Wind Knight, Lord Archon Orlando went to the Uriah area yesterday to deal with tribal disputes. The low-level silver dragon warrior replied respectfully. "Who is in charge of Parkup City's affairs now?" "It is Lord Cyrus, the deputy commander of the Zephyrus Legion, who is temporarily in charge of Lord Archon Orlando and is in charge of Parkup City's main government affairs, teleportation array operations, and patrol and security tasks." "Go and get him for me." "Yes, sir." The silver low-level dragon warrior bowed and saluted, then quickly left the place and entered the city lord's mansion. After a while, a red-haired young man came out of the city lord's mansion, walked quickly to Wylan, bowed, and saluted to express his respect. "Lord Cyrus salutes you." Wylan nodded and asked, "Cyrus, how many soldiers are resting in the Zephyrus Legion now?" "Except for those patrolling the city's security, guarding the teleportation array, and those who were withdrawn by Archon Orlando, There are still 600 soldiers on standby in the barracks. Most of them were taken to the Uria region by Archon Orlando. What happened in the Uria region? Lin asked with some confusion. In his impression, Kafik, the chief of the dragon-like lizardman tribe in the Uria region, has always been respectful. Could it be that he has developed some improper thoughts in the past few years when he was away? This moment, Cyrus didn't know what the Lord was thinking, so he answered, Sir, Christy, the youngest daughter of Kafik, the chief of the Uriah tribe, fell in love with Mend, the younger brother of the chief of the Walter tribe, but Mend, the younger brother of the chief of the Walter tribe, has a wedding date with Ivy, the daughter of Axiborn, the chief of the Prit tribe in the Uriah area. Half a month ago, Christy brought dozens of warriors, forcibly abducted Mend, and forcibly held a wedding with him. Under the witness of the dragon god, Mend was forced to take an oath. On the third day after the incident, Prit, the chieftain of the T tribe, Ashburn, gathered the tribal warriors, summoned the warriors of the close tribes and the free townsmen, and hired a number of half-orc mercenaries, ready to seek justice from the Uriah tribe. The hot-tempered and strong chieftain of the Uriah tribe, Kafik, disdained this, summoned the tribal warriors and the soldiers of the allied tribes, and confronted them at the Pusina River. 2 days ago, Lord Archon Orlando learned about this, and took away more than half of the troops of the Legion, to suppress the fight between the two tribes. After hearing Cyrus' report, Lin was a little confused. At this moment, Angus, who was standing aside, showed a strong interest in this. If it weren't for his wife being beside him, he really wanted to find the red-haired dragon warrior in front of him to understand the ins and outs of the matter, including the details. Even Kyle was no exception, and a little curiosity arose in his heart. How long will it take for Orlando to come back? It is expected to return in 3 days. Cyrus thought about it and gave an uncertain answer. Then wait for him for 3 days. You arrange accommodation for us first. Yes, Lord. Before Cyrus's arrangement, Lin and his party stayed in a leisure manor outside the city. This leisure manor, named Lyrella, does not cover a large area, only 200 acres, but it includes various terrains such as rivers, woodlands, orchards, and hot springs. In the next few days, Lin lay by the river to bask in the sun, Angus went to visit Parkup City, and Zumia and Alyssa put on simple clothes, picked fruits in the orchard, played in the river, and felt relieved. Serafina went to the creek area to deliver a letter to Katerina. As for Kyle, Lin didn't know where he ran to. 5 days later, Orlando returned to Parkup City after dealing with the tribal dispute in the Uriah region. When he learned that his master had arrived, he asked Ridley, the deputy commander of the Zephyrus Legion, to take the troops back to the barracks. He then took several knights of the Fire Lion Knights and hurried to the Lyrilla Manor. When he heard footsteps in the distance, Lin knew that his wonderful leisure time was over. My lord. Orlando walked to Varen's side, bowed and saluted. When Varen heard a familiar voice, he took the book open on his face and threw it aside. He opened his eyes, sat up, looked up at Orlando, who was still wearing armor, and said softly, Have everything been handled well? Reporting to my lord, everything has been taken care of, and no omissions have been made. Orlando straightened his body and replied in a loud voice. A trace of curiosity flashed in Varen's eyes. He picked up a crystal-clear fruit and handed it to Orlando. At the same time, he asked, Tell me, how was it processed? Orlando took the fruit without hesitation, took off his helmet neatly, and placed it gently on the ground. Immediately afterwards, he crossed his legs, sat on the ground, took a big bite of fruit, chewed it with relish, and then reported to Lin in detail. My subordinates just violently beat up the 2 of them and let the 2 old guys they all obeyed, and then asked Mend, whose name was the man, to marry both women directly and solve the matter perfectly. After listening to Orlando's narration, Varen couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He frowned and asked doubtfully, When did you become so impatient? This style of conduct is not like you. After hearing his master's words, Orlando said with emotion, At first, my subordinates would reason with them. Unfortunately, I later discovered that after beating them up, no matter what you said, it was correct. In this way, for this kind of dispute, I usually lead the Zephyrus army to surround them and beat the leaders of both sides half to death. In this way, no matter what instructions I give, they are extremely obedient, even if I let them kill themselves. If my wife gives in, they will agree without hesitation. You kid won't really let someone let your wife out. Hearing this, Orlando smiled bitterly and said, My lord, even if I wanted to, no one would give me a chance. You really have such thoughts? Wylan was very surprised. After seeing him for several years, how could this boy have changed so much? Looking at his master's suspicious look, Orlando's heart tightened. Just when he was about to explain something, he suddenly saw a silver shadow falling on the grass about 100 meters away from them. Immediately afterwards, after a dazzling light flashed, a petite silver-haired elf, with a height of only about 1.6 meters, appeared in front of everyone. Wearing an exquisite white dress with the skirt in hand, she flew towards Orlando with light and fast steps. Varen was a little distracted, but before he could recover, the silver-haired elf had jumped into Orlando's arms without hesitation and hugged his neck tightly. Brother Orlando, you're finally back. Faced with this sudden scene, Orlando seemed a little embarrassed and helpless. While gently patting the silver-haired elf's back, he looked at Varen apologetically aside, then pushed the girl in his arms away, and said softly, Dolores, stop making trouble now, wait a moment, let me tell you again. I am busy reporting to my lord. After hearing what Orlando said, Dolores suddenly realized as if she was waking up from a dream. She hurriedly let go of her hands, stood up straight, straightened her slightly messy hair and clothes, then turned to Varen respectfully, saluted gracefully and said slowly, Hello, dear knight of the west wind. My name is Dolores Sarnada, and I give you my highest respect. Hello, Wylan responded somewhat confused. After Orlando's detailed explanation, Varen finally figured out the cause and effect of the entire incident. To put it simply, for some reason, the silver dragon who likes to run around and the old-fashioned human Archon met at the edge of the misty forest. Due to some unexpected circumstances, the two had a fierce fight. As you can imagine, the silver dragon girl, who was only 2/3 of Argenta's age, was beaten to the ground by Orlando. Eventually, she became obsessed with her appearance and strength. She stayed in Zephyrus's territory every day, surrounded by Orlando transfer. After several years of getting along, Orlando gradually accepted the wishes of the silver dragon girl Dolores, but he did not make the breakthrough to the last step. So your father has agreed with your choice. Wylan turned to look at the silver dragon girl and confirmed again. Upon hearing this, the silver dragon girl Dolores nodded heavily. Yes, respected knight of the west wind, my father Ernest and mother Meredith both approve of my choice. Okay. Dolores's parents have already affirmed her choice, so Varen will naturally not stop it, and will even encourage this behavior. Orlando looked at the happy smile on his master's face, with some confusion, and he was a little confused. Okay, I have nothing to do here. Dolores, you can take your Orlando away. After finishing speaking, Wylan lay down on the wooden chair and continued to enjoy his leisure time. Thank you, Lord Zephyr Knight. With Orlando's confused expression, Dolores excitedly pulled Orlando outside the manor. Brother Orlando, I have brought you a fine mount from my father's territory in the past few days. Come and have a look with me. This is a gift I brought to you after flying for several hours. Listening to the increasingly quieter voice, the corners of Wylan's mouth raised slightly. As for the work and government affairs report, I have plenty of time, and I am not in a hurry. The main thing is to let Orlando and his silver dragon girlfriend strengthen their relationship. Whether or not we can add another giant dragon to Kixing territory depends on how hard this kid works. Thinking of this, Wylan felt like a child had grown up and suddenly felt proud in his heart. Without being disturbed by other people, Wylan was at ease basking in the sun and relaxing. The next morning, after Orlando received instructions from his master, he summoned all the soldiers of the Zephyrus Legion to assemble in the barracks. Orlando rode a red phosphorus horse into the barracks. All the soldiers saluted with respect in their eyes. Orlando nodded to the saluting Legion soldiers, which was considered a response to the other party. In the 3 years since he became the commander of the Zephyrus Legion, Orlando has severely taught everyone from the deputy commander to the auxiliary soldiers of the Legion. At this moment, for the soldiers of the Zephyrus Legion, Orlando's identity as the commander of the Legion is worthy of their respect. But his strength is even more worthy of their respect. For the dragon people and dragon-like creatures living on this land, This is the truth they believe in. Otherwise, Wylin would not have wanted to launch a small-scale battle when he first took office as the Lord of Zephyrus territory, using the lives of the monster clans in the Misty Forest to make the tribes and towns in various regions of Zephyrus surrender. Orlando stepped onto the arena and stood in front of it, scanning the legionnaires below. All the legionnaires held their heads high and waited for Orlando's orders. Lord Knight of Favonius needs a team of the most elite warriors as his temporary guard to go to the Moon Elf Kingdom to participate in an important event. Orlando did not say any polite words to this group of guys who were full of muscles, and directly told the purpose of this gathering. Hearing this, thousands of Legion warriors could not help but get excited, and their faces showed irrepressible excitement. Because being selected into the temporary guard of Lord Knight of Favonius not only means that their own martial arts are recognized, but also a supreme honor when they return home in the future. They can show off to their relatives and friends. In an instant, the originally silent scene became a commotion. Everyone began to examine their comrades beside them. At this moment, their companions in their eyes are no longer partners fighting side by side, but stumbling blocks that hinder them from reaching the peak. Seeing the spirit and energy below, Orlando was very satisfied. He turned to Deputy Commander Ridley and ordered, "Start the selection. Only the most capable warriors are qualified to become the temporary guards of the Knight of Favonius." "Yes, Commander, I will use my fists to make those weak creatures who sneak in and make them retreat." Deputy Commander Ridley looked at the group of eager kids below and showed a ferocious smile. Looking at the 2.3-meter-tall Ridley, Orlando warned him, "Take it easy." "Captain, are you still worried about my work?" Ridley assured him, "It was just an accident before. Since you taught me earnestly, I have calmed my manic heart by reading books. Now I am the most knowledgeable dragon man in our tribe, and I haven't fought with Patrick for half a year." Orlando waved his hand to interrupt Ridley and said, "If you dare to beat the warriors on the field, I will kick all the people in the Creek tribe out. Start the selection immediately. I will give you half a day to complete this task." After that, Orlando came to a stand below and sat down in the main seat. At this moment, the other two Deputy Legion commanders standing on the stone stand saw Orlando sitting down, and then came to their respective seats to sit down and watch this Legion selection. Silence. Ridley's low and rough voice was like thunder, and it instantly spread throughout the military camp. The originally noisy scene suddenly became silent. All the soldiers closed their mouths at the same time and cast their eyes on the central arena. Now spread out for this Deputy Legion commander. 10 people in a group. Take off all the nameplates of the opponent and stand on the ground to be considered as victory. If the battle fails to end in 30 minutes, you will be eliminated directly. Except for some soldiers stationed in the teleportation array, the remaining 800 soldiers and auxiliary soldiers of the Zephyrus Legion all arrived at the scene. Under Ridley's order, they dispersed and assembled in the army organization, and then launched an attack on the nearest comrades. Orlando sat quietly aside, holding his chin with his left hand, staring at the fierce battle scene in front of him expressionlessly. After long-term systematic and rigorous training, the various teams of the Zephyrus Legion have now formed a high degree of tacit understanding. Compared with the scattered soldiers who had no organization and discipline and relied on personal force when the Legion was first established, they now not only have strong strength, but also know how to cooperate with each other. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but recall the scene 3 years ago when he annihilated the 3,000 troops of the Zephyrus Legion with the help of 800 knights of the Fire Lion Knights. If it happens again now, his knights will only have a 60% chance of winning against this group of dragon people and dragon creatures. With dragon blood, their physical fitness is naturally much higher than that of humans. When he first came to the territory of Zephyrus, Orlando had absorbed dragon creatures into the Fire Lion Knights, but unfortunately, the core of the battle method naturally rejected dragon blood creatures, so this matter had to be abandoned. For this reason, to expand the members of the Knights, it is still necessary to rely on the blood transfusion of Kixing territory to provide young men and women who have not embarked on the professional path. Half an hour later, more than 2/3 of the Legion warriors fell to the ground, and the number of warriors standing on the ground was less than 600. Patrick, the deputy legion commander sitting on the left of Orlando, frowned when he saw that there were less than 50 warriors from the Caius area, while there were more than 200 warriors from the Creek area. Ridley is really powerful. It seems that we need to find a time to ask the commander of the legion for the method of training soldiers. Otherwise, it will be difficult to refute this guy when he shows off in the future. As for Cyrus, who was sitting on the right, he was neither sad nor happy about the result of the battle. There were no warriors from his tribe in the legion. However, under his operation, many members of the Tusk tribe have migrated to the newly developed areas. As long as the legion expands, he can have his own direct forces in the legion. At this moment, Cyrus couldn't help but turn his head, and his eyes fell on the legion commander. His mind couldn't help but think of what the legion commander said to him 2 years ago. On the premise of maintaining loyalty, you can take some appropriate actions to benefit your own people, but remember not to act excessively. Caroline, the chief of the Tusk tribe, is his biological mother. As for who his father is, he doesn't know. Every time he asks his mother, the result is the same. The other party refuses to tell him. However, no matter what he does, his mother will give him full support without hesitation. After so many years, he no longer wanted to know who his father was. To him, the Tusker tribe was his home. It no longer mattered who the man was. 2 hours later, 200 soldiers stood on the competition stage, enjoying the envy of their comrades below and feeling extremely satisfied. Orlando stepped onto the stage and awarded each victorious legionnaire an iron medal as a symbol of their honor. Then he asked Cyrus to take them down to customize their clothes. As the bodyguard of your master, you must pay attention to your attire. 3 days later, Wyland stood in front of the palace of the city lord of Parkpoo City. He looked at the 200 Zephyrus Legion soldiers in armor, each of whom was no less than a high-level bronze warrior. He was very pleased. While you are managing the territory of Zephyrus, don't forget your little silver dragon girlfriend. Varin turned around, came to Orlando, patted him on the shoulder and said softly, "This, Lord, Orlando was unusually shy when talking about it. "Ha, take your time, you can get married anytime. Your mistress and I first met more than 20 years ago, so there is no need to rush." After speaking, Varin encouraged Orlando and took 200 Zephyrus Legion soldiers to the manor outside the city, preparing to set off tomorrow along the northern route to the Moon Elf Kingdom. At dawn the next day, a large and spectacular caravan slowly drove out of the manor outside Parkup City. The caravan, which consisted of 3 manned carriages, 15 cargo carriages, and 200 warriors, set out from the manor outside Parkup City and headed towards the East Moon Tree region of the Moon Elf Kingdom. In the first manned carriage, Wyland, Zumia, Kyle, and Seraphina was sitting around a small table, happily playing a relaxing card game to kill time. Angus and Alyssa were sitting in the second manned carriage, enjoying the beautiful scenery along the way while enjoying their time alone. The last manned carriage was deliberately left as a spare vehicle to deal with possible unexpected situations. On both sides of the carriage, 30 silver-ranked dragon warriors riding silver-blooded dragon wolves were closely guarding the 2 sides, followed by more than 100 people wearing blue and white clothes. As for the armor they wore, all of them were placed on the cargo carriage. After a long and arduous 13-day journey, the caravan finally arrived at the small town of Denta, located at the border between the Belina Electorate and the East Moon Tree. Since the Belina Phineas Avenue was opened, this quiet town with less than 1,000 people has quickly risen to become an important commercial transit station between the 2 countries. On the bustling streets, elves and humans can be seen from time to time. Looking at the caravan with the flag of the Knights of West Wind, plus the elite warriors guarding beside them, the patrol troops here did not dare to go forward to check. The team did not stay in the town of Denta for too long, but continued to move forward without stopping. The target was the outpost Apta, located on the borderline 10 kilometers away. Apta Outpost, as an important communication channel between the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom and the northern part of the Moon Elf Kingdom, is stationed with an army of 500 people all year round. The most brave and combative warriors selected by each tribe guard this place under the leadership of Xavier, a low-level golden dragon warrior assigned by Belina Sarnada, on the 13-meter-high sentry tower. Xavier stood under the flag of the Belina Electorate as usual, staring at the Takuya sentry station a few hundred meters away and looking at the golden low-level elf mage opposite. As an ally of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, the Moon Elf Kingdom's East Moon Y Tree region did not have many troops stationed at the Takuya sentry station, only more than 600 elves, most of whom were serving half-elf warriors, about 1/6 of the total number of forest elves, and a single-digit number of moon elves. General, there is a caravan heading this way in the distance. A dragon warrior wearing light armor hurriedly climbed to the top of the sentry tower and reported to Xavier. Hearing this news, Xavier turned his head, squinted his eyes slightly, and looked into the distance. Sure enough, on the road in the distance, a large caravan could be seen moving slowly forward. But he did not recognize the flags they were planting. Then he looked down at the dragon warrior in front of him and asked, "What does the flag mean?" "General, that is the flag of the Knight of West Wind, the 24th Dragon Knight of the Kingdom, canonized by the great King Alaric on February 2, 9742 of the glorious calendar." The dragon warrior took out the book, turned to the fold, and handed it to Xavier for him to read. According to the national policy of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, the status of the titled Dragon Knight is only below the Lord of the Electorate in each region. Xavier wrote down the portrait on the book and then ordered, "Except for the necessary posts, all soldiers line up at the outpost camp to prepare to welcome the Knight of West Wind." "Yes, General." The dragon warrior put the book away, bowed and saluted, and then quickly left the top of the sentry tower and went down to convey the general's order. Xavier looked back at the opposite side and strode down. A few minutes later, the convoy stopped in front of the Apter outpost. Wylan jumped off the carriage and walked forward while looking at the army lined up in the open space in front of the outpost. "General Xavier of Apter Outpost salutes you, Sir Knight of Favonius." Xavier stepped forward, put his right hand on his chest, and bowed to salute. The warriors standing behind him took off their helmets, put them on their waists, and bowed their heads to express their respect. "General Xavier, it's a pleasure to meet you here." After waiting for Xavier to stand up, Wylan asked with a smile, "General Xavier, I want to go to the Moon Elf Kingdom from here. What procedures do I need to go through?" "Sir Knight of Favonius, according to the covenant between our country and the Moon Elf Kingdom, as a titled Dragon Knight, your status is equivalent to that of the Earl of the Moon Elf Kingdom. Your flag is the best pass, and no formalities or documents are required." After hearing this, Wylan thanked the other party. "Thank you for your answer, General Xavier. It's my honor to answer your questions." Then Wylan got on the carriage and asked the team to continue to move westward. After a while, they arrived at the foot of the Takuya outpost. Moon Elf Mage walked out of the watchtower with several forest elf warriors and looked at the flag on the carriage. The important personnel of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom going to the Angara Tree region had been sent to the Moon Elf Kingdom 2 months ago and distributed to important traffic arteries on the border within half a month. The Moon Elf Mage was no stranger to the black-haired young man who got off the carriage. He put away the arrogance on his face and stepped forward. With steady steps, saluted gracefully and said, "Dear Knight of West Wind, I am Milton Alva, the garrison mage of Takuya Outpost, and I would like to express my respect to you." "Hello, Master Milton Alva." Wylan simply returned the greeting and then told the purpose of his visit. Hearing Wylan's purpose, Milton immediately asked his attendant to take out a map of the Moon Elf Kingdom area and handed it to the other party. Lord Teresa ordered that all distinguished guests from the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom who go to the Anlaga port will be given a map. "Please accept it." After Wylan thanked him, he took the map from Milton. The two exchanged a little, and Milton asked his subordinates to raise the obsidian gate and let Wylan and his party pass through the Takuya outpost. Back in the carriage, Wylan spread the map on the low table and began to look at the map of the entire Moon Elf Kingdom. Starting from the East Moon Y Tree area, along the West Moon Y Tree area, Silver Pine Tree area, Crete Tree area, Grax Tree area, Bracklow Tree area, Brunna Tree area, and finally arrived at the destination of this trip, Angara Tree area. The tree domain system of the Moon Elf Kingdom is equivalent to the provincial system implemented by the Human Kingdom. But the difference is that each tree domain is rooted in an elf mother tree, also known as the mother tree of life. The strong man who guards the elf mother tree is called the tree domain master. His family is the ruling family of the entire tree domain. All the moon elves, forest elves, and half-elves in the territory are his people. The minimum strength requirement for each tree domain master is the high-level soul level, and a small number are legendary levels. As for the Andrea family, the royal family of the Moon Elf Kingdom, they are in the central area of March, guarding the 3 elf mother trees representing the first moon, the middle moon, and the last moon that have gone through 2 eras. The elf mother trees and other tree domains of the Moon Elf Kingdom are the descendants of these 3 elf mother trees. The journey is a bit far, but there is plenty of time. According to the current schedule, we can arrive at the Angara tree domain by the end of November. After planning the route, Wylin put away the map, opened the left door of the carriage, and waved to summon a dragon warrior. "Master Knight of the West Wind, what are your orders?" The dragon warrior drove the silver-blooded dragon wolf close to the carriage, put his right hand on his chest, lowered his head and saluted, and asked respectfully. Varen handed the map to the dragon warrior near the carriage and ordered, "Pass this map to my parents." "I obey your instructions." The dragon warrior respectfully took the map, drove the silver-blooded dragon and wolf out of formation, fell behind dozens of meters, then rejoined the team, came to the second carriage, and knocked on the carriage gently. Seeing this, Angus opened the side door of the carriage and took the map from the dragon warrior. Alyssa, who was leaning on her husband's shoulder, heard the sound, opened her eyes, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The map that Wylin sent is a map of the Moon Elf Kingdom, with the travel route already marked on it. Angus gently helped his wife up, then took the low table that had been pushed aside and placed it in the center of the carriage, spread the map on top. The marching route on the map instantly caught Alyssa's attention. This kingdom of elves located in the West Napa subcontinent, known as the Purest Elf Kingdom, filled Alyssa's heart with curiosity. Angus on the side gently stroked Alyssa's silky long hair with a gentle smile on his face. "After this transaction is completed, if you are interested, I can accompany you. Look there." Hearing this, Alyssa raised her head suddenly, stared at her husband with burning eyes, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. "Dear Angus, aren't you interested yourself?" "Ahem, of course." Angus immediately changed his tune when he met his wife's eyes and said softly, "I'm very interested." "That's right." Alyssa's face burst into a satisfied smile. She snuggled into Angus's arms and said softly, "As for Ilys's, I believe he will understand our decision." Angus silently put his hand on Alyssa's delicate and white cheek, showing a helpless smile. In an instant, all the blame was placed on him. However, Angus is not afraid of any dissatisfaction in Ilys's. This is how he came here. If he wants to blame him, let him blame his grandfather. He learned it from his father. After entering the Moon Elf Kingdom, Varen saw many wonderful buildings. In the canyon that is 10,000 meters wide, the branches of hundreds of trees that are 100 meters high grow intertwined, using the trunks to build a unique bridge spanning the 2 places. On the 1,000-meter-high mountain peak, a hollow plant runs from the foot of the mountain to the 2 places, forming a unique tunnel, which not only solves the problem of road access, but also avoids moving the mountain peak and causing local residents to miss the beautiful scenery. Towns built on the canopy of trees, villages floating on lakes, and majestic cities standing on mountain tops. All of them showed him the unique cultural heritage and charm of the Moon Elf Kingdom. Due to time constraints, Wylin did not stop to take a closer look at the local cultural scenery, feeling a little regretful. In addition, Wylin also showed a strong interest in guarding an elf mother tree that covers an area of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. However, he also knew that if the Moon Elf did not trust someone, it would be difficult for ordinary people to get close to the elf mother tree. Half a month later, the caravan passed through the East Moon Myrtle Tree Domain, the West Moon Myrtle Tree Domain, the Silver Pine Tree Domain, and entered the Crete Tree Domain. At this moment, the time has come to November 13th. There are still 25 days before December 8th. There is plenty of time. In addition, since he has been traveling non-stop for more than a month, Wylin is reluctant to give in. As an excuse to rest, the escort temporarily rested in Crete for 3 days. Angus was very much in agreement with Wyland's proposal, but out of his father's majesty, he just kept a serious expression and expressed his acquiescence by not expressing any opinion on it. Afterwards, the caravan stopped at a town called Keenas in the Cretan Tree territory for a 3-day rest. The entire town is built on aquatic plants and is located in the middle of Lake Nath. It has a population of only more than 1,000 people, most of whom are half-elves. A small number of forest elves serve as officials at all levels. There are only 5 moon elves, and one he serves as the mayor of Keenas town, one serves as the pastor of the church in Keenas town, and the other 3 open stores with different functions. Varen jumped off the carriage lightly, and his feet landed firmly on the road paved with pieces of driftwood on the shore of Keenas Lake that led directly to the town. An indescribable and wonderful feeling came to his mind through his druid's unique keen perception. He was surprised to realize that the seemingly ordinary driftwood under his feet was not lifeless. On the contrary, they exude an unusually strong and vigorous breath of life. Zemia got out of the car shortly after and stood quietly next to Wyland. Her beautiful eyes stared at the town 1,000 meters away, her eyes filled with uncontrollable curiosity. Wyland turned his head and looked at Shemia, held her hand and walked towards the center of the town. Afterwards, Angus and others got off the carriage and followed Varen into the town of Keenas. The caravan's 200 escort soldiers were stationed on the shore. Facing the humans and dragons entering the town, the half-elves along the way cast curious glances. As for the guards of Na's town, they did not react to this. They had received orders several months ago not to make any rude moves towards other ethnic guests who were resting and visiting along the way. In addition, the Crete Tree region is the heartland of the Moon Elf Kingdom. If these people were despicable intruders, they would never have been able to reach this place. Standing on the edge of the town, Wyland watched many half-elves stepping barefoot on the green lotus leaves, lightly picking the strange food crops that floated on the water and looked like lotus pods. Zumia came to an old man and said skillfully in the elvish language, "Elder, are these your food crops?" The half-elf old man opened his eyes, stood up and saluted gracefully, and then slowly said, "Madam, this is Due Jiao rice, which can also be called water-tooth rice. It is the main source of food for our town. After its stems are spun into silk, they can be made into exquisite water-tooth cloth." Wyland stood quietly aside, watching the 2 people talking enthusiastically in the elvish language, with a confused expression. To put it bluntly, he only knows the common language now. In the palace of the city lord of Salavina in the northern area of the Cretan Tree territory, a gold-level silver-haired moon elf sat on a soft mattress, rubbing his temples and listening to the report, Lord Nadal. "After half a month of investigation, we still haven't found the wax-melt demon lurking around the city of Saravina. Please forgive me," looking at the knight kneeling on the floor. Nadal waved her hand and cast a spell, helped the knight up, and said, "Lambert, the opponent is under the protection of the Spider Queen. It is difficult to find the opponent using conventional camp detection methods. You and your knights are not to blame for this matter. Go down and rest first." Lambert looked up at the sad-looking Nadal, hesitated for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Nadal, Bartlett Cernata, the prophecy scale of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, Your Excellency, stopped in Keenas town 3 days ago, and according to reports from my subordinates, the other party has not left yet." "You mean to go find the money-hungry silver dragon to make a prophecy, and find the wax-melt demon?" "Yes, Lady Nadal," Elf Knight Lambert replied. "Is this feasible?" Nadal asked hesitantly, although the silver dragon is greedy for money. "He is timid by nature. Will he participate in such a thing?" "Sir, as long as there is wealth that the other party cannot refuse, I believe that the dragon will not be tempted." Lambert lowered his head and replied. Nadal thought for a moment, then raised her head and said to Lambert, "You go and prepare the Stuart Eagle. When I go to pick up something, I will go to Keenas town to visit the money-grubbing silver dragon." "Yes, Lady Nadal." Lambert bowed and bowed, then exited the room. After waiting for the other party to leave, Nadal sat up from the soft bed and cast a spell to teleport herself to the treasure house. In the treasure house, covering an area of less than 1,000 square meters, there are 30 shelves made of gold, and each shelf is filled with items of great value. Nadal went straight to the third gold shelf and looked at the sole high-level magic beast core placed in the box. She felt a little reluctant to give up, but the wax-melt demon lurking in the surrounding areas of Saravana City must be found as soon as possible. Come out. Every time these maids of Spider Queen Rose appear, they are accompanied by conspiracy and corruption. She must find these foul-smelling mud-like creatures as soon as possible. After thinking for a moment, Nadal took off the sole high-level magic beast core, left the treasure house, and headed to the top of the tree canopy. Grown-ups. Looking at Lambert, Nadal stopped with a serious face and ordered, "Strengthen the vigilance. Saravana City is not allowed to open to traffic until I come back." "Yes, sir." Immediately afterwards, Nadal jumped onto the back of the huge and mighty Stuart Eagle, flapped her wings and flew high, speeding towards the town of Kinas, 100 kilometers away from here. The giant eagle spread its wings and soared in the sky, as fast as lightning, and disappeared into the distant sky in the blink of an eye. Looking at the silhouette of Stuart's giant eagle that was gradually moving away until it became smaller, Lambert stood up slowly, with an imperceptible and weird smile on his lips. However, just a moment later, he quickly returned to his usual serious and cold expression, turned around and walked towards the city. Half an hour later, Nadal looked at the nearby town of Kinas, piloted Stuart's giant eagle, and landed downwards. Hearing the cry of the eagle, Wylan and Shemya couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the giant eagle coming from the sky. Stuart's giant eagle is quite rare. I didn't expect to see it here. Shemya narrowed her eyes slightly and said with some surprise. Seeing the giant eagle landing in the distance, Wylan withdrew his gaze and said to Shemya, "It seems like something is going to happen. This rare giant eagle actually appears here. However, with our strength, there is nothing that can stop us." "Kindness." Shemya nodded, hugged her husband's left arm tightly, and continued to visit Kina's town. On the square, the mayor of the town restrained his inner emotions, and with a respectful expression on his face, he quickly walked forward and saluted. "Lord Nadal, what are your orders?" "Where is Mr. Bartlett Sarnada, Scale of Prophecy?" Nadal said straight to the point without being polite to the mayor. "His Excellency Bartlett Sarnada is resting in a hotel not far away." Stuart Eagle pointed to the hotel 500 meters away and replied to Nadal. "Calm down the Stuart Eagle." After saying that, Nadal stopped staying and walked straight towards the hotel. "Mayor, do you want the banquet to continue?" The forest elf leader on the side stepped forward and asked the mayor of Kina's town. "Forget it, the dragon army stationed on the shores of Lake Naz cannot be dealt with quietly. Our purpose is to make Nadal disappear temporarily so that she cannot return to Saravana City and give Jay Quillen gives enough time, and that's enough. After today, we will change the place, and you go deal with the tails in the prison." "Mayor, don't worry." The forest elf leader lowered his head slightly and then left the place. At this moment, the mayor of Kina's town turned to look at the Welland couple 100 meters away, nodded with a smile, and then returned to the mayor's mansion. "Wylan, just at that moment, the mayor made me feel very disgusted. I really don't understand what is going on." Shemya walked to Wylan softly and put her mouth close to him, ears, and lowered his voice. Wylan quickly put away the smile on his face. His expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "If I guess correctly, this person is definitely not a real elf. Then should we take action directly?" Zumia stared at the front with a sharp gaze, her face full of expectation, eager to try. To be honest, since getting married, Wylan has never seen his wife take action. Be patient, it is better to investigate it first before making plans. If there is a misunderstanding at this time, it will be a big trouble. Wylan persuaded calmly. "Okay, I will listen to you." Zumia took a deep breath, trying to calm the restlessness in her heart, and turned back to her innocent look in a blink of an eye. Then Wylan took out the magic equipment given to him by Kyle and sent a signal to the other party. Not long after, Kyle and Serafina appeared in front of Wylan and asked respectfully, "Master, what instructions do you have?" Wylan pointed to the hotel not far away and whispered, "Go there immediately to check the current situation of the moon elf who arrived here on the giant eagle. Serafina, go to my parents and ask them to pay attention. If a battle breaks out, don't destroy this town." "Yes, master." The status of the moon elf who can ride the giant eagle must be high. If he can become the other party's benefactor, he may be able to get some important information about this floating fleet trading event. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Following Varen's instructions, Kyle came to the hotel a few hundred meters away. Looking up, the hotel was deserted. Except for the half-elf napping at the front desk, everything seemed normal. The next moment, Kyle used the eye of true sight to look at the hotel and found no trace of other creatures except the half-elf at the front desk. With a rough guess in mind, Kyle stepped straight into the hotel. "Sir, the hotel is being renovated and it is difficult to provide services to you. Please forgive me," the half-elf said to Kyle politely with a gentle smile on his face. Watching the other party use charm humans, Kyle smiled scornfully and immediately sealed off the entire hotel. The next moment, several iron chains with light attributes emerged from the ground, binding the half-elf's limbs. Sir, what are you doing?" The half-elf looked frightened with a tone of pleading and doubt. Looking at the half-elf bound in the air, Kyle stretched out his left hand and tapped it gently. In an instant, the red orb tied around the half-elf's neck was broken. Stab. Under the burning of light attribute power, the half-elf's skin gradually fell off, turned into black ash, and dissipated in the air. In just a few seconds, a foul-smelling mud-like creature appeared in the hotel. Where did the moon elf who entered the hotel go? Kyle looked at the wax-melt demon in front of him, suppressed his inner disgust, and asked, "Damned human being, even if I am burned to ashes by you, I will not betray my god." Enduring the pain from his soul, the wax-melting demon's scarlet eyes stared at Kyle. "Forget it, I can just find it myself." After saying that, a flame appeared out of thin air and began to spread along the wax-melt demon's tentacles. In less than 3 seconds, the body and soul were destroyed together. Retracting the light chain, Kyle followed the stairs and began to search for traces of the moon elf. On the other side, Angus and Alyssa received the message from Varen and rushed to the square as quickly as possible to meet their son. "Varen, are you sure?" "Father, 5 minutes ago I was not sure, but now I am sure that there was indeed a big problem with the elves in those few months." Varen looked at Angus and said firmly. At normal speed, Kyle had already come out of the hotel at this moment. But now there is no movement at that hotel, which shows that the guess is correct. "Then wait a minute. This is the Moon Elf Kingdom after all. If we attack rashly, the opponent will defeat us and we will fall into a passive state," Angus said in a deep voice. After finishing speaking, Angus took off the black bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Alyssa. "Be careful when you move your hands later." "I see." Alyssa took the bracelet handed over by her husband and held it tightly in her hand. 10 minutes later, Kyle helped a moon elf come out of the hotel. When the two appeared on the street, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. "Unfamiliar human beings. I hope you can help me destroy those wax-melting demons. The Cretan Tree territory will be grateful." Moon Elf Nadal's tone was a little weak, and she begged everyone. When Angus saw this, he glanced at Wylan and asked him to come forward. Varen knew very well what his father meant. On this trip, he is the one who makes the decision, and his identity is only his father. "Madam, the Moon Elf Kingdom and the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom are allies. As a Dragon Knight of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, my companions and I are happy to help you solve this crisis," Wylan said with a serious look on his face. Expression replied to Nadal, "Thank you for your help." After saying that, the Moon Elf Nadal lost consciousness and collapsed in Kyle's arms. Seraphina. After hearing her master's words, Seraphina showed her true form without hesitation. The next moment, a 16-meter-long red dragon exuding a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the sky above Kina's town. Its terrifying dragon power was like an invisible shock wave, reverberating wantonly across the entire lake town. Most of the half-elves could not withstand such pressure. They were pressed down on the wooden floor one after another. Their bodies were shaking and their hearts were full of fear. They could only silently pray for the blessing of the elf god. A small number of silver-level elves picked up their weapons, moved their bodies with difficulty, and rushed towards the center of the town. On the shore of Kina's lake, The guard Captain Reginald looked at the movement in the distance and loudly ordered, "Everyone follow me to the town of Kinas immediately." 30 warriors driving silver-blooded dragons and wolves advanced towards Kinas town at the fastest speed. The remaining warriors did not bother to put on their armor, picked up their weapons, followed the captain, and went to perform their duties. Seeing that the matter was exposed, the mayor of Kinas town no longer hid it. A huge black blade went straight towards Seraphina and was covered in magma breath. Just a moment later, 3 more forest elves came from the west, staring fiercely at Wylan and others not far away, as if they were ready to attack at any time. 1 golden mid-level wax demon and 3 golden low-level wax demons. "Wylan, father and mother, let me come." Just as Wylan was about to take action, he heard his wife's voice. He turned to look at Shemya, who took out the staff and took a few steps back. Upon seeing this, Angus took back his knight's sword, came to his wife's side and handed the court to Shemya. Looking at the 4 wax-melting monsters with elf appearance, Zumia's eyes gradually became sharp. She opened her red lips and whispered, "Psychic fantasy." At this moment, one of the forest elves suddenly stretched out her left hand without warning. A shocking scene happened. The hand quickly twisted and deformed, turning into countless hideous tentacles, stabbing at the body of Mayor Nas like lightning. Accompanied by a creepy laugh, the forest elf shouted triumphantly, "Damn humans, you will eventually pay for your ignorance. Now just merge with me obediently, let us serve the great Spider Queen." "You are so stupid." The mayor of Nas looked at the forest elf with a strange green light all over his body, and his face suddenly changed. At this moment, he no longer cared about Zumia in front of him, and decisively abandoned the skin disguised as a moon elf, revealing his true identity: wax-melting monster. You know, once the devouring ceremony starts, unless one of the participants in the ceremony is completely destroyed from body to soul, this terrible ceremony will never stop. She never thought that one day she would become a sacrifice in the devouring ceremony. However, she is stronger than the other party. As long as she devours this fool in reverse, she will go one step further and even return to the great Spider Queen to accept a more glorious mission. Warm tips. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. At this moment, the confused eyes of the other 2 forest elves suddenly became extremely clear. They stretched out sticky and wet tentacles one after another and whipped the mayor of Kina's town from the left and right like whips, and at the same time launched the terrifying devouring ritual. Wylan couldn't help but turn his head, and his eyes fell on Zemya, as if he saw another face of his wife. However, when he recalled Zemya's gentle and graceful demeanor not long ago, his inner doubts were immediately thrown away. A few minutes passed, and the 4 wax demons were tightly entangled together, like a ball of dirty and disgusting mud. And just when the devouring was about to reach the critical point, Zemya seized the moment when the hearts of the 4 wax-melting demons were most vulnerable, and brazenly used the psychic interference magic, easily defeating the opponent's mental will. But however, it very cleverly preserved the souls of the wax-melt demons in a semi-fused state. Looking at the mud-like monster lying on the ground in the distance, Wylan couldn't help but admired. "It's awesome." Shemya gently put away the staff in her hand, returned to her previous gentle appearance, smiled and said to Varen, "Only under such circumstances can we easily explore the souls of these guys, and it won't alert the gods." "How did you come up with this method?" Wylan asked curiously. Hearing this, Zemya replied, "I learned it from my teacher. It's a very practical method." As for the specific reason, Shemya did not tell it. "This method was developed by my teacher after studying tens of thousands of demons. It has very high requirements on the conditions for its execution, the timing of its execution, and the scene it faces. In addition, there are also high requirements for the talent of the spellcaster." Seeing that the battle was over, Seraphina recovered her body, landed on the ground, and stood behind Varen. When Wylan saw this, he was no longer prepared to inquire about the root cause, and immediately prepared to let Kyle check the other party's soul. At this moment, the escort team from outside the town arrived here. Seeing that their bodies were soaked in blood, there was no need to think too much. It must be those elves. "Lord Knight of the West Wind, Reginald, the captain of the escort team, came to Varen and bowed his head in salute. "I beg your pardon for being late." "How many elves have been killed?" Wylan stared at the dragon warrior in front of him and asked. Hearing this, Reginald replied respectfully. "Capturing 23 elves did not take their lives. He has the qualifications to be a general." Wylan looked at the 2-meter-3 dragon warrior in front of him with some surprise and praised him. Under such circumstances, the other party can remain rational. Although he looks a little reckless on the outside, he can remain calm. With a little training, he will definitely be able to stand alone before long. Receiving Varen's praise, Reginald felt excited, but on the surface he still maintained humility and awe, saying in a low voice, "Thank you for the compliment, sir. I will do my best to live up to your expectations." Varen waved his hand and issued an order. "First, imprison all the elves and half-elves in Kina's town. As you command, Lord Knight of the West Wind." Reginald bent down and saluted, and led the escort to imprison the elves and half-elves in the town. Kyle came to the mud-like creature and obtained the memory in the other person's soul without any hindrance. Taking out a transparent crystal ball, under Kyle's guidance, the huge memories of the 4 wax-melt demons were taken into it and sealed. Kyle deliberately avoided the memory of the gods to avoid being noticed by the other party. The blazing holy flame instantly enveloped the 4 wax demons, and in the blink of an eye they turned into a pile of ashes. After doing all this, Kyle clapped his hands, turned around and followed his master, stepped into the mayor's mansion together, and quietly waited for the moon elf to wake up from his coma. 3 hours later, the moon elf Natal gradually recovered. She opened her eyes, looked at the people in front of her, calmed down, sat up from the bed and thanked her. "My name is Natal Orion and I am Salo, manager of Venus City. Thank you for your help, MS. Natal, these are the memories of the 4 wax monsters." Varen handed the crystal ball that sealed the memory of the wax monsters to the other party. "I suggest you return to Saravana City as soon as possible." Natal took the crystal ball and read part of the memory, and her expression suddenly changed. "Well, when did Lambert?" Natal stared out the window with dull eyes, muttering to herself. She couldn't believe that her most trusted knight was actually devoured and replaced by the wax demon 2 months ago, and yet she didn't even notice it for such a long time. What was even more ridiculous was that she asked the other party to search for the wax demon. "Miss Natal, are you okay?" Varen waved his hand in front of her and asked with some concern. Upon seeing this, Natal stopped reading the memory in the crystal ball and said, "May I ask your name?" "Varen Akers, just call me Varen." "So you are the Knight of the West Wind." Natal looked at the black-haired young man in front of her, suddenly reacted, and then continued, "Knight of the West Wind, don't worry, I will deliver the rewards to you and your companions as soon as possible. However, I need to deal with the wax-melt demon in Saravana City now. I hope you can give me some time. It's just a small favor." "But if my wife hadn't noticed it, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that the mayor of Na's town was actually a wax-melting demon." Wylan stared at the other party and said slowly, "To prevent the news from leaking out, I have ordered my guards to take control of the entire town and imprison all the elves and half-elves. Please rest assured. The Crete Treeland will never treat friends unfairly. It's just that you need to stay in Na's town for a few days, and I will send people to take over this place as soon as possible. I'm happy to serve. Anyway, there is plenty of time, so take this opportunity to visit the surrounding areas." After saying that, Natal immediately rode on the Stuart Eagle and hurriedly flew away from Na's town in the night. "My lord, judging from the direction it is flying, it seems that it is not heading towards the city of Saravana, but more like heading towards the Crete Treeland." Kyle looked up at the night sky, looking at the Stuart Eagle that was getting farther and farther away and smaller, and couldn't help but remind him. Wylan touched his chin and said, "The full name of the Lord of the Crete Tree territory is Orleana Orion. The name of the administrator of the city of Saravana is Natal Orion. What do you think is the connection between them?" "They should be from the same family, but I don't know what the relationship between Natal and the Lord of Orleana is," Kyle answered. "No matter what the relationship between the two is, we will win." After that, Wylan walked straight to the lake. 7 days later, 500 elf knights, led by a moon elf, slowly entered the town of Kinas. A tall female knight got off the unicorn and took off her helmet, revealing a head of silver hair. Her delicate appearance made Varen couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lord Knight of the West Wind, thank you for your help. I am the leader of the Knights of Andariel. You can call me Gladys. I have been ordered to take over and cleanse the town of Kinas. Having said this, Gladys paused for a moment, took out a crystal ball and handed it to Varen, and then said, "This is the communication crystal that Miss Nadal asked me to give to you." Varen took the crystal ball, turned to the captain of the escort team and said, "Reginald, you and Captain Gladys will hand over the matter." "Yes, sir." Reginald leaned over and saluted. Seeing this scene, Gladys bowed slightly and saluted, then led her men to take over the town of Kinas. Returning to his temporary residence, Varen activated the communication crystal ball in front of his wife and parents. In an instant, a glimmer of light appeared, filling half of the house. In the virtual projection, Nadal was seen sitting at the desk apologetically, opening her mouth slightly and saying, "Lord Zephyr Knight, I am a little sorry that we will meet in this way. Due to special circumstances, I temporarily lost my freedom. However, I have ordered people to prepare the reward and send it to Bennett City. On the only way from the Crete Tree territory to the Grex Tree territory, you only need to go to the City Lord's mansion and report your name. City Lord Morton will give you the corresponding reward." After Nadal finished speaking, the light and shadow disappeared, and the image inside the communication crystal ball was automatically destroyed and turned into a transparent crystal ball. "Wylan, if nothing else, Miss Nadal should be under house arrest." Shemya turned to look at Wylan and said. Angus heard this and said, "It should not be under house arrest, but protected by her elders. There must be something special about being targeted by the wax melt demon." Several people discussed it for a while, and then stopped continuing the topic. 3 days later, everyone arrived at Belt City and received the reward promised by Nadal from the City Lord. Morton a soul high-level magic beast crystal, 3 druid meditation books, and a tree made from the branches of the elf mother tree, the finished wand. After coming out of the City Lord's mansion, Varen looked at the things in his hands and couldn't help but sigh at Nadal's atmosphere. After Wylan returned to the caravan, he handed the staff, known as Silver, to his wife without hesitation and said, "Here you are, my great hero." Shemya took the staff with a smile, stepped forward and kissed Varen gently on the cheek, and then stood quietly aside as if nothing happened. Wylan felt the warm touch remaining on his cheek and felt particularly happy. Then he took out a high-level soul crystal and handed it to Kyle and said, "This is for you." "Thank you, Lord." Kyle thanked him respectfully and carefully took the high-level soul crystal from Varen's hand. Facing Seraphina, Varen was more direct. He took out a large pile of golden coins from the space ring, roughly estimated to be about 5,000, and handed it to her. Seraphina's eyes instantly lit up when she saw these dazzling gold coins like 2 twinkling stars, and she excitedly said to Varen, "Thank you, Master." As soon as he finished speaking, he put the gold coins into his space equipment as quickly as possible, obviously planning to wait until no one was around at night to carefully count his wealth. "Father, when I get back, I will have these 3 druid meditations translated into common language and give them to you." Ken, Angus did not refuse and treated it as a gift for his 4th uncle. As for the guardsmen, Varen promised that they would be rewarded heavily when they returned to Zephyrus territory. They all heard about the generous West Wind Knight and were naturally convinced of Varen's words. The caravan continued westward without stopping too much in Belt City. In the palace of the Lord of Belt City, a slender and graceful moon elf wearing a gorgeous purple mage robe sat on the throne. Standing next to her was the manager of Belt City, Moulton. Moulton lowered his head slightly and reported respectfully to the moon elf sitting on the seat. "Aunt, that West Wind Knight seems to be quite innocent, and he also has a strong affinity that is irresistible. Okay, this matter is over now. Don't let Nadal know about it." The moon elf mage waved his hand and said to Moulton expressionlessly, "I will give you half a month to deal with Belt City," and then went to the city of Saravana to serve as the city lord. "Aunt, over there with my cousin," looking at the cold eyes of the moon elf mage. Morton's voice became smaller and smaller, and he couldn't help lowering his head and finally condensed into one sentence, "Follow your orders." "Respected lord of the Crete Tree domain," when Morton raised his head again. he found that the leader of the Crete Tree domain, Oriana, had left. After a long time, Morton saw no movement around him, and then he said to himself, "Poor cousin Nadal, I don't know if she will be able to get out of the central city of the Crete Tree territory in 100 years. Recalling his aunt's controlling nature, Moulton suddenly felt how gentle and kind his mother was. Walking out of the hall and looking at the surrounding furnishings, I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I still had to say goodbye to this place and to the Belt City that I had managed for 50 years. On December 1, 9747, after a long journey, the caravan finally arrived at the mysterious and beautiful Angara tree domain. Sitting in the carriage, Wylin was attracted by the scenery outside the window. The local customs and practices here are very different from those in the inland areas of the Moon Elf Kingdom. Along the way, the half-elves and elves coming and going were dressed in unique styles, most of which were relatively exposed, which made the young Wylin look at them a few more times. "Father, I remember that the mother tree of life that the former pirate King Burn used seized was in this place, right?" Wylin suddenly recalled this history and turned to ask Angus, who was playing chess with Kyle. Hearing his son's question, Angus raised his head, shook his head and replied, "It's not the Angara tree domain, but the Tashka tree domain next to it." "Oh, that's it." Wylin nodded thoughtfully, but his heart was still full of curiosity. Angus seemed to have noticed his son's thoughts and asked, Why do you suddenly ask about this?" Wylin quickly explained that he was just curious and had no other intentions, then turned his head to the car window, wondering what Zhu Mia and her mother were doing at the moment. Seeing Wylin's actions, Angus was thoughtful, but soon he refocused on the chess game in front of him and started a fierce duel with Kyle. The car was filled with a tense atmosphere, and the chess pieces fell on the chessboard with a crisp sound. 300 kilometers west of the central city of Angara Tree Domain, there is a huge deep water port. As one of the 3 famous ports in the eastern region of the Synapse subcontinent, Angara Port carries the function of trade transit for the 5 kingdoms and regions of the Western Chaos Land, the Northwest Holy Dragon Kingdom, the North Ash Magic Kingdom, the South Teprano Kingdom, and the Belfast Kingdom. The urban area of Angara Port covers an area of about 3,000 square kilometers and is divided into 12 districts. The total number of moon elves, forest elves, and half-elves is about 200,000, most of which are troops stationed here and their families. As for the population of other races, according to incomplete statistics, the number exceeds 1 million. It is the only city in the Moon Elf Kingdom where the population of other races exceeds that of its own citizens. Leaning in the carriage, Wylin flipped through the book in his hand to learn about this port city. A few days ago, when passing through the town of Delicia, where the Angara Tree Domain and the Brunna Tree Domain meet, he met a Moon Elf nobleman, and the book in his hand was given by the other party. Districts 1 to 6 are the Port Autonomous Regions, also known as the Lower City. Most of them are orcs, humans, and natives from the Land of Chaos. Districts 7 to 9 are mostly friendly countries, merchants from other countries, nobles, and adventurers. There is order in the chaos. Districts 10 to 12 are directly governed by the Angara Tree Domain of the Moon Elf Kingdom. Most of the troops are stationed here. We can go here to rest directly. Wylin closed the book, put it on the low table, and said, "Father, which district do you want to go to?" "District 11, Angus said. He replied, "There is a moon-watching platform here from which you can enjoy the panoramic view of the entire port. It's just right to take your mother to see it." "Then it's District 11. Kyle, who was sitting next to him, heard the words, opened the door on the left side of the carriage, waved to the captain of the guard, Reginald, and ordered, "Take the main road with the number 11. Reginald said awkwardly, "That, sir, that is the number 11. After hearing the other party's words, Kyle remembered that Reginald did not know the Elvish text, so he used magic as ink to write the Elvish text representing 11 in the air. Seeing the Elvish text in the air, Reginald wrote down its shape, then gently closed the door of the carriage, and quickly ran to the front of the caravan to lead the way. In a fortress located 30 kilometers outside the main urban area of Angara Port, Moon Elf General led several officers as usual and began to patrol the situation inside and outside the fortress. "General Aubrey, a caravan of about 200 people is coming to the fortress." An officer came to the Moon Elf General, saluted gracefully, and reported respectfully. Moon Elf General Aubrey stopped, looked at the reporting officer, and reported, "From the east or the west?" "From the east." "Hang the flag pattern." The officer thought carefully after hearing this, and then reported, "The flag on the left is the flag of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. The flag on the right is printed with 9 red dragon scales in a circular array. The black long sword in the middle and 2 silver petal patterns on the left and right." An officer standing on the left of Aubrey took out the atlas he carried with him and quickly flipped through it according to his colleague's description, found the corresponding logo on the last few pages, and then presented it in front of his general. "The 24th Dragon Knight of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom in the glorious calendar." After reading the above records, Aubrey turned around and ordered, "Raise the gate, let the West Wind Knight and his guards pass, and send someone to notify the rear outposts not to block the other side's team." "General, should someone notify Primo, the reception official of District 11? The officer did not immediately accept the order, but looked up at Aubrey and asked him, "You handle it yourself?" "Yes, General." After handling this matter, Aubrey continued to patrol the fortress with his subordinates. He didn't care about his subordinates' contact with the officials of District 11, as long as it didn't touch his authority. The caravan of more than 200 people passed through the fortress without any obstruction, which made Wylan have a deeper understanding of the connection between the Moon Elf Kingdom and the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. There are 7 checkpoints between the fortress and the Angara port, which are specifically designed to prevent the free people of the port from sneaking into other areas of the Angara port and other surrounding tree areas. For the officers of the outposts who had already received the military order from the fortress, they would not stop the caravan. After all, no elf wanted to challenge the authority of General Aubrey. After passing more than 30 kilometers safely, Wylan arrived at the edge of District 11 of Angara Port. The elves and half-elves along the way cast curious eyes on the dragon army that appeared in District 11. At this moment, a moon elf in a gorgeous gown led several forest elves to meet the caravan. "Sir Knight of West Wind, welcome to your arrival. I am the Secretary of Commerce of District 11. You can call me Primo." Wylan looked at the handsome moon elf in front of him and said with a smile, "Sir Primo, I am very happy to meet you here. Sir Knight of West Wind, according to the covenant between the kingdom and your country, your status is equivalent to that of the Earl. You don't need to add an honorific title, just call him by his name." Primo lowered his posture, without the slightest arrogance on his face, and even the several forest elves behind him were respectful. This long journey made Wylan surprised at the value of his title of Knight of West Wind. But then again, who would dare to ignore a country founded by a group of dragons? "Lord Knight of the West Wind, as far as my subordinates know, Knights Ansel, Wendell, and Kledav from your country have already settled in the Seaman Manor. I wonder if you and your entourage plan to go to the West Wind together. What about Man Manor, or do you need me to arrange a new residence for you?" After hearing what Primo said, information about these 3 knights instantly came to Varen's mind. Although he had heard about these people, he actually didn't know much about them. Since Varen was honored as the Knight of Zephyrus, he has only interacted with the 13 existing dragon knights in the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom once, and that was at the banquet of the canonization ceremony. At that time, everyone just exchanged a few words and did not communicate much. If only Wylan came alone this time, maybe he would consider going to get to know him. However, since his parents were also traveling in the caravan, this idea was dismissed in his mind. After all, with elders present, many matters will inevitably be restricted. So Varen responded decisively, "Secretary Primo, please find a suitable place for me to live. As for Seaman Manor, since the other 3 knights have rested here, I won't bother them anymore." Primo smiled slightly, nodded in understanding, and replied, "Okay, everything will be in accordance with your will." Under Primo's arrangement, Wylan temporarily stayed at the Carida Manor in the suburbs of District 11. The manor covers an area of about 300 acres, and a city defense army of about 3,000 people is stationed 5 kilometers away. There is no doubt about its safety. In addition, this place is only 6 kilometers away from the moon watching platform, which shows the degree of care of this moon elf clerk. There are still 6 days before the Elan Kingdom's airship fleet arrives at Angara port. Wylan plans to take his wife to see this famous port city. The next morning, Angus and Alyssa left the Carida Manor early and headed for the destination. The moon-watching platform. Near noon, Wylan, who had woken up and enjoyed lunch, asked for a silver-blooded dragon wolf from the guard team and took Zumia to the center of District 11. After seeing his master leave, Kyle did not stay in the Carida Manor for long and went northwest. There was something in the distance that attracted him, and he felt it was very important to him. As for Serafina, she went straight back to her room and prepared to count her gold coins again. For her, nothing can make her feel happier and more satisfied than counting gold coins. About half an hour later, Wylan and Zumia finally stepped into the urban area of District 11. In sharp contrast to the desolate and deserted suburbs, this place is obviously much more lively. There are both pure-blooded elves and half-elves coming and going. Most of them are dressed brightly and beautifully, with unique and bold clothing styles. Zumia noticed that her husband always couldn't help but cast his eyes on the elves passing by, but she did not show any dissatisfaction or displeasure. Instead, she was interested in discussing these elves with Wylan. The surrounding residents cast curious eyes, and even the guards on patrol were no exception. However, although everyone was full of doubts about the two strange faces, no one intended to stop and question them. The reason was simple: this was the direct jurisdiction of Angara Port. Without the special permission of the upper echelons, outsiders could not set foot here at all. In this way, the couple strolled along the way and unknowingly came to the door of a bookstore. Wylan turned over and got off the back of the Silver Blood Dragon Wolf and asked Zumia to stay there for a while, and then walked into the bookstore alone. Wylan stared at the moon elf leaning against the bookshelf, and a sense of déjà vu came to his mind, but he just couldn't immediately remember where he had seen her. When the moon elf noticed Wylan's strange eyes, she gracefully closed the book in her hand, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and walked slowly towards Wylan. "Little guy, long time no see." Hearing this, Wylan couldn't help but feel a little confused. The moon elf mage keenly caught the puzzled expression on his face, so he smiled and whispered, "White Maple Knight's fighting meeting." Hearing this, Wylan began to search for relevant memory fragments in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and looked at the face of the moon elf in front of him again, and then asked hesitantly, "Are you the black-robed lady in the capital of the Principality of Nitz at that time?" "Little guy, it seems that you haven't forgotten me." The moon elf gently pushed the silver hair on her forehead behind her ears, and replied with a smile, "So, you go to watch the White Maple Knights martial arts competition?" Wylan heard this and said with some regret, "Although I plan to go to the White Maple province of the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom to watch the White Maple Knights martial arts competition, it was a pity that the schedule changed later, and I was unable to go as scheduled." He paused and then asked, "Speaking of which, I haven't asked for your name yet, lady." The moon elf smiled slightly and replied softly, "Well, let's get to know each other formally. My name is Gloria, and I am an adventurous moon elf." "Wylan, you can call me that, Ms. Gloria." Wylan responded with a smile on his face. Moon elf Gloria found that this little guy had matured a lot. She looked outside the bookstore and understood everything instantly. "Is there any place you want to go? I am quite familiar with Angara Port. Would you like to be your tour guide?" Hearing Gloria's words, Wylan naturally heard the meaning of the other party's words. Without any hesitation, he nodded and responded, "Then trouble you, ma'am." "Interesting little guy," Gloria said with a smile, let the book in her hand fly back to the bookshelf by itself, and then left the bookstore. Wylan followed her and left the bookstore. At this moment, Zumia rode on the silver-blooded dragon wolf. Looking at the moon elf walking towards her, with some doubts in her heart, but looking at Wylan following behind her, she gave up the idea of asking. After Wylan's introduction, Zumia had some doubts in her heart. Why was this moon elf so enthusiastic when she only met her husband once? Did she have any other purpose? However, she could only bury these doubts in her heart and think about them slowly after returning. Under the guidance of Gloria, the moon elf, Wylan and Shemia visited other famous areas of Angara Port in the next 2 days. On December 4, 9747, under the guidance of Gloria, Wylan and Shemia came to the outskirts of District 12. A tree fort is built on a 1,000-year-old tree with a diameter of 30 meters. When you look up, you can vaguely see the mysterious castle located on the top of the tree canopy through the gaps between the layers of leaves. At the bottom of the tree fort, 2 moon elves in silver armor stepped forward quickly, saluted the person in front of them and said respectfully, "Meet Lady Gloria." Gloria turned her eyes to the moon elf on the left and asked softly, "Is Lambert here?" The moon elf, who was asked, immediately replied, "Reporting to Lady Gloria, Lord Lambert is resting at the top of the tree fort now." As soon as the voice fell, the 2 moon elves quickly stood up, stood sideways, and made way for Gloria. Gloria nodded slightly, without saying much, and walked directly to the lifting platform in front. Wylan and Zumia followed closely behind, with curiosity flashing in their eyes. The identity of the owner of this tree fort must be extraordinary to let the moon elves serve as guards. Stepping onto the lift, accompanied by a crisp and pleasant mechanical sound, the lift began to rise slowly and steadily. A few minutes later, Wylan held Zumia's hand tightly, stepped out of the lift together, and stood steadily on the thick tree trunk. Wylan looked at the dreamlike castle standing on the top of the tree canopy in front of him, and felt a little emotional. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. Walking on the avenue, paved with special wooden boards. The 3 of them arrived at the castle hall without any hindrance. In the main hall, a silver-haired young man sat on a stone seat. He looked at Gloria, who came in and stood up to greet her. "Sister, why are you here?" However, Gloria did not respond to her brother's enthusiasm. She stared at the silver-haired young man in front of her, frowned tightly, and completely ignored the presence of other people around her. She directly shouted angrily, "Get over here." After hearing his sister's words, the silver-haired young man's expression changed slightly, but he still suppressed the fear in his heart and slowly walked towards his sister. Every step seemed extremely heavy, as if 1,000 pounds of weight were being dragged under my feet. "Do you think I can't detect the breath of Fenghehua if it's hidden by magic?" Being exposed by his sister on the spot, the silver-haired young man's face instantly turned as pale as paper. His lips moved, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. "Tell me, where did you smoke it?" Gloria continued to ask. The majesty in her eyes was irresistible. Facing his sister's question, the silver-haired young man was filled with fear. He lowered his head and replied with a slightly trembling voice, "In the Merrick Manor in the 3rd District. Hewlett took me there. Someone is coming." Several moon elf guards entered the hall, saluted Gloria, and then stood quietly aside, waiting for her to give further instructions. "Go to Hewlett and bring him to me, and kill all his servants." "Yes, Lady Gloria." The moon elf guards received the order and immediately exited the hall. At this moment, Zemia saw her confused husband from the corner of her eye, leaning into his ear and whispering, "Fenghehua, a magical plant born in a chaotic land, has strong addictive properties and grows long. Taking it over time will destroy the body and corrode the soul." After hearing his wife's explanation, Varen finally understood why Gloria was so angry and yelled at him, without caring about his brother's face. "Lambert." The dazed silver-haired young man came back to his senses, looked at his sister Gloria, couldn't help lowering his head and whispered, "Sister, please tell me. Go get your sword." "Yes, sir." The silver-haired young man did not dare to hesitate at all, turned around and walked to the side wooden wall, taking off his sword. Wylan turned his head slightly and looked at the long sword in the opponent's hand. It was a piece of legendary equipment with 2 soul-level magic beast crystal cores inlaid on it. "I have to say that this kid is really quite rich. This valuable thing is hung casually on the wooden wall. If he had put it in the space ring, it would definitely be there. Go and kneel outside. I'll call you in later." The silver-haired young man heard the words and left the hall without saying a word. He took his sword and left the hall. He knelt on the wooden board outside the hall, lowering his head and not knowing what to think. Looking at the stone pedestal above, Gloria showed displeasure and waved her hand to destroy it. After doing all this, Gloria's inner anger eased a little. She turned to look at Wylan and his wife and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Wylan Shermia, I originally wanted you to meet my brother. Lambert, I didn't expect to encounter something like this. Miss Gloria, business matters. Wylan waved his hands quickly, showing that he didn't care at all. Zemia continued, Madam, Fenghehua is extremely harmful. You must not be merciful at this moment. I know that if Lambert cannot change, then send him to see the elf god to avoid insulting the family's reputation. At the entrance of the hall, the silver-haired young man couldn't help but tremble when he heard Gloria's cold words. He knew that what his sister said would be fulfilled. If she were to take Fenghehua here, she would definitely kill him without hesitation. In the Milton family, the father, as the head of the family, has absolute authority. His sister Gloria ranks second in power and has a higher status than her mother, while he ranks 83rd in the family. Lambert put his hands on the ground to prevent himself from crawling on the ground. He regretted following Hewlett's advice and seeking excitement. 2 hours later, several Moon Elf guards bathed in blood returned to the tree fort and escorted a Moon Elf noble into the main hall. Gold low-level Moon Elf guard stepped forward and reported loudly, Lady Gloria, 8 Moon Elf knights from Hewlett Manor, 43 Forest Elf swordsmen, 163 half-elf warriors, and 10 the 6 orc slaves according to your order are all here. I know, back off. Gloria's eyes were cold and indifferent, and she gave instructions to the Moon Elf guards casually. As commanded. After the Moon Elf guards left, Gloria turned to look in the direction of the palace door and called softly, Lambert, come in. After hearing his sister's words, Lambert stood up and entered the hall with the sword in his hand anxiously. Next to them, Wylan and Shermia was sitting on wooden chairs, watching this scene quietly, curious about how Miss Gloria would handle this matter. With a gentle wave of her arm, Gloria unlocked the mouth of the Moon Elf noble Hewlett. Her eyes did not contain any emotion as she stared at Lambert not far away. Your Highness Gloria, after I die, I hope you will not involve my family. Hewlett did not yell and struggle as people imagined, but fell to his knees and hit his forehead hard. He landed on the ground and begged Gloria. At this moment, after Lambert looked at his sister, he instantly understood the message conveyed in her eyes. All this must be settled by him. After a brief hesitation, Lambert drew out the elf sword and walked step by step towards Hewlett, who was kneeling on the ground. At the moment of death, looking at the pleading Hewlett, Lambert nodded without noticing. After receiving the other party's assurance, Hewlett's eyes slowly closed and his body gradually became stiff. Seeing Hewlett pass away, Gloria coldly issued an order, completely destroy Merrick Manor and come see me after you're done. Yes, sister. Lambert lowered his head and replied, then left the hall. In the evening, Varen and Shemia submitted their resignations to Gloria. Ma'am, I still need to make some preparations for the trade in a few days, so I'll take my leave now. I'm sorry that something like this happened today. Gloria also didn't expect that her brother would be contaminated by Fenghehua. There was an apology in her eyes, and then she took out a diamond-shaped leaf and handed it to Varen. Angara Tree Domain Territory Lord Partridge is acquainted with me. If you take this token and visit him, you can get some help. Thank you, madam. Varen thanked her sincerely and took the diamond-shaped blade from Gloria's hand. After seeing off Mr. and Mrs. Wheeling, Gloria returned to the tree fort and waited for her Lambert to return. 2 days later, Angus and Alyssa returned to Carrada Manor after their short journey. In the afternoon in the manor, Wylan looked at the floating caravan in the distance, his eyes full of envy. Hundreds of island kingdoms floating merchant ships slowly descended from the clouds and docked at the Angara Legion Naval Port in District 12. Father, let's not go to the port to trade with the merchants from the island kingdom tomorrow. I will take you to visit an important person first. Angus, who was standing next to Wylan, was a little surprised. It seemed that this kid had made some noise after not seeing him for a few days. I see. As night fell, Wylan, Angus and Kyle took a carriage and left Angara Port, heading for the central city of Angara Tree Domain, 300 kilometers away. During the whole process, the carriage was very slow and not very urgent. The Island Kingdom's floating fleet will dock at Angara Port for 3 months, and neither Wylan nor Angus are in a hurry. Wylan turned his head and looked at Kyle, who was sitting by the window on the left, looking thoughtful, and asked with concern, "What happened?" I saw you coming back yesterday, looking melancholy. Lord, I always feel that there is something attracting me in Angara port. But I have been looking for it for several days, but I can't find it anywhere. Kyle did not hide anything and answered truthfully. Angus heard this and said, "Is there any key person or factor missing? How about you take Wylan out to look for it another day? Maybe you can find it." "Father, I think the things that attract Kyle may not have much to do with me." Wylan spread his hands and said rather helplessly. In the eyes of his father, his experience can be called a miracle, but he knows his own affairs. And he thinks he does not have that ability. However, Kyle didn't think so. Hearing Earl Eagle's words, he looked at his master expectantly. "After the transaction is over, I will accompany you to go out and have a look." Looking at Kyle's expectant eyes, Wylan said helplessly, "But don't have too much hope. My subordinates know." In the carriage, Angus felt a little bored, so he placed a folding low table in the carriage, took out the chessboard, and invited Kyle over to play chess to pass the time. Looking at the two people playing chess, Wylan yawned, moved his butt towards the window, took out an adventure novel from the space ring, and started reading as if no one else was watching. When it comes to playing chess, Wylan is only interested in the winning part. Facing two experienced masters, he does not want to take the initiative to seek abuse. Looking back, the last time I played chess with Kyle was a few years ago. Now in Star Moon Castle, Varen's favorite chess friend is Oder's student Theo. There is no other reason than to make himself feel the joy of winning. In the entire Star Moon Castle, if you want to find someone whose chess skills are worse than yours, it would be Theo. Wylan was secretly grateful that his uncle had accepted such an outstanding disciple. The carriage drove slowly and arrived at the central city of Angara Tree Domain on the afternoon of the next day. Hearing the sound coming from outside, Wylan opened his eyes and found that he was already on the way to queue into the city. Turning his head to look, he saw that his father and Kyle were still playing chess, completely uninterrupted by the outside world. For the carriage with the flag of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, the defenders at the second east gate of the central city of Angara Tree Territory let it pass without any obstruction. Through the carriage window, Varen saw the prosperous side of the central city of Angara Tree Domain. Across the avenue, the carriage stopped outside a castle. Wylan got out of the car and looked far into the distance. He saw a huge elf-mother tree standing in the distance that was 1,000 meters high and reached into the sky. Under the elf-mother tree, a solemn temple stands alone, with nothing else within a kilometer radius. While Varen was staring at everything in front of him, a tall moon elf officer walked out of the castle gate, led his two subordinates and walked straight towards Varen and said in a polite and elegant tone, "You cannot stay here for long, please leave as soon as possible. I am a friend of Miss Gloria. I came to pay a visit to Lord Partridge. This is my token." Varen said with a smile, took out the diamond-shaped leaf from his arms and handed it to the other party. The young moon elf officer looked at the diamond-shaped blade handed over by the other party. His expression immediately became respectful. And he said, "Please wait here. I need to report to General Fei Rui and then report to the Territory Lord." "Sorry to trouble you," Wylan thanked him. "This is my duty." The moon elf took the diamond-shaped leaf and replied respectfully, then turned around and quickly entered the castle. Half an hour later, a dignified moon elf maid came to the castle gate, put her hands on her belly and bowed slightly. "Sir, I am Diana, the head maid of the castle. The master is waiting for you in the study. Please follow me, come." Following the golden-ranked maid, the three of them entered the castle. On the way to the study, he passed by a garden which made him look sideways. In the garden, there are all kinds of flowers that have never been seen before, vying for beauty, and fairies can be seen from time to time. Suddenly, a goblin flew in front of Wylan, fluttering its wings and hovering in the air, and uttered a series of clear and sweet sounds. "Strange human, you smell so good." Hearing this, Wylan was shocked and stood on the spot, not knowing how to respond for a moment. The maid leading the way also stopped, but her face still maintained the usual solemn expression, making it difficult to guess what she was feeling at this moment. Compared to the two of them, Angus on the side was not so calm. His originally tense and serious face could no longer maintain its original tightness. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he almost laughed out loud on the spot. As for Kyle, he was a little surprised inside, but not much. Anything could happen to his master. Wylan finally came to his senses and couldn't help but reach out and poke the goblin's little head gently and said with a slight displeasure, "Let me tell you, little goblin, what you said is too rude. I'm sorry, strange human being. Yuna just can't hold it back, but you really smell good." The forest elf apologized timidly at first, then flapped her wings and took out a fruit similar to her own size in the air. She carefully handed it to Wylan and said coquettishly, "Look, Yuna is using this to apologize to you." "Okay. What's this?" "This is the Feng Tian Guo, which can enhance your understanding of nature. So can you forgive Yuna?" Seeing the sincere eyes of the forest elf, Wylan took the Fengshan fruit and said, "For the sake of this fruit, I will forgive you." Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. Then can you give me a lock of your hair? The forest elf opened his eyes wide and begged Varen. Looking at the little goblin without flapping wings in front of him, Wylan took off a piece of his hair and put it in his hand. "Thank you, strange human. You are the friendliest human being I have ever seen." After thanking him happily, the little elf carefully held up Varen's hair and danced happily as if he had found a treasure. Then he happily fluttered his wings and flew to the garden in the distance. Wylan smiled and shook his head, then put the Fengshan fruit in his hand into the space ring and put it away. For some reason, he always had a hunch that this wonderful fruit might come in handy soon. After this small interlude, the group of four continued to walk towards the study. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the door of a room on the left side of the second floor of the castle. Diana, the head maid, opened the door gracefully and gestured, "Come into the room." The three of them nodded politely to express their thanks and walked into the study. As soon as you step into the room, a refreshing fragrance of flowers hits your face. The first impression this room left on Wylan was not a study in the traditional sense, but more like a mysterious garden. Everywhere he looked was occupied by a variety of colorful plants, and there were no books at all. Traces. "Everyone, welcome to our arrival." Just as everyone was intoxicated by the various plants in front of them, a crisp voice came from the right side. Wylan followed the sound and looked at the blue-haired young man in black clothes standing not far away. He put his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly and said, "I have met the Lord of the Partridge Tree territory." The blue-haired young man did not immediately respond to Wylan's greetings. Instead, he asked with great interest, "How do you determine that I am the domain lord?" Wylan heard this and replied with a smile, "First of all, if you are not the Lord of Partridge, when I salute you and call you Lord, you will definitely hide away subconsciously. However, but he didn't do this, and the expression on his face was very natural. Obviously, he was used to being addressed by others. Secondly, this is the study of Lord Partridge. It is impossible for outsiders to enter here easily. In the end, it is the plants around you that gently caress your shoulders that confirm your identity." After hearing Wylan's explanation, Partridge turned his head slightly and looked at Ziohong's 2 leaves resting on his shoulders. He turned around and said with a smile, "With good observation skills, he is indeed the person that Gloria likes." As soon as Partridge finished speaking, the surrounding plants suddenly came to life, and some of the plants came together to form 2 soft sofas and a coffee table. "Please take a seat." "Thank you, Lord Partridge." After the 3 people thanked them, they sat on the strange plants. Partridge also has no heirs and is very friendly. When Partridge sat down, 4 white flowers grew on the left side of the coffee table, filled with light yellow juice and exuding an alluring fragrance. "This is Dorothea's original tea. You can try it." Seeing this, Wylan stretched out his hand to pluck a white flower, put it to his mouth, and took a sip, which was unforgettable. "It tastes good." When Angus heard Wylan's comments, he had the idea of educating him, but due to the current situation, he had no choice but to give up. After hearing Varen's comment, the coffee table called Dorothea stretched out a leaf and gently touched Varen's head. Wylan did not resist this move. He could feel that the other party was not malicious, but full of goodwill. Seeing this, Partridge explained, "This is Dorothea's most sincere compliment to thank you. Please don't mind it. Speaking of which, your path as a druid seems to have gone astray." This or that. When asked this question, Wylan didn't know how to answer for a while. Should he tell the other party that the path he took at the beginning was deviant? Don't worry, I'm not that pedantic druid. Every natural creature has the right to choose his own path. Maybe you will become the founder of a new profession. Seeing the other party's embarrassment, Patrick smiled and said. Hearing what the other party said, Wylan felt relieved. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Partridge. Partridge put down the petals in his hand, looked at Varen, and asked, Have you encountered any trouble when you came to me with Gloria's token? Seeing this situation, Wylan remembered the purpose of coming here, put down the original tea in his hand and said, Lord Partridge, the main reason for coming here this time is to visit you, and secondly, I hope to learn from you. Here is some news about the island kingdoms floating fleet trade. Hearing this, Lord Partridge asked gently, Are you here for Adrian's grand party? When the three of them heard Partridge's words, they looked at each other with confusion on their faces. They had no idea what this Adrian event was. Looking at the actions of the three of them, Partridge laughed and said, Ha ha, I was overthinking it. It seems that this is your first time participating in the trade with the island kingdom's floating fleet. Yes, Lord Partridge, Varen said bluntly without hiding anything. Partridge explained to everyone. The Adrian Gala is a high-end trade fair organized by the legendary mage Adrian who protects the island kingdom's floating fleet. There are 3 conditions for entering this high-end trade. Just 2 of them need to be met. First, holding wealth exceeding 100 million gold coins. Second, high-level soul and above strength. Third, it is the recommendation letter of the Lord of the Kingdom Tree Domain. As for the Adrian Festival, the items traded are nothing more than floating battleships, high-level spell cultivation methods, legendary weapon equipment production methods, half-plane information, and other things that are very rare in the Synapse subcontinent. Hearing the other party's introduction, Angus couldn't help but get excited. Seeing this, he naturally knew what his father was excited about, so he asked, Lord Partridge, I wonder what the price of the floating battleship is. The price ranges from 500 million gold coins to 1.2 billion gold coins, depending on the model of the floating battleship. But the transactions are all magic crystals, elemental crystals or magic beast crystal cores, and other currencies with magic properties, and generally do not use gold coins for transactions. Thank you for your clarification. For what Partridge said, Wylan naturally understood. In fact, in high-end trade fairs, gold coins only have the value of measurement, not trading value. The things used in real transactions are often magic crystals, elemental crystals, monster cores, mithril, mountain copper, and other things with actual value. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. At the castle gate, Wylan was holding 2 letters of recommendation written by Lord Partridge, and his mind was a little dazed. Recalling what Partridge said half an hour ago, to be valued by a lone and arrogant guy like Gloria, you must have something extraordinary. I look forward to your future achievements. As for Angus, he was holding a catalogue of the goods of the Allen Kingdom's floating fleet, reading it with relish, and thinking in his heart, according to the magic crystals and elemental crystals he brought with him, which items must be purchased and which items can be purchased. For this trade, Angus brought out almost all the magic crystals and elemental crystals of the family, worth about 15 billion gold coins, accounting for 30% of the family's wealth. It can be said that in the 3 space rings on his body, all the magic crystals and elemental crystals accumulated by the X family for more than 700 years are stored, and they are rich. In addition to him, even his wife didn't know how many magic crystals and elemental crystals he brought with him. Here, father, take it first. Angus took the recommendation letter and said with some doubt, Why, you are not going to attend the Adrian festival with me? No, Wylan replied, Father, I have other things to do, so I am not going to attend the Adrian festival with you. I know, stay alert, and don't let others cheat you of your money. I know that. Then the 3 of them took a carriage and returned to the Carada Manor. The Adrian festival will be held on January 1, 9748 of the glorious calendar, which is more than half a month away. During this period, Wylin plans to visit the Allen Kingdom's floating fleet, docked at the Angara Core Naval Port in District 12. As for Angus, he has no interest in this aspect. He holds the product catalog all day and makes plans based on the actual situation of the family. Opportunities are rare. As the patriarch of the X family, sometimes he has to consider the future development of the family. Since Wylin chose to become a pioneer knight at the age of 18, he has become a branch of the family. He only needs to take care of his direct descendants starting from him. But as the patriarch of the entire family, Angus not only needs to consider the development of the main vein, but also the development of the branch veins and make a detailed and comprehensive layout so that the family can flourish and the clan members can be more cohesive so as not to be scattered. Before going to the floating fleet of the Kingdom of Allen, Wylin will fulfill his promise and follow Kyle to the lower city of Angara Port to find something that attracts Kyle. Districts 1 to 6 of Angara Port are the lower city. Most of the residents living here are orcs and humans. As for elves and half-elves, there are very few of them, and they are basically the army stationed here. As a port autonomous region, the lower city has the highest administrative power in the hands of the Autonomous Council. The members of the council are mainly composed of influential local adventure group leaders, wealthy businessmen who control a large number of shop resources, and some suburban manor owners. Standing on the wide avenue paved with stone slabs, Wylin looked around and saw that the environment he saw was clean and orderly, not as filthy as he imagined. At this time, Kyle pointed to the crowded residential area with low and dense houses in front of him, and suggested, "My lord, the target should be near this area. Let's take a stroll." Looking at the narrow and dark alley not far ahead, Wylin couldn't help but smile helplessly and muttered softly, "Forget it. Just take it as a chance to experience the real living environment of the lower-class residents of Angara Port." As soon as the voice fell, he walked straight towards the alley without hesitation. It was noon at this time. The sun was extremely hot, but the residential area seemed particularly deserted. Most young men and women in the family had left their homes and went to the busy docks to work as coolies for unloading or loading. Some people went to the suburbs to become hired workers under the various manor owners to help with farm work. On the empty streets, only some old and weak women and young and ignorant children were left. As Wylin walked, he was keenly aware of the various complex smells in the air around him. He frowned slightly, but did not show too much disgust after all. Such an environment was not completely unbearable for him. Perhaps it was because of the effective management of local officials or the mandatory order issued by the governor of Angara Port, that even in this ordinary residential area, the overall environment remained relatively clean and tidy, not as dirty as imagined. After entering the narrow alley, the old people and children they met along the way saw Wylin and Kyle, and consciously made way for them, lowered their heads and dared not look at them, as if they were afraid of accidentally causing trouble. The two walked aimlessly in the residential area. Wylin had forgotten where he was, and Kyle naturally knew the direction to go back. Unconsciously, the two stopped in a deep alley. Unconsciously, the two came to a quiet and deep alley. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wylin felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had experienced a similar scene in the capital of Duke Bogonghen. "My lord, this should be the place." Kyle stared at the deep alley in front of him. The memory from the depths of his blood told him that there was a weapon waiting for him inside. Seeing the excitement on Kyle's face, Varen couldn't help but feel doubtful. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "This time I will go with you to see. If we can't get to the end, I will quit." "Yes, my lord." Naturally, Kyle would not refuse his lord's request. Although he hit the south wall once, Wylin firmly believed that it was just a coincidence. This time, however, Varen let Kyle go ahead and he followed. I don't know how much time passed, but Wylin's eyes were in a trance, and he realized that he had lost track of Kyle. "Never mind." Wylin, who was always open-minded, quickly calmed down and turned back along the way he came. Not long after, he returned to the original alleyway safe and sound. Looking back, it was as dark as ever. Even though it was noon, there was no sunlight shining into the alley. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kyle turned around in confusion, only to find that his master was no longer behind him, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in his heart. He shook his head helplessly and murmured to himself, "According to the words of the Lord, he has no connection with this place." Kyle tried hard to recover from his random thoughts, then took a deep breath, stepped forward again, and continued walking forward. Along the way there was still endless darkness around him, but he did not stop moving forward. Finally, after passing through this seemingly endless darkness, a huge stone door appeared in front of Kyle. Without hesitation, he reached out to push open the door and walked into the world behind it. For a moment, the strong light stung Kyle's eyes. He closed his eyes subconsciously and slowly opened them after he got used to it. The sight before him shocked him. This was actually a strange space full of light power. About 1,000 meters away from Kyle, there was a skeleton that had turned into white bones lying quietly on the ground. On the head, chest, and crotch of the skeleton, there were 3 sticks containing light power. Of spear. When Kyle stared at the spears, he suddenly felt the angel's heart in his chest begin to beat violently. And at the same time, the blood in his body also surged like boiling. Kyle followed the voice deep in his heart and walked towards the mysterious skeleton step by step. With every step, he could feel a strong and ancient breath coming towards him. When he was close to 100 meters, 3 spears flew up and landed in front of Kyle. Looking at the spears with similar magic properties to his own, Kyle couldn't help but reach out and hold the spear in the middle. When his right hand touched the spear, strange information appeared in his mind. The Spear of Putlock, a semi-epic weapon, was forged by the 12-winged angel Adonis of the heavens, using holy water from the heavens, integrating 10 strands of the origin of the world, and adding other precious materials, and took 300 years to forge. As for the skeleton in front of him that had lost its power, in front of him was a legendary mid-level fire demon, the lord of an unknown abyss. After thousands of years of erosion, his soul had been annihilated, and he had lost the chance of resurrection and completely dissipated in the world. The Spear of Putlock has 1 main spear and 2 secondary spears. The main spear has the ability to store light attributed magic energy and contains a special law healing, which comes from the rules of a destroyed plane world. The power contained is very weak and can heal all injuries below the legendary level, but the energy consumed is extremely slow to recover. Taking a dying golden high-level knight as an example, Putlock's main spear can only kill 100 golden high-level knights at a time, which is equivalent to a seriously injured and dying soul-minded mid-level knight. As for the 2 secondary spears, they simply have destructive power and no other special effects. Kyle let go of the main spear, picked up the secondary spear on the right, and threw it at the flame demon skeleton 100 meters away. After a dazzling light, as expected, although the legendary mid-level flame demon skeleton had lost all its power, its bones were still extremely strong. Putlock's secondary spear only destroyed 3 huge ribs of the opponent. It's a bit regrettable, but it's not bad. I just wonder if the master will like this skeleton of a legendary intermediate fire demon. Kyle came back to his senses from his complicated thoughts, waved his arm gently, and called back the Putlock spear. He stared at the 3 spears in front of him, and kept recalling the information conveyed to him by the angel's heart and the method taught by Adonis, the maker of the Putlock spear, and then began to try the master recognition ceremony. Because of its own angel blood, the Putlock spear did not show any resistance, and naturally accepted Kyle's contract and recognized him as its 3rd master. Looking at the pattern of the 3 Putlock spears flashing on the back of his hand, Kyle clearly felt the close connection between them and his soul. When his mind moved, one of the Putlock spears instantly appeared in his hand. After waving it around for a few times, he threw it hard and threw it into the distance. Boom! The huge sound spread all around. Kyle flew into the air and called back the Putlock secondary gun. Looking around, a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in front of him, but under the repair of an unknown force, the damaged ground gradually recovered. It's powerful. I won't have to work so hard to level the mountain in the future. After taking back the Putlock secondary gun, Kyle came to the legendary mid-level flame demon skeleton. After carefully checking that there was no abyss breath, he put it away and took it back to his master as a gift. When the legendary mid-level flame demon skeleton completely disappeared from sight, the entire strange space suddenly changed dramatically. The space structure that was originally as stable as a mountain began to crack and disintegrate from the edge. At this moment, Kyle in the sky keenly noticed the strange noise coming from afar. After a little thought, he understood what was going on. This strange space was constructed by continuously extracting the power of the legendary mid-level flame demon. When the supporting matrix disappeared, this space lost its anchor point and began to collapse. Without any hesitation, Kyle fell on the ground and returned to the alley from the stone gate. He closed the stone door and turned to walk out of the alley. Outside the alley, Wylan stood there, staring at Kyle, who was approaching from a distance. When he saw Kyle returning to him safely, the stone hanging in Wylan's heart finally fell to the ground. At this moment, night fell, and the sky was shrouded in darkness. Kyle looked up at the sky, and after careful observation, with the help of the faint moonlight, he determined that the current time was about 8 o'clock in the evening. Recalling that he had entered that mysterious space, more than 6 hours had passed. "Did you get it?" Wylan asked impatiently, his eyes full of curiosity. Kyle smiled slightly, then raised the back of his left hand and showed it to Wylan. He saw a beautiful pattern on the back of his hand, 3 golden guns arranged in an interlaced manner, flashing a dazzling golden light. Wylan stared at the pattern and found that it was quite similar to the druid's book pattern on the back of his hand. He immediately realized that Kyle had already got the item that attracted him. "It's getting late. Let's find a hotel first and relax tomorrow. We'll go to the port where the kingdom of Alan's floating merchant ship is located in a few days." "Master, don't you bring your wife?" Kyle asked with some doubts. "My father is busy making a new plan for the development of the family. She went with my mother to help. He is busy now, so don't worry about her." As for his wife helping with work, he was lazy on the side without any psychological burden. Then the two spent 6 silver coins to get 2 rooms in a hotel run by orcs and began to rest. A few days later, Wylan and Kyle arrived at the naval port of District 12. With the arrival of the Kingdom of Alan's airship fleet, the Angara Corps relaxed the control of the port. In addition to increasing the patrol force, it simply set up checkpoints, and merchants who met the requirements could enter. For the human and orc nobles and wealthy merchants in the lower city in Districts 7, 8, and 9. This was also an opportunity for them to enter District 12. During the trading period, they had a permit and could visit District 12 freely, but Districts 10 and 11 were prohibited from entering. To prevent people from sneaking into Districts 10 and 11, the governor of Angara Port sent thousands of troops to guard important locations to prevent any accidents, relying on the identity of the Knights of West Wind. Wylan and Kyle easily passed through the 10th and 11th districts and successfully arrived at the 12th district. They did not need to take a long detour from the open sea like others and then enter this area through the port. When gradually approaching the naval port of the Angara Legion, Wylan immediately felt that the place had become very lively. Many humans and orcs wore gorgeous clothes made of exquisite cloth and precious gems made of elven craftsmanship on their wrists. Under the close watch of the half-elf warriors, they wore friendly smiles on their faces and boarded the floating merchant ships anchored in the port. Except for 3 of the 1,000-meter-long floating merchant ships that were blocked for some reason, the remaining 363 floating merchant ships were all open to the public, specially used to receive humans, orcs, and elves who came from other distant areas and conduct various trade exchanges. Following the hints given by fate, Wylan carefully observed each floating merchant ship and finally found the merchant ship numbered 53 according to the numbers marked on its left side. "Dear guest, according to the rules, to board this merchant ship, you need to have wealth worth no less than 1 million gold coins." A young warrior in black armor came to Wylan and asked politely. Seeing this, Wylan asked how to check. "Please follow me," the young warrior responded politely. Following each other, Wylan and Kyle came to a tent covered by a magic barrier. "Dear guest, in order to protect your safety, this magic puppet will check your wealth next. If you pass, the magic puppet will give you a wealth certificate." The young warrior pointed to the magic puppet a few meters away and whispered, "If you fail to meet the standards, you can go to other free trade merchant ships for trading." "Thank you. This is my duty," the young black-armored warrior replied gently and then left the tent. After the other party left, Wylan looked around and said with emotion, "I have to say that the warrior's conversation made me feel a little better about the kingdom of Alan. My lord, the other party is here to make money, and a sincere attitude can make more money," Kyle explained after hearing this. "That's right." After that, Wylan came to the magic puppet and took out 20 high-level magic crystals for the other party to check. One high-level magic crystal is worth 80,000 gold coins, and 20 high-level magic crystals are worth 1.6 million gold coins. Congratulations, strange human guest. Please keep your belongings and leave from gate No. 1. Accompanied by a crisp mechanical sound, the magic puppet's originally dim eyes suddenly lit up with a strange light, and at the same time it stretched out a pair of dexterous mechanical arms, took out a well-made card from its body, and presented it to Wylan. Wylan carefully looked at the card in his hand, and saw that it was hard and smooth like a mirror. There was a circle of gorgeous silver edges inlaid on the edge. The front and back of the card are written in two different languages. The front is the common language, and the back is the elven language. On the left side of the card, there is a vivid and beautiful portrait of a woman with an elegant temperament, giving people a sense of both dignity and grandeur. "It's pretty good. Thank you for your compliment. Captain Ivy must be very happy to hear your compliment." Looking at the actions of the magic puppet in front of him, Wylan said with some surprise, "It's quite smart." Then Wylan put the 20 high-level magic crystals into the space ring and left the tent where the wealth was checked. Seeing the proof, the young black-armored warrior took the initiative to send Wylan to the boarding gate and then left here to continue his duty. Stepping on the automatically raised platform, Wylan boarded the 300-meter-long and 60-meter-high airship. Above the airship, a grand and spectacular trading event was presented to people. Wylan looked around and roughly estimated that the number of people on the scene had exceeded 1,000. This means that the total wealth of these people is definitely not less than 1 billion gold coins, which can even be equivalent to 1/10 of the huge wealth in his private treasury. Just then, Wylan noticed a figure and motioned his men to look over. After looking in the direction indicated, Wylan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Obviously, the other party also noticed Wylan's gaze. After turning his head to look at him, he immediately said goodbye to a middle-aged man he was talking to, and then walked straight in the direction of Wylan. Why did the ascetic monk of the Dawn Church appear here? Wylan said to himself in confusion. "My lord, maybe Mr. Glaud is waiting for you here on purpose." Kyle on the side hesitated for a moment and boldly put forward his inner guess. "Well, there is such a possibility." Wylan nodded in agreement, seeing the other party walking towards him. Wylan had no choice but to take the initiative to greet him and said, "Sir Gerard, it's been a long time." In an instant, a barrier suddenly appeared, wrapping the two tightly like a layer of mysterious gauze, completely isolating them from the sight and prying of everyone outside. In this isolated space, the atmosphere seemed particularly quiet and solemn. "It's a pleasure to meet you here, Your Excellency." Gerard bowed slightly and said with a respectful tone, "So, Sir Gerard, is there any follow-up to the incident 11 years ago?" Wylan looked at the kind old man in front of him and asked curiously, "At the call of my god, I was fortunate to participate in this battle to seize the world and offer a heavy gift to the Mother of the World. I just returned to the world of Ilaria recently." "So you have been away for 10 years, Wylan said with some surprise. "In the Star World, 10 years pass in a flash. You see me as if a long time has passed, and I see you as if it was yesterday. When you become a legend, the concept of time will become weak. So why are you waiting for me here?" Gerard heard this and smiled and replied, "Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. I am waiting for you here for a deal." "Trade?" "Yes, for the crescent moon key in your hand." Gerard did not hide it and directly stated the purpose of this trip. The key to open the secret realm of Tibers. Wylan thought secretly in his heart, and he was not too surprised about how the other party knew about this. Glaud slowly stretched out his hand, and a hexagonal black crystal appeared in his hand. This is the Prata Stone from the Grantham Plane, also known as the Seven Emotions Stone. The Prata Stone can breed the Seven Emotions clones, and the upper limit of its growth is the upper limit of the strength of the original body. The plane of Grantham is not the plane where the god of the 7 emotions is. From Gerald's words, Varen vaguely noticed something and asked, "What you guessed is the correct answer, but only part of it is right. As for more information, I can't reveal too much to you because the god of 7 emotions has not fallen, and there's only so much I can say." Varen knew very well that with his current strength, the less he knew, the safer he would be. So he stopped asking questions and turned around to take out the waning moon key from a corner of the druid's book and put it in his hand. He handed it to the other person and said, "It's useless to keep this thing here with me. Since you need it, take it away." Gerald first handed the stone of Plata to Varen, and then took the stone of the waning moon. Later, Gerald took out another token and handed it to Varen. "Adrian and I are old acquaintances. This token is worth the value of a 100-meter-long floating ship. If you need it, you can find him with the token." Before Varen could finish his words, Gerald's figure disappeared on the floating ship in an instant, leaving only a lone purple cross-sword floating quietly in the air. Wylan stretched out his hand, and the purple cross-sword fell steadily into his hand. "Including this is already the 3rd token he has given me. The first time is when opening up a trade route, the second time is when entering the unknown mezzanine space, and the 3rd time is this time." Putting the purple cross-sword into the space ring, the barrier shattered. Listening to the noisy sounds around him, Wylan remembered that he seemed to be still on the floating ship. "Gone." Varen turned to look at Kyle, who was meditating, patted his shoulder, and reminded him. Kyle, who came back to his senses, looked at his master, who had gone away, and quickly followed him. According to the store number set up by the float ship, Wylan arrived at the store numbered 6 based on the memory in his mind. "Michelson's bookstore should be here." At this moment, the drowsy store manager cheered up when he heard the ringing of the bell. He looked at the 2 young men entering the store with a warm smile on his face and greeted them. "2 distinguished guests, welcome to visit us. Michelson Bookstore, which has tens of thousands of books of all kinds. Here you can find any book related to the Lancilia subcontinent." "Can you really find everything?" Wylan casually took down a 3-finger-thick book and asked with a smile. Faced with this problem, the store manager was speechless for a moment and said with some embarrassment, "Well, that's too much. Don't mind, you two." "Ha, store manager, your personality is not suitable for business." Wylan looked at the other person's expression and teased with a smile. "I think so too, but unfortunately my father doesn't think so. He said that even coming here and looking at the store is much better than doing nothing." As if he felt that the young man in front of him was the same as him, the store manager used magic to summon a set of tables and chairs, placed them on the open space in the store, and invited him. "Please sit down." "Thank you, my name is Varen, and this is my brother Kyle." After introducing himself, Wylan sat down on the wicker chair. Kyle nodded slightly, and then sat on the wicker chair on the left. Seeing that there were no customers in the store, the store manager closed the store directly with Mage's hand, then turned on the magic lamp, took another drink, placed it on the wooden table, and introduced himself. "My name is Morris, and I am the owner of this store." The owner of the store. "This is Gay Luogai tea, produced in the Principality of Waterdam Hills in the north of the Kingdom of Ilan. It is a tea that is popular throughout the kingdom. You can have a try." Upon hearing the other party's invitation, Wylan picked up one of the cups of hot tea, looked at the steam rising from it, put it to his mouth and took a sip. It was very light and cool. "How's it going? Are you surprised?" Looking at the surprised expression on the other person's face, Morris asked curiously. Wylan nodded and replied, "It really surprised me. This kind of tea looks like hot tea with steam coming out of it, but after tasting it, it is very refreshing. It's really strange." The two started chatting on this topic. Varen had forgotten his purpose, and Morris had forgotten his duty. Kyle sat quietly aside, silently observing the scene of 2 people with similar temperaments chatting happily, thinking to himself, maybe only people like his master who are well versed in laziness can truly understand it depends on the other person's thoughts. "Meeting you here today, Varen, is really the happiest thing I have ever done in the West Napa subcontinent." Morris looked at the black-haired young man in front of him, who was about the same age as himself, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Wylan laughed and said, "Ha, I think so too. I never expected to board this ship and meet someone with a similar personality like you, Brother Morris. It's such a fate. Fate, this word is really vivid. Morris speculated on the word carefully and nodded in praise. Master, you have to buy some books when you come here, so don't forget. Kyle looked at the sky outside and reminded him. Brother Wylan, if you like those books, I will give them to you directly. I want all the books in the bookstore. Brother, are you willing to give them to me? Wylan looked at the other person and teased. Morris hesitated for a while, then seemed to make up his mind and said to Varen, if you want to take them all, the worst is that you will be beaten by my father. I am his son, and he can still kill me. Just kidding, even if you give me all of them, I dare not take them. Wylan waved his hand and said hurriedly, if he did so, it would be a great favor. Alas, I just made up my mind with great difficulty, but you didn't want it. Brother Morris, my fault. Wylan apologized hurriedly. Okay, I didn't take it to heart. Although we met for the first time, I recognize you as a person. Morris stood up and answered with a firm tone. Me too, after a few days when I'm done with my work, Brother Morris must go with me to visit Angara port. Although I have just arrived here not long ago, I am much more familiar with it than you, a guest from the Lancilia subcontinent. Then it's settled. Of course. The two of them exchanged greetings for a while, and Wylan finally carefully selected more than 30 books in the store, among which the precious book that recorded in detail the forging methods of 13 sets of extraordinary knight equipment was naturally indispensable. After saying goodbye to Morris, Wylan left the 53rd airship, found a hotel nearby to rest for the night, and returned to Carida Manor the next day. After returning to the Carida Manor, Wylan felt more relaxed than ever before. Before the grand event began, he decided to stay in the manor and enjoy this quiet time. As for Kyle, he didn't know where he went to test his new weapon. On the green grass, Wylan lazily lay on a wooden lounge chair, basking in the warm sunshine, while casually fiddling with the mysterious plot of stone in his hand. Could it be that this so-called 7 emotion stone has become ineffective, or it can't adapt to the new world, and it's a bit uncomfortable? There has been no movement for several days. Wylan turned over boredly, staring at the plot of stone in his palm that he had exchanged for the crescent moon key. After trying it all night last night, the stone was still as silent as a pool of stagnant water. If it wasn't handed to him by Glaud, he would have been deceived. Come to think of it, when I swallowed the gray crystal, I also didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Could it be that I really have no affinity with this kind of thing? Wylan stared at the plot of stone in his palm and muttered in a low voice. With this thought, he took out another gray crystal from the space ring without hesitation and held it tightly in his right hand. While swallowing the gray crystal, Wylan stared at the plot of stone in the palm of his left hand with wide eyes and without blinking. As time passed, the stone remained gray without any color change. At this time, in a corner where no one noticed, the druid's book was happily enjoying the food, and the useless stone that tried to compete with it for food couldn't even touch a hair. Time passed by minute, and Wylan finally felt a little discouraged. He turned over and said helplessly, "Oh, forget it. Let's take it to Zumia and Kyle to see who can trigger this plot of stone. It will belong to them." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, a tall dragon warrior came in a hurry with big strides, quickly walked to Wylan, bowed and saluted, and then said, "Lord Knight of Favonius, your father sent me to find you. Please go to the main hall." Hearing this, Wylan plot of stone was put into the space ring, and he sat up straight, looking at the 2-meter-tall dragon warrior in front of him, and asked, "What does my father want to see me for?" "Lord Knight of West Wind, as far as I know, it seems that several humans have come to visit, and one of the old men has a very close relationship with your father. It seems that they are discussing something like war." The dragon warrior answered truthfully, without hiding anything. As a soldier of the Zephyrus Legion, he was loyal to Varen, not Angus. He answered whatever his lord wanted to know. "These bottles of wine belong to you." After saying that, Varen walked straight to the front hall. "Thank you for your gift." A glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of the dragon warrior. After giving a standard military salute to the departing lord, he quickly picked up the bottles of precious wine and prepared to go back and share them with his brothers. However, when he walked to the back of the hall, Varen suddenly stopped and did not immediately enter the front hall. he decided to listen to the content of his father's conversation with the guests in the front hall first. So Wylan quietly cast a stealth spell to completely cover up his breath, quietly came to the wall, pricked up his ears, and began to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. Blaze, after so many years, you are still at the gold level. Angus sighed as he looked at the slightly old face of his former friend. The white-haired old man sitting opposite Angus heard this, and shook his head helplessly, sighing. It was also a last resort back then. Could have expected that the Battle of Sand Mountain would be so tragic, with 300,000 elite troops facing a mere 200,000 Black Orc army, and finally losing miserably. If I hadn't used the combat skill of burning life at that time, I'm afraid I would have died in that war. Recalling that thrilling past, Blaze's heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Hearing this, Angus couldn't help but ask, "So many years have passed, and you haven't found a way to repair the foundation?" The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "How can it be so easy? My lifespan has been reduced. My family has found a lot of good things for me over the years, but the result is just like that. After all, my situation is too special." Speaking of this, the white-haired old man raised his head to the side and asked, "Those dragon warriors outside are all your subordinates?" Seeing this, Angus's mouth corners slightly raised and laughed. "Haha, you guessed wrong. Gee, they are all my son's subordinates, and have nothing to do with me, an old man." Hearing this, a touch of surprise flashed in the eyes of the white-haired old man, and then he couldn't help but laugh and joked. "Look at you, how can you look like an old guy? You are clearly still a vigorous young man. You are so embarrassed to call yourself an old thing. If so, then wouldn't I become an old man in his twilight years?" After speaking, the two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Time has not dimmed the friendship between the two, and they are still the same as they were back then. Behind the stone wall, Wylan sorted out the whole story from the conversation between the two and some of his father's past. The white-haired old man should be a good friend of his father, who met during the expedition against the Black Asian Orcs, launched by the Holy Dawn Third Kingdom. Counting the time in his heart, Wylan no longer hid, sorted out some clothes, and walked towards the front hall. "Father," Angus nodded and said, "This is Blaze Sliwai, who has been friends with me for more than 60 years. "Hello, Uncle Blaze," Wylan saluted politely. Blaze looked Wylan up and down and was very surprised. The other party was as strong as him, but much stronger than his children. "Angus, you are really good at educating children. Look at my two children. They have been carefully taught by me for so long, but they have only reached the silver high-level knight." The young man and woman standing behind Blaze lowered their heads in shame when they heard their father's words. Seeing this, Angus shook his head and said, "This is all his own efforts. You should know the tradition of our family. Except for the heir, other descendants must choose their own path when they become adults at the age of 18. Not long after, Wylan and Blaze's son and daughter were driven out. In the manor, three figures walked side by side, but they were silent to each other, as if there was an invisible barrier between them. Whether this was due to the disparity in strength or the age factor, no one knew. At this moment, Varen finally couldn't help but speak, trying to resolve the suffocating, awkward atmosphere. "Adams, Cronin, would you like to go for a walk outside?" Facing Varen's suggestion, Adams first bowed his head slightly and responded submissively, "I will follow your instructions." Immediately afterwards, Cronin also echoed, his words full of respect, "I have no objection, everything will be according to your instructions." Wylan seemed to notice their restraint, and he quickly smiled and waved his hands and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Your father and my father are close friends. We can treat each other as peers." As soon as the words fell, Adams and Cronin glanced at each other in unison and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The originally tense nerves gradually relaxed, and the nervousness was relieved to a certain extent. As time passed, the entire afternoon passed quietly. During this time, Wylan gradually became familiar with the two of them. Through conversation, we learned that the two came from the Earl of Sliway, Bavda Province, Kingdom of Teplano. As for their father, Blaze, he was not a count as Wylan imagined, but a contemporary Sri Lankan, the younger brother of the head of the Levy family. At night, in a small courtyard of the manor, Wylan warmly entertained the two of them. "Wylan, does your family really enforce such rules?" Cronin put down the bamboo stick in his hand, mustered up the courage to express his doubts. "It's just as you think," Wylan replied with a smile. "Although this rule seems a bit cruel to you, in my opinion it can avoid family fighting to the greatest extent." The three of them chatted slowly until 9 o'clock in the evening. After seeing the two of them off, Wylan didn't go to rest and went straight to find Angus. "Father, here we come." Angus raised his head and looked at Wylan, who walked in, without stopping the writing pen in his hand. Wylan came to sit on the sofa nearby and asked, "What does your friend want from you?" Angus stopped what he was doing, put away the unfinished plan, made a pot of tea, put it on the table, and then sat in front of Wylan. "He didn't know where he got the news. He heard that I was in District 11, so I came here. His purpose is also obvious. He wants to get some inside information about this trade." Varen stood up, poured a cup of tea for Angus, and then poured another cup for himself. Then he sat down and asked, "Father, what are you going to do?" "It's not what I do, it's what you want to do." Angus picked up the teacup and took a sip and said unhurriedly, "These are all things I got because of you, so naturally you should make the decision." Wylan heard this and asked with a smile, "So, father, what price can he pay?" 16 crystal snow lotuses, plus his daughter." Hearing his father's words, Wylan was stunned for a moment. "Father, did I hear wrongly?" "You heard that right. His daughter is indeed part of the bargaining chip." Angus nodded and replied, "There are many reasons for this, and he didn't tell me in detail. According to my guess, he doesn't have many days left." Coupled with the internal changes in the family, this led him to use his own daughter as a bargaining chip. However, whether you are willing or not depends entirely on your thoughts. If you don't agree to the deal, it's natural for your father to reject him. Varen's respect for his father served him well. After thinking for a moment, Wylan could not make up his mind for the moment, so he said temporarily, "Father, give me 3 days, and I will give you an answer in 3 days." "Then let's do this first." "I understand, father." After seeing off Wylan, Angus stood in front of the window, looking at the bright moon with deep eyes. Wylan eavesdropped during the day, and he found out. And Blaze naturally found out too. However, both of them pretended it didn't exist. "If you beg me, I will choose to lend a helping hand, but it's a pity that it's still like that. I want to save face." After a long time, Angus turned off the lights in the room and began to rest. On the other side, Varen returned to the room, lay on the bed, took out the plot of stone and held it above his head, glowing slightly under the moonlight. "What kind of medicine is my father selling in his gourd? That Blaze is not his friend, so why does he stand by and watch? Is there some kind of conflict between the two of them? Maybe my father is an old arrogant person who likes others to beg him." Thinking of this, Wylan shook his head and threw this shocking idea out of his mind. From what he knew about his father, he had always been rigid, serious, and even a little cold. He was definitely not such a person. "Forget it, let's ask Shermia tomorrow and see what she thinks." Seeing the unresponsive plot of stone, Varen put it back into the space ring, closed his eyes, and began to rest. In a hotel in District 11, Blaze called his 2 children into the room and asked them face to face, "Adams, Cronin, and that Varen, what do you think?" "Father, I think Master Wylan's attitude is very easygoing. He did not show any arrogance because of my sister and I's low strength. Instead, he talked to us too calmly and showed respect for you in his words." Adams was the first to answer, expressed his opinion. Cronin heard the words and said softly, "Father, I don't know, I can't see through him. Just like my brother. The other party's attitude is very easygoing, but I prefer to believe that this is his disguise. To be able to become a Dragon Knight, and to become a titled Dragon Knight recognized by the Kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke, I don't think things are as simple as they seem on the surface." Blaze waved his hand and said to the 2, "Okay, you go back and rest first and have more contact with Wylan in the next few days." "Yes, father." The 2 bowed their heads and saluted and then left the room. After the 2 left, Blaze looked at the moon in the sky and fell into deep thought. "I don't know if Angus is admiring the moon like me. His situation in the family is getting more and more embarrassing. And coupled with the fact that his life is coming to an end, he has to find a way out for his children. The identity outside is given by himself, and no one knows that when he said he volunteered to participate in the expedition war, he was actually a pawn abandoned by the family. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to survive the battlefield and made many friends. For so many years, due to his contribution, his 2 children have lived a good life. Unfortunately, he knew the dirty things in the family very well. If he could hold on for a few more decades, when Adams and Cronin were promoted to Golden Knights, the situation would be much better. He is a very contradictory person. On the one hand, he hates the Sliwai family very much, but on the other hand, he protects the honor and interests of the family from the bottom of his heart. If he could live his life again, he hopes to be a carefree adventurer, just like his good friend, the moon elf Heis, who is now drunk. But without this guy, he can't enter the 11th district of Angela Port to find Angus. Early the next morning, Wylin came to the small courtyard where his mother and wife lived. "Wylin, why are you here?" Zemia just stepped out of the room and saw her husband walking into the courtyard, her eyes full of surprise. "There is something I need to discuss with you. Come with me." Shermia held Varen's hand and came to her residence in Corrida Manor. Wylin walked into the room with steady steps, sat quietly by the bed, and told Shermia the whole story. "So my father has completely left the decision-making power to you." After hearing this, Shermia sat thoughtfully next to Wylin, leaning gently into his warm embrace, and asked curiously. "Yes, that's it," Wylin said as he hugged Shemia's slender waist, "so I want to hear your opinion. If you agree, then let Cronin be yours. Maid, if you don't agree, let the other party remove this bargaining chip." Zemia thought for a moment and replied, "Forget it, the other party is the daughter of my father's best friend, so it's not good to do this." Wylin saw this and said gently, "Then I'll listen to you. However, when you get married, you come to pray for the star leader alone and have no direct subordinates. It is inconvenient to deal with some things. Do you want to set up a separate organization on your own? The Xingyu fort is responsible for military expenditures." Shemya asked with some confusion. "With Hilda, Cisna, and the Shadow Guards under their direct jurisdiction, I don't think it is necessary to set up a separate force managed by me. Besides, with my strength, I don't need any subordinates." Varen reached out and pinched Shemya's cheek and said with a smile, "Forget it, I will transfer Hilda and Cisna directly into your hands, just to relieve some of Kyle's burden." Speaking of this, Wylin suddenly remembered and took out the Plata stone from the space ring. This is the stone of 7 emotions. It can breed 7 emotion clones. The upper limit of growth is the upper limit of the main body's strength. I can't use it, how about you? Give it a try. Zemia looked at the gray spar, and her eyes were instantly attracted to the stone of 7 emotions. Seeing his wife's eyes fascinated, Varen handed the stone of Plata into his hands. After a long time, Shermia came back to her senses, looked at the Plata stone in her hand, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Varen." Wylin stroked Zemia's silver hair and said with a smile, "Haha, it's okay. The stronger you are, the stronger your help will be." "Wylin, what do you need me to do for you now?" Shemya threw Wylin on the bed, opened her eyes, and asked sincerely, "Why don't you help me share half of the government affairs after I go back?" "This won't work. As a lord, you must control the overall situation. I can't help you." Zemia shook her head firmly and refused without hesitation. She knows the importance of government affairs and her responsibilities. Although she loved Varen very much, she would never let him be lazy in this matter. Wylin met Zumia's firm eyes, thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "After returning to the Kingsing territory, you can visit the surrounding territories if you have nothing to do, connect with the noble ladies, and build your own network of relationships. In less than 20 years, I will replace it with the noble territory close to the Kingsing territory." "I understand." Shemya nodded and replied, "I will properly persuade the noble ladies and subconsciously tell the nobles your thoughts to avoid causing any unpleasantness and giving you a bad reputation. My wife is smart, so I'll give my father an answer first." Zemya kissed Wylin on the cheek, then straightened his clothes and said with concern, "Kyle has been away for the past few days, so you can be lazy. When you return to the Praying Star territory, you won't be so leisurely. Time. I still support Kyle's approach. Only in this way can you make progress. So, my dear Varen, enjoy it." Varen is very optimistic now. He has experienced this kind of thing many times and is not in a hurry. "The calculations from Mother will trouble you, but don't work too hard." "I know, go ahead." After sending Wylin away, Shermia went straight to Alyssa's room. Arriving at Angus's room, Varen told him his decision. "I understand, I will tell Blaze later." Angus replied calmly without any unnecessary expression on his face. "Father, I'll leave first." "Go ahead." After seeing off Varen, Angus sat on a chair, waiting for Blaze's arrival. Half an hour later, under the guidance of the Dragon Warrior, Blaze came to the front hall. "Sit." After hearing what his old friend said, Blaze thanked him and sat down. "Blaze, I agree to your deal, but your daughter doesn't have to be a bargaining chip. If your family wants information about the items traded at Adrian's event, you only need to pay 16 crystal snow lotuses." Looking at the scene in front of him, Blaze didn't show much disappointment on his face. In fact, he had already foreseen such a result. After a moment of silence, Blaze took a deep breath, seemed to have made a lot of determination, and slowly said, "Angus, I want to use a piece of news in exchange for your protection of Adams and Cronin." There was a kind of helplessness and determination in his words. Angus stared at Blaze, his eyes becoming more and more complicated. He sighed and said with emotion, "Your temper really hasn't changed at all. As long as you beg me, I will help you no matter what." "No, friendship shouldn't be mixed with too many things," Blaze said softly with a bitter smile on his lips. "Besides, if I owe you such a big favor, I'm afraid I will never be able to repay it in this lifetime. How many years do you have left? It will be soon." "Only 3 or 4 years. I thought you had at least 10 years left." "But I didn't expect you only have 3 or 4 years left." Blaze raised his head slightly. With a look of endless sentimentality and reminiscence on his face, "My wife is a prodigal. So don't mention it. My eldest son and second son have sacrificed their lives for the interests of the family. Have been fighting for the interests of the family all my life. It can be said that I am not worthy of the name Sliwai. My 2 youngest sons, although they were born to me and another woman, have inherited my bloodline, so I don't want them to stay in the Sliwai family anymore. Looking back, I have been a complete failure in my life. If I could live my life over again, I would like to be a carefree adventurer and see the world instead of being trapped in one country." In the end, Blaze confided to Angus the secret he had hidden for more than 20 years, and then left Carada Manor, preparing to go to District 12 to get the crystal Snow Lotus to complete the deal. Wellen lay down in the yard, continued to relax, and waited for Adams and Cronin to arrive. Half an hour later, feeling the dazzling sun, Wylan took out his staff and knocked on the ground. A vine grew rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it woven into a giant umbrella in the sky, covering more than 50 square meters of green grass. "Sir Knight of West Wind, your father asked you to go to his room." The Dragon Warrior entered the small courtyard, came to Wylan, bowed and saluted, and reported respectfully. "Okay, I know." Wellen stood up helplessly, put the staff into the space ring, and walked straight to the courtyard where his father was. When he came to the courtyard and opened the door, he saw his father sitting at the desk waiting for him. "Blaze told my father a piece of news." Angus raised his head, stopped writing, and said calmly. Wylan was interested and came to his father. He looked at the symbols on the paper and asked in confusion, "What news is it? You need to call me after the conversation. This news is not very useful to us. I just give it to you to repay the favor." After Angus finished speaking, he handed Wylan the parchment with unknown symbols on the table. Taking the parchment from his father, he looked at the pattern on it that looked like a child's graffiti. And his face was full of confusion. "What do these mean? I asked you to read more books. It seems that I have to tell your wife to supervise you more." Looking at such a stupid son, Angus couldn't help but scold him. "Father, you said it. Tell me what this is." Wylan searched the memory in his mind and compared it with the unknown text, but still couldn't understand the meaning of the unknown symbol. Seeing this, Angus had to explain patiently. "This is the Hesila's symbol, a kind of writing that has been circulated among knights, and it has a history of more than 30,000 years. The Hesila's symbol." Wylan looked at Angus with a confused face, shook his head, and said, "It seems familiar, but this thing is actually a kind of writing which is really strange. There is a record of the Hesila's symbol in the family library. When you were in Windsor Castle, you wanted to be lazy and lie down every day. It feels familiar, and I am quite relieved as a father." Wylan didn't care about the sarcasm in his father's words and continued to ask, "Father, even if you let me repay the favor, The moon elves can't understand this thing. The Hasila's symbol was originally created by a moon elf knight, and its birthplace is the moon elf kingdom under your feet. In this case, do you think the moon elves can understand the Hasila's symbol? That's not necessarily true, Wylin whispered. Hearing his son's voice, Angus's mouth twitched. And then he began to drive him away. Okay, I have something else to do, you go first. Then I'll go first. Putting the parchment into the space ring, Wylin quickly left his father's room. Out of the courtyard, Wylin began to think, first repaying the favor of Miss Gloria, or visiting the lord of the Angara tree domain, Mr. Partridge. After thinking for a while, Wylin decided to go to Gloria. Kyle had not seen anyone for several days, and his wife was busy helping his mother, so Wylin had to visit Gloria alone. After asking the captain of the guard, Reginald, for a silver-blooded dragon wolf, Wylin left the Carida Manor and went straight to the tree fortress in District 12. Touching the hair of the silver-blooded dragon wolf, Wylin couldn't let it go. Feeling the itch from the neck, the silver-blooded dragon wolf couldn't help humming. At noon, one man and one wolf arrived under the big tree. The two moon elf guards on duty saw the visitor and asked, "Sir, are you here to see Her Highness Gloria?" Wylin got off the silver-blooded dragon wolf and asked the two moon elves, "Yes, is the lady here?" The moon elf standing on the left saw this and replied respectfully, "Her Highness Gloria is in the tree fort. She previously instructed that if it was you could go directly up to her. Please help me take care of the silver-blooded dragon wolf." Yes, the two moon elf guards bowed their heads and answered. Climbing the lift, Wylin came to the tree fort again. Stepping on the wooden avenue, Wylin looked up. Even though it was his second time here, he was still very surprised. The dreamlike tree fort, I don't know if I can own one. Walking along the garden path in the castle, under the guidance of several moon elf guards, Wylin finally came to the training ground behind the tree fort. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the training ground, a familiar voice came into his ears. Following the sound, he quickened his pace and walked forward. He lifted a huge leaf, and his vision suddenly became wider. The scene on the entire training ground was in full view. In the center of the training ground, the moon elf named Lambert was naked, holding a sharp sword, and was fighting fiercely with 3 water elemental elves. Wylin noticed that there seemed to be faint flashes of chain-like light on Lambert's body, and then he realized that part of his strength was sealed. Otherwise, with the strength of a high-level silver, he should be able to deal with 3 low-level silver water elemental elves with ease. And it would not be as difficult as it is now. At this time, Gloria, who had been sitting quietly on the edge of the training ground and observing her brother's training, noticed Wylin, who walked in here. She stood up lightly from a plant leaf and came to Wylin in a flash. "Little guy." The familiar voice made Wylin retract his gaze, turn around and look at Gloria beside him, bow and say, "Good afternoon, Miss Gloria." "How did you feel after meeting Partridge?" Gloria asked with a smile. "Lord Partridge is very kind. And I got a letter of recommendation from him." "Thank you for your help," Wylin thanked sincerely. Gloria shook her head and replied, "No, I just introduced you to him. Getting the letter of recommendation means he recognized you, and it has nothing to do with me. That guy is with plants all day long. He has been the lord of Angara tree domain for 200 years from his father. His personality is getting more and more weird. If you can get his recognition, it proves that I didn't make a mistake." 200 years, doesn't that mean your age?" "Little guy, do you think I'm young?" Gloria asked with a playful look on her face, smiling. Facing her question, Wylin couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he answered cautiously, "Well, I think you should be quite young." "It's really interesting." Gloria chuckled, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and then slowly recounted her past experiences. "I studied in March College for 100 years, served in the army for 200 years, and then went out to venture for more than 150 years. Wylin listened quietly to Gloria's narration, secretly surprised in his heart. When Gloria's voice fell, he thought for a while, and responded respectfully, "You are only more than 400 years old now. According to the average lifespan of moon elves, you are in the best years of your life." "That's right, this life is only more than 400 years old." Hearing Gloria's words, Wylin felt as if he had heard some big secrets. By the way, what do you want to see me for? Madam, I came to you this time because I have something to give you. After finishing speaking, Varen took out the parchment with the Hesila's symbol from the space ring and handed it to the other party. Looking at the disordered symbols on the parchment, Gloria instantly understood their meaning. You really gave me a great gift. Varen was a little embarrassed when faced with Gloria's compliment. He had no idea what it meant. From the look in this little guy's eyes, Gloria couldn't help but remind him. The Hesila's symbol is already obscure and difficult to understand. It's normal for you not to know it now, but I suggest you study more until your strength reaches a certain level. The Hesila's symbol will be of great use. Varen responded, Thank you for your advice. Gloria put the parchment into the bracelet on her wrist and said to Varen in a gentle and friendly tone, Would you like to go to March Academy for further studies? I can recommend you to go. After Wylan heard this, he thought for a moment and tentatively suggested, Can you give this spot to someone else? Oh, Gloria asked in surprise, Who do you want to give it to? A half-elf architect in my castle has been with me for almost 28 years. Gloria instantly became interested, waved her hand. To conjure a set of seats, took out a magic puppet, and then sat on a soft chair. Sit down, tell me the story of the half-elf. Varen did not refuse, sat down opposite Gloria and slowly told the story about Eunice. As for Lambert, who fought hard with the 3 water elemental elves on the training ground, he was temporarily forgotten by Gloria. 2 hours later, Gloria was half lying on a soft chair and couldn't help but sigh, That half-elf is very lucky to have met you. Then, MS. Gloria, do you think this spot can be given to Eunice? Okay. Gloria nodded slightly and agreed. It's just a 3-year training opportunity, and with her status as a half-elf, those old guys at March Academy won't take advantage of me for such a trivial matter. Madam, what would happen if it were me? Wylan asked curiously after hearing this. Gloria sat up straight with a smile on her lips and said jokingly, If it were you, it wouldn't be that difficult. Just put on the Peleus bracelet for you and your appearance will temporarily become the moon. With his elf appearance, it's easy to enter the academy. Why, you want to go too? Then I'll ask them for an extra spot. Seeing this, Wylan hurriedly shook his head and said, Forget it, madam, my territory cannot be separated from me. That's it, Gloria said with some regret, then took out a silver leaf badge and sent it to Varen. Just let your half-elf take this and go directly to March Academy. Thank you, ma'am. Wylan respectfully accepted the silver leaf badge. Puff. There was a sound in the distance, and Wylan turned his head to look and found Lambert lying on the ground, vomiting blood. As for the 3 water element elves, they have been sent back to the elemental space. Gloria watched all this with indifferent eyes, waved her arm gently, and a soft light suddenly lit up, instantly covering Lambert's injured body. Before Lambert could stand up, Gloria summoned 5 silver low-level water element elves and made a cold voice, Continue. After hearing his sister's words, Lambert got up from the ground and looked at the 5 silver low-level water elemental elves attacking him. He could not hesitate for a moment, clenched the long sword in his hand, and continued to fight with these incorporeal creatures. Elemental spirit battle. Madam, isn't this training method a bit too cruel? Wylan couldn't help but suggest. He asked for it. Gloria regained her gentle appearance and said softly, My father originally wanted to clean up the family, but I made the decision to save him. The price was to win the atonement duel 5 years later, and the price for failure was it was he who made his own decision under the elf mother tree to pay for his sins. From Gloria's words, Varen clearly understood her feelings for her brother. I am suffering now just to survive. However, poor people must be hateful. If Lambert had not taken Fenghehua, he would not have ended up in this situation. After chatting for half an hour, Varen submitted his resignation, said goodbye to Gloria, and left the tree fort. Riding a silver-blooded dragon wolf, Varen strolled leisurely and unknowingly arrived at the Angara Legion naval port. Looking at the extraordinary trading event, Wylan randomly found a floating merchant ship. With the wealth certificate he had obtained before the accident, he easily boarded the floating merchant ship, numbered 166. Compared with the floating merchant ship No. 53. This merchant ship is only more than 60 meters long. The merchants who come to trade on this merchant ship are also slightly shabby in their clothing. After Wylan tied the silver-blooded dragon and wolf to the entrance, He walked straight towards the center of the merchant ship. Suddenly, a slightly familiar shout came into his ears. "Don't miss it when you pass by. The rare dusk orc is definitely worth the money. You deserve it." Hearing these words, Wylan couldn't help but stop and squeezed into the crowded crowd curiously. Taking a closer look, I found a middle-aged man with a round figure and a wealthy appearance standing there, selling his goods passionately. I saw hundreds of iron cages stacked against the wall, and 1 or 2 dusk orcs were imprisoned in each iron cage. They have light yellow hair, some orcish features and good looks, most of which are comparable to elves. Wylan's eyes widened, and he looked curiously at the dusk orc in the iron cage. There are 2 kinds of orcs living on the Sinop subcontinent. One of them is the gray orcs, according to the description in the books he read. This kind of orcs has a gray-brown skin tone, a rough and wild face. Most of them have sharp fangs. From the perspective of human aesthetics, they are very ugly. Gray orcs. The other is the black sub-orcs, who generally have dark skin, unique tribal patterns painted on their faces, and a pair of double ears. Their faces and chins are covered with dense hair, and sharp bone spurs protrude from their lower jaws. Their wrists and ankles are also covered with a layer of black scales. Black sub-orcs just watch it. As for the Zia orcs of the Holy Zia Orc Kingdom, under the influence of their gods, both men and women have facial features close to humans, and most of the scales on their bodies have degenerated and disappeared. The original double ears have also differentiated into a pair of normal human ears and another pair of furry ears. Shia orcs. The group of dusk orcs in front of them have some unique features. Most of them have tails of varying lengths, their pupils are brown, they have a pair of furry ears, light yellow fur grows on both sides of their shoulders and waists, and they have only 4 toes. Under the deliberate arrangement of the merchants, this group of dusk orcs, regardless of gender, have exposed what should be exposed, in order to stimulate the desire of others to buy. After standing and watching for a while, Wylan lost interest and left. Half an hour later, Wylan left the floating air with some disappointment, riding the silver-blooded dragon wolf, and returned to the Carida Manor. On the morning of January 1, 9748, in the glorious calendar, the wind was calm and the sun was beautiful. Located at the docking station of the floating merchant ships at the Angara Legion Naval Port, 3 huge floating merchant ships have unlocked their restrictions and allowed guests to board the ships. With the wealth they carried, and the letter of recommendation from the Lord of the Tree Domain of the Moon Elf Kingdom, Wylan and Angus easily boarded the floating merchant ship, numbered 001. The deck of the floating merchant ship was not filled with shops as imagined. Instead, it was a heavily guarded scene. Hundreds of silver-level warriors, wearing silver armor, holding guns and swords, stood with their backs to the red carpet. On both sides of the avenue, in the center of the floating ship, an illusory space channel floats in the air. It must be said that this legendary mage has great courage and directly uses his demoplane as the venue for this trade fair. Under the guidance of the attendant, Angus and Varen entered the passage and arrived in the demoplane. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them arrived at an open-air banquet venue. Looking around, moon elves, humans, half-orcs and other races behaved very kindly to each other. Veiled maids wander among the guests, tending to their needs. "Father, do you want to go for a walk around?" Wylan looked at Angus sitting beside him and asked. Seeing this, Angus shook his head and said, "Go ahead." Seeing this scene, Wylan stood up and left his seat, preparing to take a look around. Dozens of kilometers away from the open-air banquet, a towering castle stood majestically. On the top of the castle, an illusory space quietly emerged. An old man and a young man stood on both sides, condensing illusory chess pieces with powerful magic power to carry out a fight and game. The young man waved his hand to gather thousands of knights and attacked the opponent's army from the left wing. He raised his head and said, "Gerald, the person you are paying attention to has entered my demoplane. Do you want to meet him?" No, the old man just moved his mind slightly and then quickly changed the formation of his army to defend. You directly guide him to see you and hand over the floating ship to him. In an instant, the young man changed the formation of the front army and continued to ask, "Why don't you hand over the floating ship to the other party with your own hands? Instead, give it to him through my hands. I can't tell you this, but you believe me, It will be of great benefit to you." The old man did not answer Adrian directly. He lifted the fog on the right side of the chess game, revealing the reinforcements hidden here, and attacked the opponent's right wing. "Sometimes I don't understand the approach of your Church of Dawn. Some things have to be roundabout and cannot be made explicit." The young man commanded the army to change formations to meet the enemy on the right, with a somewhat helpless tone. "Fate fluctuates. Only by acting in this way will we gain the most. Otherwise, why do you think the Church of Dawn can develop so rapidly in just 40,000 years?" The old man opened the dark clouds in the sky, revealing what was hidden here. Hundreds of flying dragon knights directly attacked the opponent's central army. "So, how much profit did you gain from this plain war?" The young man also revealed the hidden Air Force unit and fired back at the opponent, his words full of curiosity. "The three legends have returned to our divine kingdom, and the losses are still great." The old man avoided talking, did not answer directly, and quietly watched the fighting in the sky. "You want to rely on this plane integration to transform and expand the mezzanine space to form a stable space world, in which the god of rules is involved. The young man here becomes a man with hundreds of elf knights as sharp knives, attacking the Saint of Dawn Church, a defensive line composed of knights." Faced with the young man's outspoken words, the old man acted unusually calm. There wasn't even a ripple on his face. He just said slowly, "I don't know what you are talking about." The tone was so calm that people felt a little surprised. When the young man saw this, he thought to himself. But on the surface, he still remained calm and composed, and responded without changing his expression. The impact of that cold wave was still very big. "Stop exploring. If you know too much, your island kingdom may become the next Zesita kingdom." The old man sighed and warned the young man. When the young man heard the name of Zesita, his thoughts suddenly stopped. At this moment of distraction, there was a flaw in the formation on the right wing, and thousands of elven warriors turned into smoke and disappeared. "I understand." The young man finally came to his senses, and his voice became low and firm. "Just pretend that I have never mentioned anything about today, and I owe you a favor." "You lost?" The old man raised his head, stared at the young man, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. The young man lowered his eyes and looked down, and suddenly discovered that the key chess piece in the center of the army had been cut off ruthlessly. He waved his hand to end the chess game, stood up and said, "In that case, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. The ancient god of time is about to wake up and reorganize the river of time. It's better to stop what you are doing as soon as possible." The old man looked at the other person's back and reminded him, "Is the god of rules about to wake up?" The young man stopped and asked with some doubts. The old man said, "It will not take more than 1,000 years. But those descendants of the Zesita royal family should be dealt with as soon as possible. It is better not to be involved in the taboo past." The young man was silent for a moment and then promised, "Within 100 years, the current king of the island kingdom will abdicate, and the third prince who is friendly to you will inherit the throne." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's figure disappeared from the top of the castle. The old man shook his head helplessly, slowly raised his head and looked at the vast sky, muttering to himself, "It seems that I am still soft-hearted, but it doesn't matter anyway, you are still behind me." At this moment, without any warning, a subtle and almost imperceptible thunder suddenly struck the old man. The old man looked down at the strands of white hair floating in the air, but a smile of relief appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, "I think you have forgiven me." Hearing the sound in the distance, Adrian thanked silently in his heart, and then began to mobilize his permission, began to arrange the illusion, and invited the protagonist to join. Wandering around, Wylan found a path at the edge. "Why is there a road here?" Standing next to a big tree, Wylan looked at the castle in the distance, and was a little curious in his heart, wanting to go in and find out. This idea suddenly popped up in his mind, and it was out of control. Thinking for a moment, Wylan just pretended that nothing happened and stayed away from this place to avoid getting into trouble. It's better not to be curious about the half-plane of a legendary wizard, so as not to offend him. When he saw that the other party was hesitant at first, but turned around and left without any reluctance, Adrian couldn't help but feel surprised and couldn't help wanting to cast an illusion. Forget it, it's better not to offend someone that old Guy Glard respects. In the end, Adrian gave up the idea of casting an illusion and decided to use other methods. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. In the venue, Wylan wandered around like a curious baby, chatting with moon elves and humans who caught his eye from time to time. The trade fair will not start for 3 hours. Everyone who came to participate in the Adrian Trade Fair is taking this opportunity to get to know different people and expand their network of contacts. Wylan was not interested in this. His base was the star-praying territory, and the extension was the kingdom of Elijah and the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke. As for the more distant Moon Elf Kingdom, it was not within his consideration for the time being. At a dining table, Wylan was about to get pastries, but saw a maid coming towards him. "Sir, my master wants to see you." Seeing this, Wylan put down his hand in the air and asked in confusion, "Is it Lord Adrian?" "Yes," the maid nodded seriously, smiling on her face. "Please follow me." With a little curiosity, Wylan followed the maid and left the banquet venue. The people around seemed to be blocked from view, and turned a blind eye to the 2 people who left the banquet venue openly. Following the maid, Wylan boarded a carriage pulled by 4 flying horses. With a slight sound, the carriage rose steadily into the air like a flowing cloud, and galloped towards the castle looming in the distance. Wylan retracted his gaze from the window and looked at the maid again, only to see that she had taken off her black and white maid costume, put on a red light armor, and wore a dress on her forehead. "This picture is very good." Facing Wylan's curious scrutiny, the maid always smiled, and her eyes revealed an incomprehensible calmness and composure. Perhaps feeling that he was a little rude, Wylan retracted his gaze and turned to look out the window to distract himself. Time passed by minute, and about 10 minutes later, the flying carriage slowly landed on the open space in front of the castle. The maid stood up, pushed open the door of the carriage, got off the carriage, stood on the left and bowed slightly. Wylan nodded slightly and got off the carriage. At this moment, he was standing on a road paved with crystals, and the focus was on the castle-themed building. On both sides of the road, hundreds of warriors wearing silver light armor stood neatly, with upright postures and tight face masks, making it impossible to see their true faces, but from the slightly protruding features on their chests, it can be inferred that these warriors are all women. On the silver armor, there was a faint glow, which was obviously magical protection. The ears were slightly protruding, and it was obvious that these warriors had elven blood. "Welcome!" A crisp and pleasant shout sounded, coming from the maid next to Wylan. Then hundreds of warriors quickly drew out the long swords at their waists in unison, and placed them vertically in front of their chests, tilting their heads, and their eyes were all focused on Wylan, with solemn eyes. "Please." Wylan calmed down, followed the maid, and slowly walked towards the castle. "Anyway, I have the purple cross sword given by Gerard in my hand. As long as I take it out, I believe the other party will not embarrass me." Under the gate, Wylan stopped, countless green vines intertwined and woven into a gorgeous and spectacular gate. The door was dotted with colorful flowers, exuding bursts of charming fragrance. In Wylan's eyes, the ornamental value and artistic value of this gate far outweigh its defensive function. After all, this place is the other party's half-plane, so this gate is not just a decoration. With the sound, the gate slowly opened, and a road hundreds of meters long appeared in front of him. Red-armored warriors stood on both sides of the road, compared with the high-level silver-armored warriors outside. These red-armored warriors are more powerful. All of them are gold-level and have the same aura as the maid next to him. Following the maid all the way, Wylan finally arrived at the destination of this trip smoothly. "Sir, please wait a moment. The master has been waiting inside for a long time," the maid said softly and stepped back a few steps, standing quietly on the left waiting for orders. After hearing this, Wylan's originally calm heart could not help but ripple. He took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, and walked into the gate. The scene changed, and the imagined magnificent palace did not appear. Looking around, he found himself on the clouds. "Please sit down." Following the voice, he found a young man sitting on a colorful cloud. "Sir Adrian, good afternoon." "Good afternoon." Adrian nodded slightly. Under the other party's friendly gaze, Wylan came to sit next to a colorful cloud. As the conversation between the two unfolded and deepened, Wylan's originally hanging heart slowly settled down. As he expected, Adrian asked him to come because of Glaud. Otherwise, how could he, an unknown dragon knight, be known by the other party? After a while, Wylan took out the purple cross sword stored in the space ring and handed it to the other party. "Mr. Glaud told me to give it to you when I see you." Adrian moved his mind, and the purple cross sword left Wylan's palm and floated in front of him. Looking carefully, Gubo's face showed surprise. The Ramses cross sword is a faith weapon given to Glaud by the god of dawn, which contains an incarnation of the power of the god of dawn. This old guy even gave the Ramses cross sword to the other party as a token of trust. It seems that there is indeed a deep secret in it. However, when Adrian wanted to explore the secret, he suddenly recalled what Gerard had warned him before and gave up the idea. Wylan secretly observed the other party's expression, and when he saw the other party's surprise, his heart finally fell. It seemed that this thing was very important and his airship was stable. Adrian did not let Wylan wait for long. He raised his palm lightly and easily dispersed the heavy clouds 1,000 meters away. The airship hidden in it was immediately displayed in front of everyone. Then, after a dazzling light flashed, the originally huge airship began to slowly shrink and was finally collected in a space bubble, quietly floating in front of Wylan. "This airship has the ability to shuttle through space. It is." Adrian suddenly paused halfway through his words, but soon continued. "It can be regarded as me using this airship in exchange for the purple cross sword in your hand." Hearing the words of shuttle through space, Wylan's mind instantly went blank. In his understanding, the airship did not seem to have this function. Or could the ship stored in the space bubble in front of him still be called an airship? "The trade fair is about to start. I will take you back first." "Sir, Wylan came back to his senses and said. Seeing this, Adrian waved his hand to interrupt him and said, "It's just a normal transaction between you and me. If you want to be grateful, thank Gerard." Wylan felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and he appeared at the entrance of the path. Looking to his right hand, the space bubble where the airship was stored had turned into a ring and appeared on his middle finger. Touching the ring on the middle finger of his right hand, he could take out the airship from the ring at any time if he wanted. Retracting his inner thoughts, Wylan spent a few minutes and found his father in a corner where he was talking happily with a moon elf lady. Looking at Angus's actions, Wylan always felt that things were not that simple. Seeing this scene, Wylan stopped moving forward, pretending not to see it, and sat down in a remote corner, quietly waiting for the trade fair to begin. Time passed quietly, and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A magic prop suddenly rose slowly from the fountain in the center of the banquet and hovered in the air. Dazzling light flashed, and when Wylan opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that he was in a vast sea of stars, with stars all over his body. In front of everyone, there was a purple ball of light. Wylan turned his head and saw that some guests had already placed the purple ball of light on their foreheads, closed his eyes, and seemed to be reading some information. With a curious attitude, Wylan reached out and grabbed the purple light ball in front of him and put it in front of his forehead. The next moment, a lot of information was transmitted into his mind. According to the information recorded inside the purple light ball, the white light ball is a transparent light ball. If you want to sell an item, you can leave the item information and personal information in it. Others who are interested will come forward to talk according to the instructions. The colored light ball is a light ball for asking for help, which is used to express your own needs and wait for others to trade. In an hour, Adrian will release the golden light ball, which is the information of the items sold by the Kingdom of Alan. As for the other information, it is some precautions and trading rules. After obtaining the information, Wylan released the purple light ball. The purple light ball gradually dissipated, and the remaining energy in it was divided into 2 parts. One part quietly attached to the back of the right hand, gradually condensed into a striking digital number, The other part floated on the face like light smoke and quickly condensed into a mysterious mask that could not be seen inside, so as to protect the information of the trader. Looking down, the number on the back of his hand was 876, which meant that 875 people had obtained the purple light ball before him. Slowly looking around, the familiar furnishings had disappeared quietly. The scene in front of Wylan at this moment became extremely unfamiliar. Everyone had lost their unique racial characteristics without any difference. In such a weird atmosphere, it seemed that everyone had been wiped out of their personality and differences by some force. At this moment, some guests had already completed the information entry with the white light ball, letting it float around in the starry sky, waiting for interested people to come forward and see it. Wylan looked up, reached out and grabbed a white light ball, thought about what he wanted to trade, and finally let go of the white light ball helplessly, letting it return to a helpless state. The things he carried on his body were all useful items for him and could not be used for trading. At this moment, a colored light ball floated over. Seeing the digital number and the shadow of the item inside, it showed that someone had entered information into the colored light ball. Wylan raised his right hand, grabbed the colored light ball, and pressed it in front of his forehead. Digital number 66. Required item, Heart of the Magic Shadow Octopus. Tradable items: 80 high-level magic crystals / soul-level spell ice prison original and optimal cultivation method / water elemental spirit contract medium stone. Choose one of 3. After obtaining the information inside, Wylan let go of the colored light ball in his hand with some regret and let it fly away. He had the heart of the magic shadow octopus, but it was stored in the treasure house and not worn on his body. While waiting for the golden light ball to land, Wylan grabbed several more colored light balls to expand his understanding of this world. From this process, Wylan heard the names of many materials and magic equipment, but did not understand the specific meanings. He secretly made up his mind to read books on this subject after returning. Suddenly, a white light ball floated in front of him. Wylan grabbed the white light ball by accident and checked the information in it. Digital number 156. Trading item, Spear of Eternal Night Fragment. Preferred trading item: Wind Sweet Fruit / soul level spell Wind Bound Chain original / soul level combat skill Ice Sword original. Choose one of the 3. After thinking for a while, Wylan finally gave up the idea of trading and let the white light ball fly. Spear of Eternal Night. The weapon of the legendary, mid-level Night King of Eternal Night. Was defeated by a Titan 20,000 years ago. The Spear of Eternal Night was shattered and fell into the turbulence of space. The power of a single Spear of Eternal Night fragment is extremely limited. Only by collecting all the fragments and restoring the Spear of Eternal Night can its true power be displayed. Unfortunately, Wylan did not want to collect the fragments of the Spear of Eternal Night. Compared with restoring the weapons of famous strongmen, he would rather forge a weapon to write his own story. Of course, there is another reason: he finds it troublesome. Time passed slowly in bits and pieces, and soon it came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thousands of golden balls of light appeared out of thin air in the sky, slowly descended, and finally floated 2 to 3 meters above the ground. Like most guests, Wylan randomly grabbed a golden ball of light and began to look at the information in it. Trading item, Yeyang Airship. Specific information: 113 meters long, 31 meters wide, 18 meters high. The outer armor material of the airship is obsidian. The deck is flower crystal wood. Equipped with 30 elemental cannons. A single shot can injure a golden knight, and the energy level is rated as extraordinary. Source: Shenyang Chamber of Commerce of the Kingdom of Alan. Value: 1.3 billion gold coins. Accepted trading items: magic crystal, elemental crystal, refined gold, mithril, mountain copper, ground mountain stone, magic puppet soil. After learning the news inside the golden light ball, Wylan subconsciously looked at the druid's book on the back of his left hand and shook his head with regret. It must be said that this airship really made him excited, but unfortunately he did not have enough financial resources. In the end, Wylan had no choice but to let the golden light ball fly away, and instead grabbed other golden light balls to see if he had any items he needed to trade. Of course, if there is a product of interest, just say the name, and the golden light ball will automatically fly in front of you. This is why some people would go to great lengths to get information about the products at the Adrian Fair before the fair begins. There are too many golden balls, and it is impossible to check them all in a short period of time. Therefore, the Adrian Fair also has another name, the Mist Fair. On the surface, the fair is unknown. As for whether you can get information about the products before the fair begins, it all depends on your ability. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. As the transaction proceeds, more and more golden light balls dissipate, indicating that the goods recorded in them are purchased. There is only one purpose for coming to the Moon Elf Kingdom this time, to obtain the book mentioned by Destiny Guidance. As for other products, act according to your ability. If you are interested and able, buy it. If you are interested but not able, then take a look at it, expand your horizons, and enjoy leisure and entertainment. Trading item, soul level spell, original Veil of Purity. Detailed information, Veil of Purity, a psychic spell with a face and a mind. Casting the spell can modify the opponent's cognition. A small range. The duration ranges from 3 months to 6 months. The specific length of time is determined by one's own strength. Source, Island Kingdom, Shenyang Chamber of Commerce. Value 13 million gold coins. Accept trading items, magic crystal, elemental crystal. It's not too expensive, it seems you can buy it. After hesitating for a moment, Varen clicked the button to agree to the transaction. Suddenly, a scale that only he could see appeared in front of him. On the left side of the scale was the original Veil of Purity. Wylan immediately took out 160 high-level magic crystals from the space ring, worth 12.8 million gold coins. Then took out 40 intermediate-level magic crystals and placed them on the right end of the scale. In an instant, the scales and magic crystal disappeared, and a spell book stayed in the air. Wylan subconsciously looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him. Transactions should only be visible to you. After thinking for a moment, he put the soul-level spell Pure Veil into the space ring. The golden ball of light in front of him slowly dimmed and finally disappeared in mid-air. In the following time, Wylan browsed the golden light balls, most of which were items with low practical value. The good ones were traded as early as the beginning. 6 hours passed, and the bright and magnificent starry sky gradually dissipated. Wylan slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and found that he was in a magnificent hall. Except for a few guests who looked surprised, most of the people present seemed to have expected this situation and did not show too much surprise. At this moment, a young man appeared in the center of the stage, with his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and saluted everyone. The Adrian Trade Fair has come to a successful conclusion. This is a dinner hosted by the host for you. I hope you will have a pleasant night here. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding lights were lit. The edges of the hall were filled with sumptuous food, which deeply attracted Wylan. As the young man announced the start of the banquet, Varen walked straight towards the edge of the hall. Before the Adrian Trade Fair started, he was just wandering around and didn't get to know anyone else. To put it bluntly, except for his father, he didn't know anyone else. Picking up a piece of pastry, his eyes fell on the exquisite elf shape, and then he bit off its head without hesitation, and couldn't help but praise, "It tastes really good." Faced with a table full of dazzling foods, most of them originated from the Kingdom of Island. Although Wylan knew nothing about the raw materials used in these foods, since they could appear on such banquet occasions, the quality must not be much worse. Ever since, he was enjoying various delicacies, while enjoying the dance of some moon elves leisurely. Forehead. Looking at the familiar figure in the distance, Wylan couldn't help but open his eyes. Sure enough, it was his father, dancing with his arms around the waist of a moon elf. Let me think about what will happen if I tell my mother about this. Wylan continued to feed food into his mouth while he began to let himself go and think wildly. If Mother knew about this, there was no doubt that Grandpa would also know about it. What will be waiting for my father next? I'm afraid the only option is to be locked up in a small, dark room and receive a severe punishment. Thinking of this, Wylan felt an indescribable expectation in his heart. With mother on one side and father on the other. It's really hard to make a choice, Wylan murmured and sighed. While he was thinking hard, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed into his mind to make a decision by throwing gold coins. Just as he said, Wylan quickly swallowed the cake he had not finished chewing in his mouth, took out a golden coin from his arms, and muttered in a low voice, "If the coin shows the number 1 face up, then I have no choice but to do it. Sorry to my father." Immediately afterwards, Wylan mobilized the fighting energy in his body, continuously gathered it at his fingertips, and then carefully carved the numbers 1 and 2 on the front and back of the gold coin. After thinking for a moment, he decisively erased the traces on the side that originally represented 2 and engraved a large 1 character. After completing all the preparations, Wylan closed his eyes tightly and carefully threw the gold coins in his hand upwards. Just a crisp ding sound was heard, and the gold coin fell to the ground. Wylan hurriedly bent down to pick it up and muttered with a hint of regret, "Hey, it seems that this is God's will. I can't blame you for this." After doing all this, Wylan turned around and left as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he naturally and deliberately kept a certain distance from the direction of his father. He could swear that he would never take revenge for being beaten in Star Moon Castle. As a filial child, he just didn't want his mother to be sad. When the clock struck midnight, announcing the end of the dinner, everyone was sent out of the demoplane by Adrian. Standing on the deck, Wylan looked up at the vast starry sky, paused for a moment, then slowly walked down the airship and found that his father was already waiting for him by the carriage. "Father, I just looked for you for a long time, but I couldn't find you." "What are you doing?" Wylan deliberately let his thoughts be in an ethereal state, with a puzzled expression on his face, so that Angus could not detect any abnormality from his expression. Angus subconsciously observed Wylan's expression, then nodded and said, "I have some private matters. It's getting late. Let's set off to return to Carida Manor." Wylan nodded in response, followed Angus and got on the carriage. On the way back, Wylan tilted his head to the window, admiring the night view of Angela Port, and asked curiously, "Father, how many airships did you buy?" 3, Angus answered without hiding it, and then added, "They are all 100 meters long, and cost nearly 4 billion gold coins of magic crystals and elemental crystals." Wylan turned his head and asked curiously, "Just leave them there, or wait for them to deliver them to your door?" Seeing this, Angus took out 3 space bubbles and answered, "Store them here, and you can pick them up when you return to Eagle." The father and son chatted casually. 2 hours later, the carriage arrived at Carida Manor. Wylan said hello and went straight back to the courtyard where he lived to rest. Angus looked at his son's back and always felt a little strange after the trade fair, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Back in the room, Wylan lay on the bed and slept soundly. The next morning, Wylan prepared to go to the courtyard where his mother lived and tell her about the good things he saw at the banquet. When he opened the door, he saw Zumia sorting out some information. "Wylan, why are you here?" Zumia raised her head and looked at her husband standing at the door, asking curiously. Wylan looked around and said with some doubt, "Where is my mother?" "Before dawn, my father took my mother out, and she should be back in half a month," Zumia answered after hearing this. Seeing this, Wylan tried to recall the scene of last night and muttered to himself, "I didn't reveal any flaws. How did my father find out? Or did he prepare for a rainy day? What's wrong?" Zumia came to Wylan, looked at the puzzled look on his face, and asked with concern. "It's okay. The old father has already made a move, so he can only wait for his mother to come back. I'll take you out for a walk today. Then these materials. Anyway, there's no rush. We don't know what's next time we come to Angara Port. I'll take you to see it before we leave." "Okay, I'll listen to you," Zumia replied with a smile. In the next half-month, Wylan took his wife and Morris, who he met on the No. 53 airship, to travel around from the 12th district of Angara Port in order from large to small. The day after Wylan left the Carida Manor, Kyle returned to the manor with a black-haired girl in his arms. "Where's the master?" Looking around the manor, Kyle found that there was no trace of his master and his wife except for the dragon guards. The captain of the guard, Reginald, replied respectfully, "Lord Kyle, The knight of Favonius and his wife went out yesterday and will not be back until half a month later. You go down. Yes, sir. After Reginald left, Kyle shook his head with some regret and said to the black-haired girl in his arms, "The master is out. I will introduce you to him when he comes back." The black-haired girl looked at Kyle's face, blushed slightly and whispered, "Then can Zia go to play?" Hearing this, Kyle put the girl on the ground, touched her head and said gently, "Go, just don't leave the manor." With Kyle's permission, Zia ran away instantly. Looking at the revived plants around him, Kyle could only sigh that he was really lucky. He actually found the healing breath on a human girl. If it weren't for the guidance of the Spear of Putlock, he really couldn't find the other party in the lower city where hundreds of thousands of people survived. Suddenly, Kyle felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. "Okay, you've done a great deed. Take as much magic as you want. Remember to leave some for me." After getting the master's promise, the Spear of Putlock began to absorb the magic in Kyle's body to make up for the consumed energy. After a while, Kyle felt that the Spear of Putlock fell into dormancy and felt that the magic in his body was less than 1% of its heyday. He shook his head helplessly. "Fortunately, I have enough magic. If you change someone to recognize the master, I'm afraid you will starve every day." After saying that, Kyle walked straight towards the courtyard where he lived. Passing by the courtyard where Serafina lived, Kyle could vaguely hear the voice coming from inside. 76,326, 76,327. It seems that Serafina only likes this. Kyle touched his smooth chin and couldn't help sighing. Then he didn't stay any longer, returned to the courtyard, sat cross-legged on the bed, browsed the aurora wings given to him by the Spear of Putlock, combined with his own experience and began to practice. According to the information given by Putlock's spear, this is a spell it got from the soul fragment of the Fire Demon Lord, from the plane eroded by the abyss. However, many things need to be changed. Otherwise, they will not fit the rules of the plane where they are. The road ahead is long and arduous, and I don't know if the modification can be completed within 5 years. Half a month later, Wylan and Zumia returned to Carida Manor. Passing by the courtyard where Angus was, Wylan heard the sound and couldn't help but eavesdrop. "You should contact that moon elf more often. Don't worry about it. I'll take you to visit her in a few days, although..." Wylan's face changed several times and finally shook his head helplessly. It seems that the old ginger is still spicy. Although he didn't know what his father and mother were talking about, he was sure that he couldn't take revenge. Just after returning to the courtyard with his wife, Wylan saw a little girl running around happily with a wooden toy in her hand, while Kyle was sitting leisurely on a stone bench drinking tea. "Master, you are back." Kyle turned his head to look at the door, and when he saw Wylan, he immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "Is this another new follower of yours?" Wylan pointed at the little girl playing nearby and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Kyle shook his head and said, "Master, it's not. Zia's situation is special. If you want to make an analogy, it's similar to Zephelin's situation. She can heal injured animals without embarking on the extraordinary path." Hearing this, Wylan tried to restrain his inner surprise, walked to Kyle and asked in a low voice, "Where did you find her? Did you kidnap her?" Kyle waved his hand quickly and answered calmly, "Master, please rest assured, Zia is an orphan. Moreover, I did not use any coercive means to bring her back. If I have to say, I can only say that I coaxed her back with a few meals." Is it that simple?" Wylan looked incredulous. "Actually, it's not that simple. I have been in the lower city for more than half a month." Kyle sighed softly. At this moment, Zia saw Kyle waving at her, stopped playing, trotted to his side, hugged his legs, and looked at Wylan curiously with a pair of watery eyes. "Zia, this is the person you will be loyal to in the future." Zia let go of Kyle's thigh, stood in front of Wylan, put her right hand on her chest, bowed and saluted. "Meet the master." "How old are you this year?" Wylan squatted down, touched her face, and asked gently. 5 years old, Zia answered seriously. "What do you want most now?" When Zia heard this, she was a little confused. She looked back at Kyle, then turned her head to look at Wylan, and said in a firm tone, "I want Uncle Kyle to be my father." "Why do you think so?" Wylan asked in surprise. Zia's eyes were firm and she said, "I don't know, but I am very happy to be with Uncle Kyle." Seeing this, Wylan asked Kyle, "What do you think?" Kyle did not answer immediately, but looked at Zia and said seriously, "You really think so?" Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250. Target type mix. Facing Kyle's serious eyes, Thea nodded and said without any hesitation, "Yes." "Okay, from now on you are my daughter, full name, Thea Hudgens." Kyle touched Thea's head and said, "I understand, father." Thea hugged Kyle's thigh and said happily. Seeing this, Zemia said, "Congratulations, Kyle." "Thank you, madam." Kyle thanked her. When Wylan saw this, he said to his wife, "Take Thea to play nearby. Kyle and I have something to discuss." "Kindness." Zemia nodded, picked up Sia and left the courtyard. "Lord, what's the matter?" Kyle raised the magic barrier and asked seriously. Seeing this, Varen sat on the stone bench and motioned for Kyle to sit down. After waiting for the other party to sit down, Wylan took off the ring on his right middle finger, enlarged it and said, "There is a floating ship stored here, which has the ability to travel through space." The ability to travel through space. Kyle said in surprise, "My lord, couldn't this be obtained in exchange for that purple cross sword?" Varen nodded and confirmed, "It's exactly what you thought. I thought that if the purple cross sword could be exchanged for an ordinary floating ship, it would be considered as a favor to Lord Gerald. But I didn't expect that it would be exchanged for an ordinary floating ship, a floating ship that travels through space. Master, how many operators are needed for this floating ship?" Kyle flipped the space bubble and asked. Seeing this, Varen touched his head in embarrassment. That, when Adrian handed the float boat to me, he sent it out before I had time to ask him. It seems that the other party doesn't want to have too much involvement with you. What should they be afraid of? Kyle knocked on the stone table and said in a deep voice. "Maybe." Wylan lay on the table, looking at the floating ship in the space bubble, and said weakly, "You know how many people are needed to operate a 100-meter-long floating ship?" Kyle searched the memory in his mind and shook his head helplessly. "This subordinate doesn't know either. In my memory, I only have the personnel configuration for the operation of starships with a kilometer and above." When Wylan heard this, he immediately became energetic. He raised his head and asked, "What are those configurations?" Zaya-class starship is 1,526 meters long, 163 meters wide, and 93 meters high. It is equipped with a Soul-level 8-winged angel as the captain. 6. A low-level 8-winged angel named Soul serves as the deputy captain. 18 gold-level seraphs serve as commanders. There are 324 4-winged angels operating the ship. Each 4-winged angel is equipped with 8 stars, people as deputy. Each Zaya-class starship will be equipped with 2 legions, divided into a ship legion and a marine legion. The ship legion is led by a Soul low-level 8-winged angel and 2 gold high-level seraphim, lead the left and right armies. The left army is composed of 20 seraphs and 584 winged angels. They are equipped with melee weapons and are responsible for the close defense of the ship. The right army is composed of 10 seraphs, 104 winged angels, and 800 Yahu Iron Light Mecha Knights. It was put into use when fighting for the ship. As for the Marine Corps, it is composed of 3,000 Yahui people ranging from silver level to gold level. They are cannon fodder troops. Most of them go into battle when the outer periphery of the ship is breached. They are usually miscellaneous personnel. Wylan recalled the few news about the heaven in his mind. The Yahui people, the Xingyao people, and the Norris people were the 3 vassal races of angels, widely distributed in the heaven. If a war is launched, how many starships will generally need to be dispatched? My master wants to hear it, and Kyle is naturally happy to answer it. If you attack a small, plain world, you need to dispatch a complete star fleet. There are 616 large and small star ships led by a 12-winged legendary angel, assisted by 3 10-winged legendary angels. There are 2 angel legions, plus 12 to 16 legions organized by affiliated races, with a total strength of between 800,000 and 1 million. After half an hour of narration, Wylan couldn't understand anything. The legions composed of Norris people are either standing armies or temporarily recruited. Seeing this, Kyle replied unhurriedly, "It is also regarded as a standing army, but it is not supported by angels. Every time there is an external expedition, the Angel Council will delimit the area and determine the scope of the recruitment. In the next 2 years, many kingdoms, principalities, and free territories in the area will be designated, and the corresponding troops will be sent to designated locations for assembly according to requirements for 3 years of training. So those legions are basically the armies of those kingdoms, principalities, and free territories, but they were integrated by angels." Kyle nodded and replied, "Yes, but most angels are closer to the Star Yao people, followed by the Yahui people. As for the Norris people, they are generally used as forward cannon fodder. Based on this situation, every time there is a war, the vanguard army composed of Norris people is often out of 10. However, due to the character of the angels, although the Norris suffered the most casualties in each battle, they also received the most rewards. In every foreign war, the Norris could take away 60% of the rewards, while the Yahui people and Xingyao people only have 40%. An idea suddenly popped into Weilin's mind, and he couldn't wait to ask, "You don't know how many planes angels control?" "I'm not sure about this, but there should be more than 100 medium-sized planes under my control. As for the specific number, I'm afraid only the members of the Angel Parliament know." As expected, Weilin was not surprised. It would be abnormal if the angels controlled very few planes. One foreign war would require the recruitment of millions of silver-ranked and above warriors. Without a large population to support it, it would be impossible to achieve. To put it bluntly, the Kingdom of Ilia should be able to put together a complete interstellar fleet with the whole country's strength. If the silver-ranked troops are abandoned as cannon fodder, 2 entire interstellar fleets should be able to be built. I don't know if I can build an interstellar fleet of my own in my lifetime. Weilin looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. "Yes," Kyle answered affirmatively. "As long as you become a legend, you will have a lifespan of thousands of years, and with the unreasonable things that happen to you, you will definitely succeed. So, after returning to Kixing territory, I hope you will understand my painstaking efforts." I, alas, forget it." Weilin decided that there was no point in resisting, so he simply lay on the stone table, and his spirit disappeared all at once. Looking at the pitiful master, Kyle's heart was not shaken at all. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. In late January, Weilin started his journey back to Kixing territory. On the carriage, through the window, looking at the Angara port that was getting farther and farther away, he didn't know when he would come here next time, and it was possible that he would never come again. Time passed slowly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. On February 28, 9748 of the glorious calendar, Weilin arrived at the Zephyrus territory. That night he summoned Orlando. Orlando entered the room, looked at Weilin's figure, bowed and saluted and said respectfully, "My lord, I haven't seen you for a few months and you look good. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I called you here today for 2 main things." Weilin didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. Orlando bowed his head and replied, "My lord, please give me your orders. First, the 200 dragon warriors of the guard team will be rewarded handsomely. The specific reward method is up to you to decide. I will not interfere. Second, the captain of the guard team, Reginald, has the talent of a general. If he is well trained, he will definitely become your capable subordinate in the future." "I understand." In the following time, Weilin and Orlando discussed the development of Zephyrus territory for a long time. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after seeing Orlando off, Weilin began to rest. The next morning, Weilin returned to Kixing territory through the teleportation array. In the mayor's mansion of Parkpoo City, Orlando held a clinging silver dragon in his left hand and read the information investigated by his subordinates in his right hand carefully. Reginald, 88 years old this year. High-ranking silver from the Creek tribe, his wife is an ordinary dragon. And they have 2 children, one 28 years old and the other 13 years old. After reading the above information, Orlando had a general understanding of Reginald's life experience. Okay, that's all for today. I still have things to deal with. Orlando put down the documents in his hand, patted the back of Silver Dragon Dolores, and asked her to get up from him. So soon? Dolores opened her eyes reluctantly, looked at the sky outside, and finally stood up. I'm a little busy these days. You go and play by yourself first. Then No, before Dolores finished speaking, Orlando refused. What happened before has shown that Dolores has a unique ability to make things worse. For the stability of Parkup City and the training plan of Zephyrus Legion, he can only do this. Facing Orlando's stern eyes, Dolores lowered her head and whispered, I know. Okay, I'll take you to the lake to grill fish in a few days. Really? Really, I can't lie to you. Then I'll go back first. Getting Orlando's affirmative answer, Dolores left Parkup City with joy, watching the Silver Dragon's figure gradually disappear. In the air, Orlando put away the smile on his face and returned to a serious expression. Let's go to the Zephyrus Legion. Yes, Captain, the 8 knights answered loudly. In less than half an hour, a group of 9 people arrived at the Zephyrus Legion. Captain, you are here. Cyrus, where is Ridley? Orlando looked around and did not see the figure of Deputy Legion Commander Ridley. Report to the Legion Commander. Deputy Legion Commander Ridley went out hunting with several soldiers. Under Orlando's stern eyes, Cyrus did not dare to hide it and could only answer truthfully. Go and get Ridley back for me. Also, notify Reginald to come see me. Yes, sir. After waving Cyrus away, Orlando walked straight to the Legion Commander's residence. Having 8 knights on guard outside the door, Orlando pushed open the door, entered the room, took off his helmet and placed it on the wooden seat, picked up a report and began to read it. 10 minutes later, Reginald came to the Legion Commander's office with a nervous heart. If he faced the Knight of Favonius, he would not be so nervous, but facing the Legion Commander who was known for violence and force, he was afraid from the bottom of his heart. Legion Commander, Reginald wants to see you. Come in. Hearing Orlando's order, the 8 knights made way and let Reginald enter the study. Looking at the ordinary-looking dragon warrior in front of him, his behavior was a little restrained, but Orlando did not doubt the master's evaluation of him. After all, he also knew his reputation in the Legion. However, sometimes only fists can make these rough guys obey. Do you know why I called you here alone this time? Orlando motioned for the other party to not be polite and then asked. Because of the Knight of Favonius, Reginald answered without hesitation, without any pause. Seeing this, Orlando nodded with satisfaction. You are right, I summoned you alone because of the Master. On the day I returned to Zephyrus, I was summoned to the manor by the Master. He told me 2 things, one is the reward for the guards, and the other is the affirmation of you. So, Reginald, I give you 2 choices. First, the Legion is still short of 2 Deputy Legion Commanders. If you break through the gold level within 5 years, the position of Deputy Legion Commander will be yours. Second, withdraw from the Zephyrus Legion, and I will recruit you as the first Secretary of Parkup City. As for your future achievements and whether you will lead the army again, it all depends on your efforts. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. Seeing this, Reginald lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Time passed by bit, and Orlando looked at the motionless Reginald, wondering what choice he would make. If it was the former, he would be considered to have treated him well. According to his observation, within 3 years, Reginald would be able to advance to the golden rank, which would be considered to have fulfilled the master's promise. If it was the latter, he would be qualified to become his own man. As for the follow-up, since the master's evaluation of him was his command ability, he would first be trained in the direction of a general, and after several wars, he would be trained in the direction of a commander. Captain, I choose the second one. Orlando looked at the other party and asked again, have you thought it through? I have thought it through. It is my great honor that Sir Knight of Favonius recommended me to you. I know very well that the Zephyrus Legion belongs to the Zephyrus territory, and you belong to Sir Varen, and I also want to repay Sir Varen's kindness to me. Reginald's tone was sonorous and powerful, without any hesitation. I understand. You go back and pack up first, and come back with me later. Yes, sir. Looking at the other party's back, Orlando nodded with satisfaction. The master's evaluation of him was not wrong. It was rare that General Baird was not here this time, otherwise Reginald would definitely be snatched away by the other party. "Captain, Deputy Commander Ridley has been found." Cyrus' voice came from outside the door. Orlando put on his helmet, walked out of the room, looked at Ridley 100 meters away, turned around and ordered Cyrus, "Clear the training ground. I will loosen Deputy Commander Ridley's bones later." Yes, Cyrus did not dare to stay any longer and left in a hurry. At this moment, Ridley, standing in the distance, looked frustrated. He knew what would happen next. He only regretted that he skipped work at the wrong time and was caught by the commander of the Legion. The next day, after returning to the territory, Varen returned to the study after seeing off Angus and Alyssa. In the study, Eunice heard the sound, stood up and saluted Varen. "Lord." "Sit down." Wyland's eyes fell on Eunice, and he looked at her appearance carefully and found that there was basically no change, and she was still as beautiful as when she first met her. Eunice noticed that the Lord was staring at her intently. She couldn't help but blush slightly, lowered her head slightly, but did not speak. "When did you get promoted to the silver intermediate level?" Wyland came back to his senses, sat down slowly, and asked in a gentle tone. Eunice heard this and replied respectfully. 3 years ago, under the guidance of Lord Oder, I was able to make a breakthrough. I remember that you came to the Star Prayer Leader on June 21, 9720 in the glorious calendar. It has been 29 years ago. Remember back then, I promised you that as long as you serve me for 10 years, I will let you go free. You seem to have made a promise, but I have forgotten it." Eunice shook her head and replied, "The memory of my hometown has been blurred. Star Moon Castle is my home. As long as you don't drive me away, I want to stay. Here taking care of griffins, wind wolves, shadow wolves, rock monitors, and fire dragons is a satisfying thing for me." Varen suddenly remembered that he had never seemed to understand where Eunice came from. "Where is your hometown?" "It should be a village called Thalia in the Hexy Viscounty of the Lyja Tree Domain in the natural elf kingdom of Ayers. Maybe it has a new name now," Eunice replied with some uncertainty. Wyland looked at the pitiful Eunice and asked, "Want to go back and have a look?" "My mind has become much lighter." Eunice shook her head and said, "If I break through gold, I still want to go back and see my former relatives." The two of them chatted slowly. As an audience member, Varen listened to Eunice's stories at the Praying Star Leader and sighed with emotion from time to time. From her words, Varen could feel the change in her mentality. "I looked at the time, and before I knew it, 2 hours had passed." Afterwards, Varen took out the silver leaf badge and slowly told the story in it. Eunice looked at the silver leaf badge and said with some disbelief, "Lord, why do you recommend me?" "Actually, there is no special reason. If I have to give a reason, seeing you busy in the castle every day left a good impression on me." Wyland smiled slightly and responded in a relaxed tone, "Besides, my territory, you are my confidant, I don't recommend anyone to you." Eunice slowly moved her eyes away from the silver leaf badge, turned to stare at the warm smile on Varen's face, and said solemnly, "Lord, aren't you afraid that I won't come back after I complete my training? If you leave, I won't hold you accountable. After all, you have served me for 29 years. Eunice took a deep breath, looked directly into Varen's eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Lord, do you know why you, who like to lie flat, fish, be lazy and playful, have won the loyalty of many people? It's wrong for you to say that, Varen wanted to refute the other person, but after thinking about it, he seemed to have a little bit of a resemblance, but it was definitely not what Eunice described. Seeing the other party's serious expression, Wyland shook his head helplessly and said, "Forget it, tell me why." "You see, this is a very important quality in you." The corners of Eunice's mouth curved slightly, revealing a smile, and then continued, "Even if I tell you your shortcomings directly in front of you, he was still able to continue the conversation with me so calmly, without even showing a hint of irritation. And many times, you will give favors to those who are weak. Although sometimes you may have some purpose, it is undeniable that you really changed the destiny of many people and gave them a new life. Being good at listening to other people's advice is a great quality in you. You should treat everyone with a polite attitude. You will not look down on the other person because they are humble and weak, but give them respect. Wylan touched his face in confusion. Is there any? Yes, Eunice replied affirmatively. Forget it, let's not talk about it for now. Varin waved his hand to stop the topic and said to Eunice, put away the silver leaf badge. In mid-July, I will ask Orlando to send someone to escort you to the border of the Moon Elf Kingdom. This is an opportunity, remember to seize it. As for whether you are willing to leave or come back, it is up to you. Seeing what Eunice wanted to say, Wylan stood up and said, Zing and the others should be hungry, go and feed them quickly. After sending Eunice away, Varin closed the door and began to laze around. There are not many days like this, so he should hurry up and enjoy his own time. At the beginning of June, the summer was scorching, and more than 2 months had passed since Wylan returned to the Praying Star territory. 2 months ago, Varin solemnly handed over the veil of purity to his wife, telling her to carefully understand its secrets, and then led Oder and Kyle into researching the floating ship. After half a month of research, they finally figured out all the configurations of this floating ship. In terms of weapons, there is none at all. In terms of defense, all are fully loaded, such as space defense, magic energy shock dissipation barrier, space reinforcement defense, and a total of 26 layers of defense barriers to ensure the safety of the floating ship from all aspects. As for the operation mode, it is divided into automatic driving and manual operation. For automatic driving, you only need to enter the corresponding coordinates, and the floating ship will automatically operate and arrive at the corresponding location. Manual operation requires the cooperation of 3 soul-level arcanists and 12 gold-level arcanists to make the floating ship move. As for the space shuttle function, every 1,000,000 kilometers consumes all the magic energy of a large element pool. Generally speaking, if the flight distance does not exceed 100,000 kilometers around the world, it is wiser to save mana. And when the flight distance reaches 200,000 kilometers or more, it is more practical to use the space shuttle function. In addition, the aerospace ship also has 3 large element pools and 8 medium-sized element pools built in, which can achieve a journey of up to 3.8 million kilometers in one go. After completing the experiment on the floating ship named Star and Moon was stuffed into the inner space of the Druid book by Varin. I don't know since when, the space inside the Druid's book has continued to expand, and now has a vast area of 1 square kilometer. Varin even couldn't help but suspect that perhaps one day this book would evolve into a complete demiplane. However, this is just his imagination. After all, similar things may have happened in the distant past, but no relevant records have been left in history. In the days that followed, Wylan returned to his pre-marriage lifestyle, getting up early and going to bed late every day, practicing diligently and not daring to slack off at all. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. July 1st, 9748 in the glorious calendar, a long-lost rest day. As night fell, Varin stood on the windowsill, filled a bowl of luminous wine, and placed it in front of the window. A few minutes later, the mutated griffin arrived as expected, barked a few times, and then returned to his nest with luminous wine in his mouth, ready to enjoy the wine with his 2 wives and 6 children. Zemia sat on the bed, looked at the griffon flying away, and said with a smile, "You have made Zingdu an alcoholic." "Let an alcoholic be an alcoholic, I can afford it anyway." Wylan came to the bed and sat on the edge, replying nonchalantly, "By the way, how is the progress of Kai King's clone?" Zemia condensed a red ball in her hand and said, "Currently, only the prototype of Zai has been condensed, and it will take another 3 months to be born." Wylan curiously stretched out his hand and touched the ball, which was unexpectedly soft. "Quite comfortable." Zemia did not stop Wylan's touch, but instead put it in front of him. "I feel very comfortable too, so I'll take it out and hold it if nothing happens." "Ha, I wonder if it knows that it is now treated as a stuffed toy." Wylan reluctantly let go of his right hand and joked with a smile. "Before it takes shape, there won't be any memory." "Don't worry at all." Shemia smiled politely and answered her husband's doubts. Varin said, "How are Hilda, Cisna, and the shadow guard they control? Are they easy to use? I didn't intervene in the management. I left it to them. If there is any important information, I can send it directly to your study. Shemya replied while flipping through the books in her hand. You are more lazy than me. Wylan lay on the bed and couldn't help complaining. This is not called laziness. I don't need to deal with small things. Hilda and Cisna are enough. I can't take care of big things. Of course, you, the Lord, need to nod. I'm just using the system reasonably. Shemya turned to on the next page. He tilted his head and explained to Varen. Wylan stopped worrying about this topic and asked, how are the teachings of your 3 students? Sarasa has made the most obvious progress, but her personality is somewhat withdrawn. She is an intermediate mage apprentice. Esther is very lively but very playful. If she doesn't look at her, she will look for opportunities to fish like you. She has been a low-level mage apprentice for half a year, and has made a little progress. As for Rosa, she works hard and never misses any free time, but her talent is worse than Sarasa's and she is a bit competitive. It may be related to the family she grew up in. I am trying to correct it. Now I am about to break through to the mage level, intermediate apprenticeship. It seems that under the guidance of your famous teacher, your 3 students have made rapid progress. Wylan praised with a smile. Zemia said modestly, they are not considered famous teachers. I just teach them based on my experience. Whether they can become talents depends on their future achievements. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in my ears. 3 months later, there will be space fluctuations in the West Napa subcontinent. 300 kilometers west of the Praying Star territory, there will be a herd of Tanura deer, a creature from the plain of Grantham, whose blood can heal injuries. Its flesh and blood can assist in cultivation, and it is known as the pearl on the crown of King Adamus. The plain of Grantham is the plain that Gerald mentioned, combined with the information obtained before. It seems to be the plain world that was swallowed up by the world this time. Varen leaned on Shemya's lap, lost in thought. Seeing her husband's appearance, Shemya didn't bother him. Every 9 months at night, he would always be in a daze at 8 o'clock, seeming to be thinking about something important. According to the information I know, the kingdom of Adamus should be a country in the plain of Grantham. As expected, it will definitely be destroyed. The kind of Tanula deer herd mentioned in Destiny's guidance made Varen very excited. Every time the mother of the world eats, she will bestow favors on the non-intelligent life groups that survived the devoured plain and are randomly exiled to various places in the positive world. Whether they can survive depends on the fate of the group. As for the intelligent life group, the world consciousness of Illyria is indifferent to it. Those who are lucky enough to flow into the mezzanine space to survive, while those favored by bad luck will be exterminated due to various disasters. In 3 months, I'll treat you to a whole deer feast. Wylan sat up and said to his wife beside him, seeing her husband come back to his senses. Shemya closed the book in her hand and said with a smile, I'm looking forward to it, but it's time to rest now. Then the magic light in the room went out. A night of silence. In mid-September, Wylan ordered the Kixing camp and Lancia camp to be summoned, and personally led the army to the west, preparing to round up the Tanula herd. Regarding the Tanula deer herd, Wylan positioned it as the second type of black-skinned meat pig. If the reproduction rate is considerable, it will become the second largest supply species of military training resources. If the reproduction rate does not meet expectations, then the main supply of meat will be used as training materials for the middle and upper level. Generals and officials of the Kixing territory and a greater share of black-skinned pork will be given to the middle and lower levels of the army. Cassius, I heard that Kyle said that your 2 children were beaten violently by you every day. Is this happening? During the march, Varen called Cassius to his side and asked curiously. Kyle's mouth twitched slightly as he followed Wylan. He couldn't remember when he told his master about this, but he didn't tell the truth either. He was just taking the blame, and he had nothing to lose anyway. My lord, I believe that only strict education can cultivate excellent knights. This is what my father warned me, and I have kept it in mind. Cassius answered solemnly. Varen looked up and down at his guardian knight. Apart from Kyle and Orlando, he was indeed the most capable of the guardian knights. However, Cassius had his own way of education, and Varen would intervene. Because he did know that among the teenagers of the same age, the combat effectiveness of Cassius's 2 sons was the best. They were already bronze knights before they reached adulthood. After a brief conversation, Varen waved his hand and signaled Cassius to leave. After Cassius went to the front to lead the army, Varen turned his eyes to Kyle and asked, "How is the girl you adopted recently?" "Blue is with her, and she is currently following Green to learn the way of nature." Kyle's expression was still as cold as ice, and his answer was concise and clear. Wylan stared at Kyle's calm face and couldn't help asking again, "Do you really have no intention of getting married?" Kyle's eyes flickered, but his tone did not change much. "There is no such plan at present, maybe it will change in the future." He didn't want to be too absolute and leave some room for maneuver. After all, no one can predict the future. And maybe one day his thoughts will change. In this way, when facing his master, he will not feel embarrassed because of his previous firm statement. After arriving at the target area, Wylan only left some guards with him. The rest of the troops were dispersed in squadrons to guard the surrounding areas to prevent the Tanura deer that would land here 3 days later from escaping. On a hill, Wylan stood on the top of the mountain and looked into the distance. In the distant plains, traces of biological activities could be vaguely seen. The appearance of a well-equipped army here would inevitably attract the attention of the monster clan that ruled the area. In the bushes, the Ratman mage hiding in it looked at the flag fluttering in the wind in the distance. The idea of migrating the whole clan arose in his mind. He recognized that flag. It was the noble flag of a human territory called Kixing Territory, more than 500 kilometers away from here. A few years ago, a black dragon that came from nowhere integrated several monster clans and gathered an army of tens of thousands of monsters. It fought with the army from Kixing Territory for less than a moment and was defeated. Most of the monsters were killed, and a few with vision and strength escaped the human hunting. As for the black dragon, the rat Gargamel learned from his sent-out guards that it seemed to have escaped from the hands of humans and was now living by a lake more than 400 kilometers to the north, gathering some dog-headed people and goblins as followers and lingering on. However, Gargamel preferred to believe that the black dragon had become a slave of the Lord of Kixing Territory and was sent to the lake to the west to serve as a gatekeeper dragon, guarding the western gate of the human territory. "Master, are we going to migrate?" a sly-looking gray rat man asked cautiously. The rat wizard looked up into the distance, then lowered his head slightly to look at the human army stationed not far away, and said in a deep voice, "Let those slave tribes be quiet and don't go to the east recently. As for the migration of the tribe, there is no rush now. Maybe these humans are just looking for something and can't stay for long. Besides, with your master's strength, although I can't beat those humans, can I take you to transfer safely? Master is wise. In my heart, you are the greatest rat man. Even dragons are only worthy of kneeling on the ground and looking up at you." Listening to the praise of the servants, Gargamel felt great satisfaction in his heart. "Tonight, I allow you to enjoy the meat of prairie rabbits with me." "Thank you, master, thank you, master." The rat wizard Gargamel observed for a while, and after seeing that the humans did not take any action, he left a few rat men to continue monitoring again, and returned to the tribal camp with the servants. At noon 3 days later, the weather suddenly changed and dark clouds gathered. When Wylan walked out of the tent, he heard the sound of raindrops hitting armor. At this moment, Kyle walked out of the tent, came to Wylan and said, "My lord, what you are waiting for is coming. Tell Cassius and Eden to be ready, and not to let a deer escape." "Yes, my lord." 2 Silver Wolf knights drove the Silver Wolf to convey the order. Mid the thunder, the 6,000 warriors distributed on the plain were fully armed and waiting in the rain. The sound of raindrops hitting the armor became more and more frequent. Wylan looked up at the sky and silently estimated the time in his heart. At 12 o'clock noon, accompanied by dense lightning and thunder, an unknown light appeared on the plain. "Here it comes." Kyle counted the light groups on the plain, a total of 25. It was pouring rain, and Wylan felt his vision was a little blurry. He turned his head to look at Kyle, and when he looked at each other, he realized that even he had blurred vision. "With your insights, you should be able to guess where these creatures came from." Kyle nodded and replied, "The world is kind. It will give a glimmer of hope to the new non-intelligent tribes. Our blurred vision is the world's last blessing to these deer." It's okay to catch some. Wylan initially wanted to take all of them, but it's better not to go against the world's gift. The light slowly faded, and the sound of deer echoed across the plain. Hearing the sound, the troops, led by the officers, strictly followed the orders of the Lord and began to capture the deer in small teams. Time passed slowly, and 3 hours passed in a flash. The surroundings were still foggy. The sound of rain, lightning, and deer calls intertwined with each other, and the shouts of the warriors were mixed in. In a bush, a red Tanura deer was crawling in the bush with its limbs bent. Its stupid eyes gradually became clear, and its memory began to recover. I survived. I survived. The method recorded in the book is indeed useful. Non-intelligent creatures will be treated preferentially and have a glimmer of life. In the kingdom of Adamus on the Grantham Plain. He was also a noble god-favored knight, a low-level soul knight, in order to survive. He had to endure the pain of cutting his soul and enter the body of the Tanura deer, which was regarded as food in exchange for a glimmer of life. His soul stores all kinds of extraordinary knowledge. Now he just needs to wait for an opportunity to occupy a native body. He will reach the peak again and become a god-favored knight again. There is a deer over there, don't let it run away. An officer led 2 soldiers to chase to the north and at the same time called the subordinates around. The fog blocked their sight, so they had to rely on roars to determine each other's position. Looking at the human running past him, Jaiaphas breathed a sigh of relief and continued to crawl on the ground, not letting himself make any sound. Hearing no movement around, Jaiaphas controlled his body and slowly moved backwards. "Sir, there's a sound ahead. It seems something is approaching us." In the bushes, a ratman turned around and reported to the bronze intermediate ratman warrior. The lazy ratman heard the report from his subordinates, opened his eyes, tried to open his eyes wide, and his eyes were blurry. Then he put his ears to the ground and listened carefully. In addition to the sound of rain, there was indeed the sound of creatures crawling. "Take out your weapons, and no matter what you encounter later, go up and chop me." The 13 ratmen around drew out their weapons, held their breath, and waited for the order of the ratman warrior. Suddenly, a red butt appeared in front of them. The ratman warrior held his weapon tightly and stabbed forward. The 1-meter-long knife pierced from the red Tanura deer's, but until it was completely pierced into its body. "Yo!" Hysterical deer cry spread throughout the wilderness. The other ratmen strictly followed the orders of the ratman warriors and chopped at the Tanura deer in front of them. Jaiaphas died in despair and anger. If he could start over, he would rather choose other creatures. A thunderclap lit up the night sky and completely destroyed the souls that did not belong to this world, commonly known as stowaways. In the rain, the eyes of the rat warrior became clear, and his turbid eyeballs turned round and round. He looked at the red deer in front of him, drew out his long knife, and killed all 13 rats without thinking twice. Then he carried the red deer and left quickly, ready to find a place to hide. As for how to explain to the rat wizard Gargamel when he returned, at least 10 ideas popped into his mind. Until the next morning, the dark clouds dissipated and the sky cleared. The Tanura deer that could run had already run away, and those that could not run had been captured. Wylan summoned Cassius and Eden to the hill and asked how many Tanura deer were caught. Cassius took a step forward and answered respectfully, "My lord, the specific number has not yet been fully counted, but according to preliminary estimates, the number of Tanura deer captured by the Kixing camp is at least 3,000. Eden then stepped forward and reported to Wylan, "My lord, the number of Tanura deer captured by the BL Vale camp should be no less than 2,500, and the number is still being counted. Count the number as soon as possible." "Yes, sir," the 2 responded, then left the hill and returned to their respective military bases to supervise the counting of the number of Tanura deer. At noon, the data on Tanura deer was delivered to Wylan. The Kixing camp captured 333 Tanura deer, including 163 male deer, 663 female deer, and 507 fawns. The Lancia camp captured 829 Tanura deer, including 117 male deer, 238 female deer, and 474 fawns. Yes, more than 6,000 Tanura deer. Next, We will see whether their reproductive capacity is reliable. Although there are many Tenura deer now, it is still unknown whether they can supply the consumption of tens of thousands of troops. Go and pick 200 older Tenura deer to slaughter and reward 6,000 soldiers. Yes, sir. As the order was issued, cheers came from the foot of the mountain. After a while, 3 processed Tenura deer were sent to the top of the mountain. Kyle cut off half of the Tenura deer meat and asked the guards and the Silver Wolf Knights to take the rest of the Tenura deer meat to enjoy. Sitting on a stone, Wylan was dazzled by Kyle's cooking skills. He was indeed the man with the title of #1 chef of Xingyu Castle. After removing the fur, internal organs and bones of an adult Tenura deer, there was still a full 200 kilograms of venison left for people to eat. Without adding any seasoning at all, it can emit such an attractive aroma just after a simple roasting. It is worthy of being called the pearl of the tribe. Wylan swallowed his saliva uncontrollably and praised sincerely. Kyle was confused by his master's words, but he did not ask any more questions. Instead, he concentrated on processing the ingredients in front of him. Half an hour later, Wylan put the roasted venison into his mouth with a satisfied look. After 2 days of rest, Wylan returned to Kixing territory with 6,000 troops and more than 6,000 Tenura deer. After returning to the territory, Wylan immediately called Lahair to the study and asked him to be responsible for selecting a suitable site in Kixing territory, establishing a Tenura deer breeding farm, and observing the reproductive capacity of Tenura deer. Time passed slowly. Wylan occasionally went out to inspect various places. The rest of the time, he stayed in the territory to practice. Feeling his strength improve little by little, Wylan felt satisfied in his heart, and it was worth getting up early and going to bed late every day. Wylan did not forget the half-plane mentioned by fate. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of January 1, 9749 of the glorious calendar, Wylan went to the ice-cold zone to visit Miss Anastasia. After returning to Xingyu Castle, Wylan immediately called Kyle and Oder. This time, when going to the alien space to seek the half-plane, Wylan planned to take only Kyle and Oder. A soul-minded mid-level arcanist, a soul-minded low-level knight, and him, a golden high-level knight, formed a 3-person team and went to the alien space according to the coordinates calculated before. At night, Wylan hugged Zumia and solemnly told her, "According to Uncle Oder, the time flow in each space is different. I may come back in a few days, or it may take several months or even several years. I can't predict it. However, with Baird in the territory and MS Anastasia's protection, there is no problem with safety. You just need to make some suggestions on important matters." Hearing this, Zumia said with some doubt, "I remember that Miss Anastasia will leave in a year. I went to visit Miss Anastasia in the morning. She promised to wait for me to come back and see her off." Wylan stroked Zumia's hair and replied with a smile, "Guard the Kixing territory for me. I will return safely." "Don't worry." No words were spoken all night. At dawn the next day, Wylan, Kyle, and Oder gathered at the gate of the inner city of Xingyu Castle. At this moment, Flora hugged her husband tightly and whispered in his ear, "Be careful, remember to take care of Wylan. He is the weakest." "I know." Oder hugged his wife and said gently, "Don't work too hard, wait for me to come back." On the other side, Wylan and Zumia were saying goodbye. Only Kyle, leaning against the city gate, was surrounded by Lan and his adopted daughter Zia. "Master, you must be careful." Zia hugged Kyle's thigh with a serious expression on her face and solemnly promised, "Father, I will let you see my progress after I come back." Kyle gently placed his left and on Lan's head, and gently stroked his adopted daughter's little head with his right hand, and comforted him helplessly, "Okay, don't worry about you too." 10 minutes later, under the farewell of Shermia, Flora, Lan, and Thea, Varen, Kyle, and Oder disappeared in the teleportation spell. 500 kilometers southwest of Kai Xingling, 3 people appeared beside the river. A group of goblins armed with crude weapons attacked the 3 of them. Kyle condenses the holy flame to purify this place. In the blink of an eye, the originally peaceful river beach turned into a world of blazing flames. However, what is surprising is that except for the goblins struggling in pain and being burned by the holy Flames, the surrounding flowers, plants and trees were unscathed. What a terrifying control! Oda couldn't help but exclaimed after witnessing this scene. He felt increasingly incomprehensible and unpredictable about Varen, the guardian knight. However, in just a short moment, the surroundings fell into deathly silence. Looking around, the ground was littered with scattered sticks, stones, and few iron weapons, with no trace of goblins. There are no scum left. Wylan blinked, turned to look at Kyle, and said with some regret, "It's a pity that I can't learn combat skills like yours." Upon seeing this, Oda shook his head, took out the azimuth compass, and relied on the 3 azimuth needles inside to calculate the position based on where he was standing. 1,336 meters to the west, 33 meters down from our horizontal reference, is the most accurate entrance. Oda put away the space calculator and said to the two. Following Oda's line of sight, a hill suddenly appeared in front of the two. Kyle floated into the air, came to the top of the hill, summoned 2 sub-lances of Putlock's gun, and threw them at Shankyu. Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded and spread around. The fish and shrimp in the river floated to the surface, and most of them were stunned. 30 kilometers west of here, in an ogre camp. The sleeping 2-headed ogre suddenly sat up from the ground, his pupils dilated. After a long time, his eyes became clear. The 2-headed ogre panted, supported his hands on the ground, and said tremblingly, "Move, move, it's horrible." "Phi, Filigu, you said, right, move, move." Since the last encounter with the damn black dragon, the 2-headed ogre has added a detection spell to himself, which can detect the movements within a radius of 10 kilometers, making it convenient to escape when danger comes. And this terrifying shock came from outside the detection range, indicating that a strong man appeared around. "Great 2 masters, I don't know what you need from your humble servant." A goblin entered the cave, knelt on the ground, and trembled. "Notify my slaves to prepare to migrate to the west." "Follow your orders." The goblin's servant naturally wouldn't ask anything more. He only needed to pass on the 2-headed ogre's orders. As for the curious goblin servants, they were all in the pile of bones next to them. On the top of the deep pit, looking at the deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters in front of him. No one would have thought that it was a hill more than 40 meters high 10 minutes ago. Kyle looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the 2 sub-lances of the Spear of Putlock floating beside Kyle, Oda's saliva was almost flowing down. As a master magic craftsman, he was very interested in the celestial text engraved on it. "Okay, uncle, your saliva is flowing out. After this trip to the alien space, you can ask Kyle to see if he can lend you the sub-lance of the Spear of Putlock for research." Wylan took out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Oda very considerately. Realizing that he had lost his composure, Oda instantly became aloof and pulled Wylan's right hand back. Wylan stepped on the air stairs and came to a height of 50 meters from the bottom of the deep pit, which was exactly the position and direction calculated by Oda. Oda's staff mobilized the magic energy in his body and cast the spell Shadow Channel. 2 giant hands emerged, inserted into the space, and slowly exerted force outward. As time passed, the gate to the shadow world became larger and larger, until it formed a 3-meter-high and 6-meter-long passage. Through the shadow passage, Wylan could clearly see the flying creatures in the shadow world, as well as the shadow world creatures that were looming in the distance. As the same size as the positive world in the plane world of Ilaria, the shadow world naturally has a large number of intelligent creatures. But due to environmental factors, the total number of intelligent creatures is less than 100,000th of the positive world. The 3 people passed through the shadow passage and entered the shadow world. Wylan stood in the sky, overlooking the earth. "What is that?" Wylan pointed to the distance and asked curiously. Kyle looked in the direction of his master and said in a deep voice, "That is the Yingsu giant. We seem to be standing on his way." Seeing this, Oda said, "We have to let the Yingsu giant pass first before we can act." Space transposition reversal. With a faint light, the 3 people came to the air 60 kilometers away. Kyle looked at the confusion on his master's face and explained, "The Yingsu giant, also known as the guardian of the shadow world, is awakened every time a stowaway enters the shadow world. The so-called stowaway comes from other planes and tries to enter the real world through illegal means. After quietly waiting for the Yingsu giant to pass, the three returned to the original place. The second set of coordinates, starting from entering the shadow world, walk 800 kilometers east. But you have to wait until I determine the specific direction. Seeing this, Wylan and Kyle quietly waited for Oda to calculate the direction. After determining the specific direction, Oda repeatedly cast space transposition reversal and moved in the target direction. Every time he jumped 200 kilometers, he would stop and calculate once. Since the shadow world space has the characteristics of directional interference, mages who are not familiar with the operating rules of the shadow world can only choose this method to calculate to prevent getting lost. 2 hours later, the three came to a 3,000-meter high mountain. Stab. Dozens of flying creatures found the traces of the three people, flapped their wings, and flew into the sky. The imagined attack did not occur. These crow-like creatures flew around the air platform with curious eyes. Oda took out 2 black-skinned pigs from the space equipment, let them float in the air, and slowly sent them to the flying creatures. Finally, he recited the ancient language. Ancient Caldera, respected Shadow Messenger, we have no intention of offending you, we just hope to borrow this place to go to another space. Suddenly, a white caldera landed on the air platform and said slowly, "Travelers from the positive world, welcome to Ushuaia Mountain. I am the Shadow Priest here. May the Shadow God protect you. Thank you for your gift. As long as you don't destroy Ushuaia Mountain, we will not stop you from going to the other space. Thank you, Elder, we will abide by the rules here." After receiving Oda's promise, the white caldera moved his mind, condensed 2 shadow hands, grabbed 2 black pigs, left the air platform, and called the tribe to return to the nest. Caldera, the messenger of the shadow god, the white caldera just now, don't look at the lifeless look, but the other party has touched the threshold of legend and sublimated his soul. Oda's words made Wylan come back to his senses from his confusion, and he murmured to himself, "The road to legend is difficult and difficult." Kyle heard the words and nodded in agreement. Below the legend, with superior talent, one can easily cultivate to the soul level with moderate talent. One can also reach the soul level with some adventures. With low talent, one can also reach the soul level with a large amount of resources. There are 3 innate conditions for the road to legend. First, the world sings one's own story. Second, comprehend the path one chooses so that the soul is sublimated. Third, make contributions to the world and get promises. This is the rule in the world of Ilaria. As for other planes, the promotion rules are different. If sorted by difficulty, the third one is the most difficult, followed by the second. And the first condition is the simplest. Legend is also called the cornerstone of the world. Landing on the mountainside of Ushuaia Mountain, Oda spent half an hour determining the best entrance, and then cast the spell Different Space. Passage. The calm space began to fluctuate. Under the interference of Oda's magic power, it slowly separated like lake water, forming a passage. Wylan looked along the passage in the different space. His eyes were filled with brilliant colors, and beautiful sounds echoed in his ears. Kyle patted his master on the shoulder to wake him up. Upon seeing this, Oda quickly put on several layers of protection for Wylan. He remembered his wife's instructions before leaving, to take good care of his eldest nephew and not to let his teacher down. Is this the illusion layer or the magic layer? Wylan calmed down and asked. My lord, what you see is the virtual layer, which is full of living beings yearning for all the good things in the world. The specific source has no way to know. Kyle acted as an encyclopedia and patiently explained to his master, there is a legend circulating in the world. According to one theory, the illusory layer was formed by the fall of the first generation of dream gods to protect a mysterious place. I am afraid that no one, except the oldest rule god, knows where it is. The fallen god of dreams, protecting the mysterious place. Wylan had a hunch that he seemed to have been to a mysterious place. The coordinates have changed. Something seems to have changed here. The other side of the passage is not a safe area, but an illusory layer. Oda said in a deep voice as he looked at the other side of the passage. Seeing this situation, Wylan asked, Uncle, do you need to recalculate? It's not necessary. Oda shook his head and said, according to the calculations based on the data you gave, The coordinates are not wrong. There may have been changes somewhere in the different space, causing the original safe area to be covered by the illusion layer and the magic layer. Can we go around? Kyle asked with a serious look on his face when he saw this. Upon seeing this, Oder said helplessly, "The coordinates we have are calculated based on the data provided by Varen. Now if we want to reach the final coordinates, we can only continue to move forward." Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Oder smiled and comforted. "Don't worry, trust me, although there are some twists and turns, I will take you to the final destination." When Wyland saw this, his anxious heart gradually calmed down. If you want to get great opportunities, it is impossible without going through some hardships. After comforting himself, Varen suddenly gained confidence. After the passage to the different space was stable, Wyland stopped to think and followed Oder into the different space. Kyle walked last, leaving a mark to avoid getting lost when he came back. With the closure of the different space, Ushuaia Mountain returned to its former peace. In the illusory layer, Varen stood on the rainbow belt, protected by Oder and Kyle in the middle. The peripheral vision drifts to the illusory bubbles around. Some people sit in 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. With beautiful women like clouds, some dominate the world and have power all over the world. Some are pioneers in the era and lead the progress of civilization. Still others enjoy family happiness and a happy family. Every bubble seems to contain the most beautiful dream deep in the heart of a living being. Every bubble contains a creature's most beautiful dream. Looking at his uncle, who was constantly calculating the direction, Wyland stood quietly aside without speaking. Half an hour later, the 3 of them sometimes moved forward, sometimes backward, sometimes upward, sometimes downward. During the entire process, Varen and Kyle did not communicate with each other verbally to avoid disturbing Oder's thinking. After an unknown amount of time, the 3 of them passed through a white barrier and arrived at a dark place. Suddenly, violent turbulence began to occur around them, and Kyle quickly raised a magic barrier to protect the 3 of them. Accompanied by bursts of howling wind, the magic barrier sometimes flashed bright and dazzling light, and sometimes dimmed, appearing extremely unstable. Wyland couldn't help but turn his head slightly, and was surprised to find beads of sweat on Kyle's forehead. This was the first time in nearly 20 years that he had seen Kyle looking so nervous and embarrassed. This storm will pass when there are still 3 different dimensions left. Hearing his uncle's voice, Wyland was curious about how long it took for the 3 different dimensions to last, but in this situation, it was better not to talk too much. Time passed bit by bit, and the storm outside the magic barrier gradually weakened until it completely disappeared. Kyle saw this and took back the magic barrier. Dong dong! There was a sound in the passage. Wyland looked down and found that the ground was covered with magic crystals. Out of caution, he did not reach out to pick them up. Oder explained while delivering magic power to Kyle. "These are Merlot magic stones. They are not the magic crystals we know, but the dregs thrown from the illusory layer to the magic layer. They combine with the magic power in the storm. Combining the objects formed and absorbing the magic power will corrupt the body, disturb the soul, and turn into a flesh and blood monster." Hearing his uncle's explanation, Wyland shivered in fright and subconsciously stayed away from these Miro magic stones. Compared with Kyle and his uncle, Varen felt more and more lacking in knowledge. Receiving Oda's magic power, Kyle's depleted magic power was restored. Seeing Kyle standing up, Oder stopped sending magic power, took out a light chain, and tied the 3 people to it. "The next road is a bit difficult to walk, so try not to make any noise, so as not to alert the guardians of the magic layer." After hearing Oder's instructions, the other 2 nodded solemnly to express their understanding. Seeing such a knowledgeable Oder, Wyland couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart about his uncle's previous experiences. The light chain tightly connected the 3 people together, and they moved forward in an unknown direction. In the endless darkness, Wyland lost his sense of time. Perhaps a few hours had passed, or a few days had passed, or perhaps a few months had passed. The 3 walked in the magic layer and moved towards the edge of the magic layer. At a certain border, Oder stopped, put away the compass, and tore the barrier with his bare hands. At that moment, the dazzling light poured in through the torn gap like a tide, and the strong light made Wyland subconsciously raise his hand to cover his eyes, not daring to look directly. As bright as the Milky Way, the stars appeared in the space. Following Oda, Wylin walked out of the magic layer and stood on the transparent barrier. After waiting for Kyle to walk out of the magic layer, Oda removed the spell, and the passage slowly shrank until it completely dissipated. The space changed, and the three came to 200 kilometers away. Looking back, a black torrent flowed in the space, from an unknown place to an unknown place. This is the full picture of the magic layer. Wylin stared at the black torrent in the distance, his heart full of curiosity and doubts, and he couldn't help but ask Oda. Oda didn't answer, but stretched his hand in front of Wylin and cast the spell Magic Detection True World. When Wylin opened his eyes again, the scene in front of them was completely different. The original turbulent black torrent disappeared, quietly replaced by two thin layers of membrane, clearly dividing the magic layer and the safe area. Between these two layers of film, there is a rolling torrent of magic power, emitting a strange purple light. Within the film, a torrent of magic flowed, emitting a strange purple light. The most central position is wrapped in a phantom of light. Wylin understood, without the need for others to answer, that it was the illusory layer. While Wylin was admiring the sights of the magic layer and the illusion layer, Oda took out the azimuth compass, calculated in his mind, and used a new method to calculate based on the original position. Upon seeing this, Kyle came to Oda's side and condensed a panel composed of magic power in the air to assist in recording data. After recovering from the magic layer and the illusion layer, Wylin turned around and saw the two busy people. He silently stepped aside, sat on the barrier, and waited peacefully. Professional matters should be left to specialized people. You only need to stay quiet and wait for the results. In the safe area, Varen admired the faint spots of light. According to his guess, those should be demiplanes. Based on the few plane knowledge in his mind, Varen understood that he could see those demi-planes here. But these demi-planes were not on the same interface as himself. The alien space is composed of countless time and space, and no one knows its specific structure. This is why the demiplane is placed in the alien space. This strange space, called the womb of the world, contains countless secrets. Time passed slowly, and Oda and Kyle stopped calculating. Seeing the actions of the two men, Varen sat up from the barrier. From here southwest, then from. Common language was mixed with other languages. Wylin stood beside the two of them, listening in confusion. However, he also knows that some things cannot be expressed in common language and can only be described in other languages. There seems to be something wrong here. The presence of the illusory layer and the magic layer here will certainly have a certain impact on the surrounding space. Maybe we should try to upgrade 2 more interfaces. Kyle pointed to the 6th node and proposed own opinion. Oda looked at the direction Kyle pointed, shook his head slowly, and replied firmly, "Not here. 3 different space units from this node is the Ouroboros corridor. Once you cross the interface, if we make a mistake, we can easily fall into it. You are a master in this field, I listen to you." Kyle thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Kyle admired this extremely knowledgeable arcanist from the bottom of his heart. Angel Heart gave me a lot of knowledge, but most of it was theory, which was very different from practice. After returning, Kyle plans to learn from Oda so that he can fulfill his responsibility as a Night Guardian and protect his lord. When Wylin saw the two of them stop communicating, he realized that the short rest was over and they were about to set off again. "Your Excellency Oda, please let me destroy the interface nodes in the early stage." Hearing Kyle's words, Oda nodded slightly and then pulled Varen back dozens of steps. According to the method in his memory, Kyle wrapped magic power on his hands and said silently in his heart, "Different space Arankar." The space was torn apart easily like a silk scarf, using magic power to maintain this layer of interface channels. Kyle followed the same method and continued to tear the next layer of interface. After repeating it 10 times, Kyle stopped and touched the sweat on his head. Upon seeing this, Oda helped Kyle up and carried Varen, crossing the node and arriving at the new interface before the cracks in the interface healed. Varen looked around quietly and found that the surrounding environment did not seem to have changed much, but there were still some subtle differences that could be detected. The brightness and darkness of certain demiplanes changed. Oda led the two of them and moved quickly within the safe area. After crossing hundreds of kilometers, the three of them landed on the space barrier. Kyle took a deep breath and continued the previous method, tearing the interface from here and opening up the node channel. The 4 early nodes were all developed by Kyle. When he came to the interface where the 4th node was located, Oder stopped temporarily and let Kyle absorb the magic energy in the safe area to restore the magic power in his body. Taking advantage of this time, Oder called Wylan away and began to explain to him. A different space is different from other spaces. It is composed of countless interfaces. Uncle, does interface mean two-dimensional plane? Wylan asked curiously. Oder shook his head and said, the interface is not a two-dimensional plane. If you insist on explaining it, the safe area can be regarded as a space that loses time. There's a concept of time in the area where the illusion layer and the magic layer flow, which runs through all interfaces, but is outside all interfaces. The 2 layers of film you saw at the first node are the time boundaries. After Oder's detailed explanation, Varen gained a new understanding of different spaces. During this time, Kyle regains all of his magic power and rests for a while, because it is very close to the Ouroboros corridor. If the interface continues to be torn apart, the only option is to let Oder do it. After successfully crossing 3 dangerous nodes, we finally reached the destination interface. After many twists and turns, I finally got closer to the goal of this trip. Oder once again took out the azimuth compass and started measuring. The results showed that the demoplane was 3,000 kilometers away from here. After moving through several spaces, the 3 people arrived at the outer layer of the demoplane. Looking at the 2 layers of film between the demoplane and the safe zone, Wylan knew very well that he and the demoplane in front of him were in the same interface, not in different interfaces. Before this, Oder had explained to him that the demoplane that accidentally fell into the alien space had no connection with the real world and was an independent existence. If he wanted to enter, he could only forcibly break the film. However, forcibly destroying the membrane of the demoplane would inevitably cause damage to the demoplane itself. Then Oder flew in front of the film and prepared to start. 300 kilometers above the demoplane, there is a piece of Raulich fragment that can open the demoplane barrier. A pleasant voice sounded in his ears, making Wylan a little dazed. I didn't expect that 3 months have passed. Without time to think, Wylan hurriedly stopped him before Oder cast the spell. Hearing Wylan's voice, Oder stopped his actions and flew to his nephew's side without feeling angry in his heart. Since Wylan stopped him, it means that he has other safe ways to break the film. Uncle Kyle, there is a Raulich fragment about 300 kilometers above this place. It can break the membrane of the demoplane and let us enter the demoplane, Wylan said anxiously. Raulich fragment, what is that? A big question mark suddenly appeared on Kyle's head, and he was full of confusion. Oder was also confused, saying that he had never heard of Raulich fragments. Don't look at me. You don't know, and I certainly don't know. But believe me, that piece of Raulich fragment will definitely let us enter the demoplane. After hearing his master's explanation, Kyle flew up without hesitation to get the Raulich fragment. Oder took a deep look at his nephew. He couldn't see through him since they first met more than 20 years ago. After a while, Kyle returned to the space barrier, holding a black irregular stone in his hand. 300 kilometers away, this is an object with a physical body. It should be the Raulich fragment you mentioned, Master. Wylan nodded, but he was a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect the Raulich fragment to be so big. Oder stepped forward to observe the Raulich fragment carefully, took some powder from it, and prepared to take it back for research. After waiting for Oder to finish his research, Kyle held the black irregular stone and came to the edge of the demoplane. In an instant, Kyle felt the so-called power in front of him, which was constantly pulling the black irregular stone in his arms. After releasing his hands, he saw the Raulich fragment floating on the membrane and blending into it at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oder discovered the situation, carried Wylan, came to Kyle's side, and watched the whole process attentively. Time passed slowly, and the Raulich fragment merged into the membrane, replacing part of the space area. Kyle differentiated a clone and let it approach the black spot. The Guangyao clone stretched out his hand and easily inserted it into the black spot. slowly moved forward until the entire Guangyao clone was immersed in it. What's the situation? My clone has entered the demoplane. Kyle opened his eyes and answered. Odor's face was full of confusion, and he muttered to himself, "It's really strange. Why is this black irregular boulder called Rollich fragment fused with the time boundary? Uncle, don't think about it yet. The time boundary seems to be rejecting the Rollich fragment." Wylan pointed to the shrinking black spot and said to Odor. Odor finished thinking, grabbed Wylan, passed through the black spots, and entered the demoplane. Kyle followed closely and entered the demoplane. In less than a moment, the Rollich fragment was expelled from the body by the time boundary, flew into an unknown interface, and lost its trace. In the time barrier, looking at the Rollich fragment that disappeared in an instant, Odor sighed. What a pity, what a pity. Uncle, you just scraped off some powder, what's a pity? Odor glanced at Wylan and said helplessly, who would dislike having too many experimental materials. My lord, Mr. Odor, let's explore this demoplane first and find the core of the demoplane. Kyle reminded them and brought the two back to the topic. Turning his eyes away from the time boundary, Wylan looked down and saw that he was standing in the void where the demoplane was located. At least that's how he knew it. 200 kilometers below is the junction of the demoplane atmosphere and the void. This demoplane has an area of at least 300,000 square kilometers. When he thought that this place would belong to him, Wylan felt unprecedented excitement. Entering the atmosphere of the demoplane from the void, looking at the clouds floating in the sky, a large area on the ground was covered with green vegetation. After a while, the three landed in a jungle. Roar! A three-tailed white tiger emerged from the dark, dense forest, looking at Wylan and others vigilantly, and the crystal in the center of its forehead was accumulating power. 3 tails, it's really strange. After saying that, Odor raised his right hand, condensed the magician's hand, and gently grasped it. Before the 3-tailed white tiger could react, it was grasped by the magician's hand on its abdomen. Watching himself getting closer and closer to the strange 2-legged beast, the crystal on the forehead of the 3-tailed white tiger began to shine brightly. With a burst of energy fluctuations, a red beam of light shot out from the crystal and flew straight towards the 3 people. However, facing this powerful red light, Wylan just waved his hand casually, as if he was brushing off an annoying fly. The red light disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. This 3-tailed white tiger with silver intermediate strength was just a piece of moving meat in Wylan's eyes. Thinking of food, Wylan couldn't help but touch his shriveled stomach. He hadn't tasted delicious food for more than 3 months, and this 3-tailed white tiger happened to be delivered to his door at this moment, which was simply a delicacy given by God. Feeling Wylan's fiery gaze, Odor nodded and said, "It's not too late to cook this 3-tailed white tiger after I study it thoroughly." After that, he continued to focus on observing and analyzing the white tiger. Kyle turned and walked into a nearby jungle and began to level the land. A moment later, he took out a large pile of various kitchen utensils from the space ring and placed them neatly on the ground. He was ready for everything, just waiting for the ingredients to arrive. The 3-tailed white tiger was suddenly filled with unspeakable fear. Although it did not understand what these terrible creatures were saying, those familiar kitchen utensils were what it had seen in the 2-legged beast village. An unprecedented despair surged in its heart, and it realized that it was about to become a delicious dish on someone else's table. Hearing the sound of the flames burning, the 3-tailed white tiger could not help but tuck its tail between its legs, revealing a pitiful expression. It's quite intelligent. Odor stroked the belly of the 3-tailed white tiger and couldn't help laughing when he saw the other party showing a flattering look. Uncle, Kyle is still waiting. I want to try the tiger meat from other planes. How does it taste? Thinking of the delicious food, Wylan couldn't help but urge him. Seeing this, Odor said helplessly, "Okay, I'll try to control it within 10 minutes. Seeing this, the 3-tailed white tiger came to Wylan and imitated those 2-horned beasts. It pushed hard with its hind legs and barely supported its huge body. Then it put its front legs together and kowtowed to Wylan in a proper manner, making a humming sound in its mouth, as if begging for mercy. Odor did not stop the actions of this 3-tailed white tiger and watched with interest. Looking at the pitiful three-tailed white tiger, Wylan touched his belly, picked up a branch, and drew a pattern on the ground. The three-tailed white tiger widened his eyes, carefully observing the figure drawn, and nodded continuously, indicating that he had understood and begged the other party to give him a chance. Seeing this, Wylan waved his hand and told the other party to go and come back quickly. As for the three-tailed white tiger wanting to escape, it was simply a joke. If he could escape from a soul-level arcane master and a soul-level low-level knight, Wylan expressed his admiration for this three-tailed white tiger. Entering the jungle, the three-tailed white tiger did not dare to be negligent and used all his strength to hunt the unicorn in the jungle. Hunting the three strongest unicorns, the three-tailed white tiger bit off a vine, put it on the abdomen of the unicorn, and dragged the prey to the camp. Seeing the ingredients, Kyle waved his hand lightly. The 3-meter-long unicorns were peeled off the skin, and the internal organs were dug out under the invisible force, and were divided into pieces of ingredients waiting to be cooked according to the internal texture. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Wylan squatted in front of the three-tailed white tiger and touched its head. As the overlord of this place, facing the terrifying two-legged beast in front of it, it did not dare to resist at all, and even waggled its three tails to please the opponent. Half an hour later, dozens of dishes were served on the wooden table. Varen couldn't wait to sit at the dining table, waiting for the meal to begin. At this moment, Oder was no exception. He stopped studying the Rawlich fragment powder, came to the dining table and sat down, smelling the aroma of the food, and waited with peace of mind. Kyle brought the last dish to the table, and everyone began to enjoy the whole deer feast. The three-tailed white tiger sat in the distance, smelling the alluring fragrance in the air. He could only drool silently, hoping that these two-legged beasts would let him go after enjoying the food. An hour later, Varen leaned back on the chair and touched his belly, feeling very satisfied. My cooking skills are getting better and better. The meat of this kind of deer is very delicious. My cooking skills are just for decoration. Kyle put down his knife and fork and said humbly. Oder saw this and expressed a different opinion. Fresh and tender ingredients are important, but they are also inseparable from your cooking skills. In my life experience, your cooking skills are ranked high. Seeing this, Kyle smiled modestly and said nothing. Next, we should get down to business. At this point, Varen turned to Oder and asked, Uncle, do you know how to find the heart of the demiplane? A newly born demiplane has only two places in which the heart of its demiplane can exist. First, the demiplane's chaotic consciousness space exists as a 32-sided spherical crystal. It is resisted by the instinct of the demiplanes, chaotic consciousness, and deliberately hides the heart of the demiplane, making it difficult to search. Second, it is possible that some kind of object exists in the real space of the demiplane, whether it is a weapon, armor, or flowers and trees, but it itself is strange and has its own illusions. If you search carefully, you will be subject to fate favors you, and you can find it within 3 months. When Wylan heard this, he said in a deep voice, Uncle, I leave the chaotic consciousness space of the demiplane to you. Kyle and I will search for the heart of the demiplane in the real space. Be careful. With Kyle protecting you, no one in this demiplane can threaten your safety, but be careful. This demiplane was formed by the world of Ilrylia devouring other worlds. It's not a natural birth. There may be some kind of conspiracy hidden in it, so stay vigilant. Uncle, I know, be careful. Kindness. After finishing speaking, Oder waved his hand to open the chaotic consciousness space leading to the demiplane, added several layers of protection to himself, and then entered it to find the heart of the demiplane. After Oder left, Kyle put the table and kitchen utensils into the space equipment. My lord, what should I do with that tiger? The three-tailed white tiger heard the noise, opened his eyes, and carefully watched the two-legged beasts talking. Although he couldn't understand what they were talking about, it was definitely an important matter related to his life. He has fulfilled his promise to hunt the prey, so let him go, Wylan said, determining the fate of the three-tailed white tiger. It's up to you. Naturally, Kyle would not refute his master's decision. Anyway, in a few months, My master will become the master of this demiplane, and that strange-looking tiger may even become the mount of a certain warrior in the future. Under the careful observation of the three-tailed white tiger, the two-legged beast left alone, which showed that they had fulfilled their promise and set him free. Seeing this scene, the three-tailed white tiger waited for a while and saw the two-legged beasts disappearing into the jungle. He immediately raised his limbs and ran in the opposite direction to leave the place. As for this hunting ground that belongs to you, in the face of life, you don't want it. With its strength, there is no problem in grabbing another hunting ground. Above the jungle, Kyle picked up Varen from behind and took him to fly west. When entering the demiplane, Kyle discovered that there was a gathering place for creatures to the west of the jungle. In half an hour, the two traveled 200 kilometers and landed on the edge of the jungle. Standing on the canopy of the tree, Wylan looked into the distance. Serfs were tending the farmland, and managers holding long whips rested under the big trees and exercised their supervisory responsibilities. It seems that the main living creatures in the plain world, called Grantham, are still humans. Lord, although we are both human beings, we are creatures from different worlds. There's no connection between you. Kyle landed firmly next to Wylan and explained, in the star realm, some weak worlds it will capture the information sent out unconsciously by the powerful world to improve the internal structure of the world. Therefore, in the star realm, races such as humans, orcs, dwarves, and elves are widely distributed in other planes. Even angels exist, but most of the time they exist as servants of the gods. When Wylan heard this, he nodded to express his understanding. In the world of Ilrylia, the status of angels is equal to that of gods, and there is no distinction between strong and weak in terms of personality. Correspondingly, there are dragons and titans. First, go to the Lord's castle here and ask where strange illusions were born recently. Yes, sir. Kyle took Varen directly to the castle 13 kilometers away. In that ancient and solemn castle, a noble man dressed in fine clothes was holding a letter in his hand tightly, his brows furrowed and his face full of sadness. Time flies, and in the past 10 years, things have changed unpredictably. The once prosperous church of the god of seven emotions collapsed. The powerful kingdom of Adanis on the Cardan continent was also wiped out. The entire world fell apart. As a viscount under the earl of the eastern border of the kingdom of Malsus, although he was only a 5th-level knight, silver-level mid-level knight, in the previous world that had not yet been broken, he still had the ability to fly for a short time and could wield a sharp sword energy. However, in the past few months, he clearly realized that the world was undergoing drastic changes, and all the extraordinary powers he possessed disappeared quietly. Now his fighting spirit can no longer attack outside the body and can only barely cover the knight's sword body, and his strength has also been greatly weakened compared to the past. In the past, when he tried his best, he could easily destroy a hill as high as 10 meters. But now, at most, he can only break a mere boulder. Alas, this time, Count Rudolph ordered me to lead 100 knights, 600 warriors, and 3,000 serfs to assemble in Bessemer, but he did not tell me the specific mission. Faced with this unknown assembly order, he could not help but worry. Press put down the letter in his hand and was about to ask someone to call the butler to gather the troops. Just as he stood up, he saw a servant rushing in a panic. Master, there are 2 intruders falling from the sky. Knight Tracy is leading your guards to confront. I hope you will rush over as soon as possible. The servant showed fear and reported to press. Seeing this situation, Price didn't dare to waste a moment, picked up the knight's sword, and without even having time to put on his armor, left the study and rushed towards the castle gate. In the open space inside the castle, Wylan looked at the surrounding environment and frowned. This place is 10 times dirtier than the toilet of Star Moon Castle. Kyle nodded in agreement when he heard his master's words. Several knights and hundreds of guards surrounded the two people, but no one dared to step forward. Those who can enter the castle from the air must be at least 7th-level knights, gold low-level knights. With just one of their 4th-level knights, silver low-level knights, a few 3rd-level knights, bronze high-level knights, and some guards, I am afraid that can't block the opponent's move. The leader, Tracy, held his breath and maintained restraint, waiting for the arrival of the Lord. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, Tracy was relieved. It wasn't that he wasn't brave. But the two people in front of him were really terrifying. If it wasn't for his will to support him, he would have run away long ago. Press walked quickly beside Knight Tracy, leaned down and saluted, and said respectfully, "My two gentlemen, I don't know what the important matter is in visiting the Baudens' territory. Do you need the Bunir family to serve you?" Looking at the nobleman in front of him, Varen didn't know what he was talking about, but through his behavior, he should be saluting him. Communication is troublesome. Is there any way you can quickly learn the language of this world? Wylin turned around and asked. After hearing this, Kyle thought for a moment and replied respectfully, "Lord, give me some time." Varen nodded and retreated behind Kyle. If you want to master a language quickly, the most direct and effective way is to soul search the target person. As he said, Kyle immediately cast a large-scale camp detection spell. He slowly raised his hands, and an extremely huge magic circle quickly formed at a speed visible to the naked eye and completely enveloped the entire castle in the next moment. After seeing this unbelievable scene happen, Price on the side was full of shock. His mouth was slightly open, his eyes were empty. He just stared blankly at everything in front of him. The other guards were even more miserable. They dropped their weapons one after another, knelt down and begged for mercy, and kept mumbling meaningless words over and over again, hoping to be forgiven by Kyle. The ground was filled with the crisp sound of falling weapons, which brought Price back to his senses. He turned his stiff neck and looked around. He found that except for Tracy, whom he had always treated as his right-hand man, he was still standing straight on the spot. Everyone was on their knees. On the other side, Wylin lowered his head and stared at the magic circle at his feet with a look of surprise on his face. "It's actually green, neutral and good. I always thought I was absolutely neutral." Thinking of this, Wylin suddenly raised his head and looked at Kyle, who was not far away, only to see that the magic circle he was in shone with a dark light like ink obviously. Kyle's camp attribute was absolutely neutral. Recalling Kyle's resolute and even slightly cold way of handling things before, Varen felt that he was the fault. After thinking for a moment, Wylin shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. No matter what camp Kyle is in, he is his own guardian knight, and as his master, he must be responsible for him. After obtaining the camp information of the people around him, Kyle arrested all those whose camp was judged to be evil. Looking at the 23 people in front of him, Kyle raised his right hand expressionlessly, grabbed the souls of the 23 people with a gentle grab, and began to bring up useful information. Priest looked at the scene in front of him and remained silent. Even if one of them was his son, he would not dare to say anything. After getting the information he wanted, Kyle directly crushed the souls of these 23 people. After sorting it out, Kyle passed the useful information into his master's mind. At this moment, Varen, who possesses extremely powerful soul power, does not feel any pain and easily accepts this language called Celtic. After a moment of adjustment, Wylin turned to stare at the noble and said, "I ask, you answer." Hearing some unfamiliar words, Price lowered his head and said respectfully, "Please speak. Let me ask you, have any strange scenes occurred in the past few months?" Wylin looked directly at the person in front of him with sharp eyes, not missing any slight change in expression on his face. Price tried to calm himself down and began to recall it carefully in his mind. After a while, he shook his head and replied respectfully, "Replying to your lord, my county of Bessemer did not show up." Strange sight. Hearing this, Wylin couldn't help but frown slightly, with some doubts in his heart. He looked up and down at the middle-aged man in front of him, and found that the man was only an intermediate silver level, not even comparable to the guards of his own bodyguard team. So Varen asked, "Are you a count?" Press felt the pressure in Varen's eyes and hurriedly bowed and said in panic, "This villain is a vassal nobleman of Count Bessemer and is just a viscount. You have misunderstood, sir." Looking at the cautious Priest, Wylin's tone remained unchanged, and he continued to ask, "Tell me about the world." "Well, what is the situation now after the world has changed?" Press did not dare to be negligent. He took a deep breath, lowered his head, and did not dare to look at Wylin. He carefully told him the information he knew in detail. Half an hour later, through the explanation of this native noble, Wylin basically understood the surrounding situation. When the world of Grantham was swallowed up, the Cardan continent collapsed and turned into countless fragments. The three border provinces in the north of the kingdom of Malsus, the southern quarter of the Kingdom of Archibald, several city-states in the east of the United Principality of Brussels, and a large area in the west of the Free Forest formed this half-plane. Disposable map indicating the direction. I learned from press that this half-plane is larger than imagined, nearly 660,000 square kilometers, and the population is about 1.3 million to 1.5 million. Wylan was shocked and asked Kyle in the common language, "Have you seen such a large demoplane?" Kyle looked at it and whispered, "Lord, of course I haven't seen it, but the angel's heart has records that this kind of demoplane born when the world is eating does exist. The rules are not very stable. Generally, it will split again in about 10 years, forming an area ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Generally speaking, the rules of demoplanes born when the world is eating are unstable, and tens of thousands of square kilometers are the best state. In the future, if you want to expand the area of the demoplane, you can use other methods, such as investing in the origin of the world, merging demoplanes with the same attribute rules, etc., which can increase the area. In other words, after I master this demoplane, it is best to divide it once to accelerate the assimilation of the world rules to the demoplane." Wylan said. "Yes, Lord," Kyle nodded and replied, listening to the completely unfamiliar language. Press already had the answer in his mind. But at this moment, he had already regarded himself as a puppet no matter what information the other party wanted to get from him. He would answer truthfully without hesitation. The previous actions of these two have shown that they are not the kind of people who kill innocent people indiscriminately. As long as he is obedient and cooperates well, he will definitely survive. As for the dead son, under the protection of his mother, he usually did a lot of cruel things. Anyway, he didn't like it. If he died, he died. He was in his prime and could still be reborn. Suddenly, the originally clear sky became gloomy, and dark clouds began to gather rapidly. Wylan couldn't help but raise his head, staring at the gradually darkening clouds, and asked in a low voice, "Is this abnormal movement caused by my uncle?" Kyle looked up at the changes in the sky, nodded, and said, "My lord, your guess is correct. The sudden appearance of the celestial phenomenon is indeed interfered by the half-plane chaos consciousness. I'm afraid that Lord Oder has made some big moves." Wylan retracted his gaze and said, "My uncle is busy looking for the heart of the half-plane. We can't be lazy, we have to speed up." Kyle's eyes flickered, looking at his master, and nodded slightly. "In which direction is the center of the earldom of Bessemer?" 200 kilometers southwest, Prees answered respectfully. After getting the information he wanted, Wylan did not stay any longer and asked Kyle to take him to the center of the earldom. As for how to deal with these survivors of Grantham, it would not be too late to make a decision after obtaining the heart of the half-plane. Half an hour later, on the plain, a city built around a castle appeared in front of the two. Go directly to that castle and capture the Earl to ask about the situation. Understood. Flying over the city, the two landed directly on the castle tower. Dozens of soldiers subconsciously picked up their weapons, and the next moment they were pressed to the ground and unable to move. Others retreated and dared not step forward. The two came down from the tower as if they were in an empty space. Foul smell. Kyle suddenly stopped, looked into the distance, and frowned. Seeing this, Wylan asked, "What's wrong?" "There is the smell of the devil." Demon? Wylan subconsciously looked at the third floor of the castle and said in a deep voice, "Deal with the devil first. As for collecting information, there is no rush now." "Yes, my lord." After receiving Wylan's instructions, Kyle condensed the holy flame in his hand and threw it to the top of the castle. In just a moment, the sacred breath enveloped the entire castle. Wailing sounded everywhere and echoed over the castle. This time, Kyle did not control the holy flame and let it spread. As long as they are not in the evil camp, they can survive. Suddenly, the wall of the third floor of the castle collapsed, and a snake demon holding 4 sharp swords jumped down and rushed towards the two. Looking at this high-level silver snake demon, Wylan took out the Kingmu staff, summoned the vines, and bound the charging snake demon in the air. Holy flame spread along the snake demon's tail to the upper body. Roar! Asterisk, 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 the snake demon uttered the abyss language. And combined with her ferocious expression, you don't need to guess that it must be no good words. Just burn it half to death and interrogate it later to see how this demon came here from the abyss. Wylin put away the king staff and said to Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle cut off the forearms of the snake demon and then took back the holy flame burning on it. Half an hour later, the holy flame went out, and there was only one survivor in the entire castle. Kyle came behind a guard who was shivering with his face buried in the flower bed, kicked his butt, and ordered, "Go find the highest-ranking person alive in the castle." "Yes." "Yes, sir." After wiping the dirt off his face, the guard stood up with difficulty with trembling legs, and then limped towards the castle. Not long after, a pale boy appeared in front of Wylin, knelt directly on the ground, knocked his head hard on the ground, and said, "My lords, I am the chef in the kitchen. You can call me Marcus. I am now the highest-ranking person in this castle." Wylin was a little surprised to hear what the other party said. It seems that the lord of this place, his family and his subordinates are not good people, otherwise the highest-ranking person now is the chef. "I ask you, has there been any strange sights here?" The thin young man tried to recall, lowered his head and answered, "Sir, when I was cooking for Count Rudolph and his friends, I heard them talking about the colorful fog that appeared in Talon Town. I wonder if this is considered a strange sight." "Tell me in detail." "That's all I know. I don't know anything more." "Forget it, go away." "Thank you, sir." The thin young man got up from the ground swiftly and left the castle quickly. Seeing this, some brave survivors followed him and left the castle. Seeing that Wylin did not stop them, the remaining guards and servants followed suit and left the castle. After a while, only Wylin, Kyle, and the snake demon bound in the air were left in the huge castle. "How did you get to this place?" Kyle walked up to the snake demon step by step, his eyes as cold as ice, but asked him in fluent abyssal language. However, the snake demon did not seem to take Kyle seriously and shouted loudly, "Humble ants, you will all become." Before the snake demon finished speaking, Kyle stretched out his right hand, pulled out her soul, and searched for useful information from it. Facing such a confused and delirious demon, it is more efficient to search her soul directly. In short, it is nothing more than the unspeakable love affair between a female snake demon and a three-headed male snake demon. After eliminating these useless dross, Kyle pieced together the answer of how the other party arrived here from her incomplete memory fragments. After the capture of the Grantham world, some mages gathered together and spent several years to avoid the surveillance of the Dawn Church and summon demons from the Abyss. Before the Abyss Gate was formed, the space of the Grantham world changed, and the semi-finished Abyss Gate was directly shattered. But dozens of gold-level demons and tens of thousands of silver-level demons still entered the Cardan continent of the Grantham world. A few days later, the world of Grantham began to collapse, and most of the demon army that had not yet completed its assembly died in various disasters, except for a few lucky ones who survived. After getting the information he wanted, Kyle directly smashed the body of the snake demon. Looking at the black powder like debris scattered all over the ground, Wylin felt that it would be a pity for Uncle Oda to be here. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. My lord, in addition to this snake demon, there are 33 demons hiding in various places in the demoplane. We need to clear them out first or go to Talon Town. Kyle patted the black ash on his clothes and turned to ask, "Don't worry about the demons. Since they choose to hide, they won't cause trouble. Let's go to Talon Town first to find the heart of the demoplane." "Yes, sir." Outside the castle, chaos was rampant. Some ambitious people saw the castle on fire and screamed, and began to gather strength to protect their own safety on the one hand and seize the opportunity on the other. At the moment when the castle guards and servants fled the castle in a hurry, some crazy people who couldn't hold back began to riot. As soon as Wylin came out of the castle, he saw dozens of masked bandits holding weapons and rushing towards the castle. "Greedy." Just as he finished his words, the ground suddenly shook violently, and hundreds of vines broke out of the ground and penetrated the bodies of those masked thieves at an astonishing speed. In an instant, scarlet blood splashed everywhere, flowing rapidly along the texture of the stone slabs, staining the streets red. The spies hiding in the dark watched this scene in horror. Covering their mouths tightly, fearing that making a sound would attract the attention of the enemy. Although they knew that their behavior was just a kind of self-comfort, in such a tense atmosphere, doing so could make them feel a little relieved. Ignoring the scouts who were secretly spying on this place, Wylan asked Kyle to take him to the sky and head towards the border of Earl Bessemer. Only after confirming that Wylan and Kyle had gone far away did the spies hiding around the castle dare to emerge from the shadows. They looked at each other and could see the fear and relief in each other's eyes. After a moment of silence, they silently took a few steps back, then turned around and left without hesitation, and disappeared into the vast night in the blink of an eye. Beside a lake there stands a small town. Looking down from the air, it was shrouded in colorful mist, and it was impossible to see the internal situation clearly. Several armies were stationed dozens of kilometers away from Talon Town, each with different flags, with a number of people ranging from hundreds to thousands. At a military camp on the west side of Talon Town, it was easy to judge that the more than 1,000 people were the army of Count Bessemer, who was burned to slag by the holy flame through the noble flags of the other side. "Master, do you need me to go down and clean them up directly?" Kyle looked at the military camp below, which was full of lust in broad daylight, with a look of disgust in his eyes. "Go ahead." Anyway, he saw it all, so there was no reason to ignore it. Kyle put his master outside the military camp and entered it. Looking at the rising flames and the painful wails, Wylan couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. Am I also participating in the plain war? After thinking for a moment, Wylan threw this idea out of his mind. Strictly speaking, the place where he is now is the alien space under the mother of the world of Ilaria, not some other plane of the world. I hope the mother of the world can forgive my thoughts. After thanking him devoutly in his heart, Wylan estimated the time and walked straight to the military camp. Not long after entering the military camp, he saw two people tied to the flagpole, a man and a woman with very arrogant expressions. As for Kyle, he should still be busy now. There were sounds from time to time in the distance. It must be that the other party was cleaning up this military camp. "Damn low-class bastard, come and untie me. I can reward you 10 acres. Well, no, 3 acres of fertile land as a gift." The man who was tightly tied to the flagpole suddenly opened his bloodshot and turbid eyes, staring at the blurry figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, posing an arrogant attitude, and shouted at the top of his voice. Wylan looked around and pointed at himself with a puzzled look on his face. "Are you talking to me? I am the third daughter of Count Bessemer. As long as you save me, I will reward you with 10 women and make you a noble knight." The woman on the right promised Wylan weakly. "Count Bessemer, you are talking about the guy who was burned to slag." The calm words hit the heart directly, making the two people feel like they fell into an ice cellar on the spot. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You..." Before the two people finished speaking, Wylan summoned the vine and stuffed it into their mouths accurately, blocking it tightly. Then he turned around and walked to the side, found a relatively clean bench, sat on it, crossed his legs, and waited for Kyle to come back. An hour later, Kyle came to the main gate of the military camp with 2 heads. "How is the situation?" "I feel like I like torturing scum." Kyle threw the 2 hideous heads on the ground and said calmly. The 2 people tied to the flagpole looked at the head rolling on the ground in horror, their bodies twisting with excitement, their pupils shrinking sharply, staring at Kyle, who was not stained with blood, and their hearts were filled with unspeakable fear. "What's wrong with these 2 people? Why do you do this and bring back the heads alone?" Wylan sat up and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Hearing this, Kyle answered, "The one on the left likes to eat babies. The one on the right likes to play with young children. I locked their souls in the heads and slowly burned them with holy flames. After 3 years, their souls will be destroyed in pain. It's too easy for them to die." Wylan looked at the 2 hideous heads with disgust, summoned the vines, and threw them out of the camp to avoid polluting his eyes. Then Wylan pointed to the 2 people tied to the flagpole and asked, "What's the situation with these 2 people?" "The man on the right likes to rape, regardless of gender, age, or young. The woman on the left is the same as her brother. I can feel the stench from their souls when I stand here." Wylan asked, "How do you want to execute them?" "A burning to purify their crimes," Kyle suggested. Seeing this, Wylan said, This is the person you caught, it's up to you to decide. Seeing that his master had no objection, Kyle dismantled some military tents, threw them under the flagpole, and set them on fire. In the blazing fire, the two people twisted their bodies in pain, but they couldn't make even the slightest sound. They could only stare with despair and watch themselves being completely engulfed by the fierce fire bit by bit. Looking at the raging flames in front of him, while listening to Kyle's detailed narration, Wylan was very surprised that none of the more than 1,000 people were not beasts. However, recalling that Kyle covered the entire castle with holy flames, it was not so surprising that the highest-ranking person who survived was actually a chef. 3 hours later, looking at the two piles of black ash, Wylan and Kyle decided to rest for night and go to explore the town of Talanan tomorrow. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. As the night fell, the army generals of other forces in the surrounding area were filled with anxiety and fear after learning about the intelligence of the Besem army station. They spent this cold night with trepidation. The next morning, Wylan and Kyle left the barracks and headed for Talanan town. In the center of the colorful mist, a big tree felt the threat from afar, shook its branches, used the fallen leaves as the core, condensed the colorful mist, and created soldiers. In the tree canopy, a fairy was comforting the big tree, telling it not to panic. Outside the town of Talanan, there were a large number of weapons and armor scattered, as well as dark red bloodstains left on the ground. According to the intelligence recorded by the Besem army station, 2 months ago, several forces gathered thousands of troops and tried to enter the colorful mist to search for extraordinary treasures. Unexpectedly, more than 600 colorful mist soldiers suddenly appeared. Each of them had the strength of a third-level warrior, high-level bronze warrior, and in less than half an hour, they destroyed the vanguard army they sent. As for the corpses, they had been corroded by the colorful mist, but these weapons were left behind. Later, they also captured many serfs and civilians to retrieve these weapons. Without exception, they were all killed by the colorful fog soldiers who suddenly appeared. After reading the records above, Wylan closed the book, looked at the colorful fog 100 meters away, and said, "I have a hunch that the colorful fog hides the half-plane heart we are looking for." Maybe. Kyle's tone was a little hesitant and uncertain. Hearing this, Wylan's smart eyes turned slightly, and a sly smile rose at the corner of his mouth. "How about we make a bet? If you win, I will give you 100 gold coins. If I win, let me lie comfortably for 7 days." Kyle stared at the colorful fog in front of him, thinking about his master's proposal in his heart, and nodded slightly. "Okay, but I don't need you to give me 100 gold coins, I just need you to practice diligently for a month." Hearing Kyle's words, Wylan gritted his teeth and hesitated in his heart. He was not sure whether there was a half-plane heart in the colorful fog. After a struggle, Wylan decided to take a gamble. "Okay, I agree." Kyle turned his head and stared at the changes in Wylan's facial expression. He knew in his heart that his master didn't know what secret information was involved, which meant that this was a fair game. Just as the two were chatting, a faint vibration came from under their feet. Then more than 200 colorful mist soldiers walked out of the mist, quickly formed a battle formation, and rushed towards the two in a uniform pace. Seeing this, Kyle waved his hand and scattered more than 100 light balls, forming faceless light and shadow clones, each of which had the strength of a silver intermediate warrior, equivalent to a 5th-level warrior. Seeing this scene, Wylan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Is this a spell or a combat skill?" "Combat skill." Kyle did not hide it and answered without hesitation, "It is a soul-level combat skill light and shadow faceless clone created by my subordinates by combining the combat skill light and shadow clone with the extraordinary knowledge given by Putlock's spear. If it is fully released, it can condense thousands of silver-level clones. As long as the master works hard to practice and is promoted to Soul Knight, I promise that I can transform it into Aoki faceless clone for you." To be lazy. Faced with Kyle's promise, Wylan was a little impatient. While the two were talking, hundreds of faceless clones had strangled hundreds of colorful mist soldiers. Seeing this scene, Kyle moved his mind and commanded the clones to enter Talanan town to eliminate the resistance. Looking at the faceless clones that looked like an army, Wyland's eyes became more and more scorching. Unfortunately, it would take at least 10 years to break through the Soul Knight. If it wasn't before the gray crystal was absorbed, it would probably take another 15 years. 10 minutes later, Kyle got feedback from the faceless clone and said, "Master, there is a big tree in the center of Talanan town, which is the source of the colorful mist. Let's go and see if that tree is the heart of the demiplane we are looking for." Wyland was a little excited. Whether he was exhausted or enjoying the holiday leisurely, it all depended on whether the tree was helpful. Stepping into the colorful mist, he felt a silence. Listening to his own footsteps, Wyland and Kyle came under the big tree through the clean and tidy streets. Looking up, it was a little bare. Kyle put his hand on the trunk and prepared to search in depth. Don't do it." A crisp voice sounded, and Wyland looked up. A fairy was hovering in the air with its wings fluttering, speaking in the common language. "Fairy, why are you here?" Wyland waved his hand to signal Kyle to stop, and looked at the little fairy who slowly fell in front of him and asked curiously, "Great, you can understand me. You must not be those evil humans." The little fairy patted his chest and said with some relief. Wyland looked at the little fairy who was talking to himself, poked him with his hand and asked, "What race are you? Why are you here?" "Hello, human. I am Mina, the dream fairy, and this is my good friend Philo." The little fairy felt Wyland's kindness, flew to his shoulder and sat down, slowly telling his story. "That day, Mina was resting on Philo's tree trunk, but I didn't expect a group of bad guys to fight on the sea and break the space. Philo and I fell into the space crack. Fortunately, we were protected by the ancestor Celeste and came to this ownerless half-plane. Otherwise, we must be trapped in the illusory layer and never get out." Hearing the words of the dream fairy, Wyland felt a little sad and comforted her softly. "It's okay, it's safe now." As a bystander, Kyle witnessed this scene and felt that his master was in a state of some kind. Does the master want to take this dream fairy back to Xinyu Castle? Kyle looked at his master's actions again and became more certain of his inner thoughts. Half an hour later, Wyland, as a listener, listened to the dream fairy's confession and responded from time to time. "Thank you, kind Wyland. But poor Mina and Philo are now homeless," the dream fairy said with tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Wyland suggested, "My home is still, cough cough cough, I mean, do you want to go back with me?" "Thank you, Mina is willing to go back with you." The dream fairy gently kissed Wyland's cheek with a sly smile on her delicate face. Seeing the dream fairy agree without hesitation, Wyland always felt that she seemed to be waiting for his words, but when he met her sincere eyes, he felt that he was overthinking. Then Wyland asked the dream fairy Mina about the news about the heart of the demiplane. She came here half a year earlier than him, so she must know more information than him. "When Philo and I entered this ownerless demiplane, there was a lot of movement in the northwest, and there may be the demiplane heart you need." The dream fairy flew back to Varen's shoulder and said slowly. Wyland touched his chin and said, "It should be somewhere right." The dream fairy suddenly thought of something and reminded him, "Dear Varen, some demons are also looking for the heart of the demiplane. If you want to get this ownerless demiplane, you have to speed up your pace." "Mina, don't you encounter a demon?" Wyland asked. Seeing this, the dream fairy nodded heavily and said softly, "When Philo and I first came to this town, several demons suddenly appeared and attacked Philo and me. In order to protect ourselves, we can only spread colored fog. During this defense battle, Philo and I killed randomly like this, that, and then eliminated these demons and obtained some information from their soul fragments. 2 Balrogs and an evil heart demon planned a conspiracy preparing to use the heart of the demiplane to break this demiplane and escape. The dream tree shook its leaves, and a ball of light formed on its branches. The dream fairy left Varen's shoulder, took off the ball of light, and sent it to Varen's forehead. The moment he came into contact with the ball of light, Varen's consciousness entered the ball of light and watched this demonic conspiracy as a bystander. After Mengshu's processing, the abyssal languages spoken by the demons were all used as common languages. We first bewitched the human nobles, and then triggered a turmoil, gathering all human professionals into this place called Talanan town. Then, let other demons devour all living creatures in this area, called the Earldom of Bellic. K. Increase their strength, reduce the number of creatures. Create a safe zone, and attract the hearts of the demiplane to this place. As for us, we will hide here and wait for the prey to come. A Balrog crossed his arms and stared at the evil spirit with suspicion. Woodlow, is this wild way of yours really feasible? I think back then, I followed Grand Duke ** to attack a planet world called Hope. It was a medium-sized plain world. In a gravity ring city, I used the method of creating a safe zone to capture a lot of high-quality ingredients. Dedicated to the commander of the ** army, the evil heart devil proudly recounted his glorious deeds. The gravitational ring city in the planet's orbit was in a very similar situation to this demiplane, and he was sure that his plan would succeed. The other Balrog was a little impatient and interrupted the bragging of the evil demon and said bluntly, "If you don't succeed, I will eat you alive." The evil heart demon rolled his eyes and showed a flattering smile. "Don't worry, if you don't draw out the heart of the demiplane, you can do whatever you want. What is happening now is that the brainless fool relies on brute force to gain the upper hand, forcing him, the brain-loving devil, to compromise. In a few months, you two bastards will die. Doesn't matter whether the plan succeeds or not. Anyway, he can profit from it and improve his strength, which shows that this plan is effective. As for what the evil spirit is thinking, Wylan doesn't know. Through this ball of light, he understood the seriousness of the current situation. If the illusory layer had not blocked the way, the three of them would have reached this demiplane long ago. Things in the world are impermanent, and we cannot intervene in what has already happened. We can only seize the time and find the heart of the demiplane as soon as possible. Varen opened his eyes, handed the ball of light to Kyle, and asked him to view its contents. After a while, Kyle took off the light ball and said in a deep voice, "Lord, we must rush to the Earl of Bellic mentioned by the devil as soon as possible." Varen nodded and then said to the Dream Fairy, "Mina, I will send you and your friends to a safe place later. After I finish dealing with these demons, I will take you and your friends back to the star, Moon Castle." "Okay, dear Varen," Mina got it. After saying that, the Dream Fairy flew to the Dream Branch. Seeing this situation, Varen summoned the Druid Tree and brought the Dream Fairy and the Dream Tree into it. After one goblin and one tree entered the space in the book, Varen actually felt the joy coming from the Druid Tree, which made him feel a little strange. Open the terrain map obtained from the Bessemer military camp, and Varen can find the location of the Earldom of Bellic, which is located to the north of Talon town. After getting the specific direction, Kyle took Wylan and quickly headed north. During the flight, Kyle is aware of the surrounding situation in all directions. Whenever he encounters a demon and its minions, he will stop for a moment to clean up the residue. After all the carnage, Wylan's heart gradually sank to the bottom. The closer you get to the north, the more demons, half-demons, and demon worshippers you get. The Church of Seven Emotions collapsed suddenly, and the continent collapsed, giving these demons an opportunity to take advantage of. Kyle did not hesitate at all when dealing with these natives polluted by the abyss. From body to soul, everything was burned by the holy flame. After crossing a mountain range, the towns we passed along the way were empty, as if the whole world had died. When he landed on the low wall of a small city, what he saw was horrifying. The stone road was covered with dark red bloodstains, as if telling the story of the tragic massacre that had occurred. This should be the area where the Earl of Bellic is located, but I don't know which area it is. Wylan opened the sheepskin map. Except for the detailed markings of the Earl of Besimo, there were only rough outlines and distribution maps of major cities in other places. As for this small town with a population of less than 1,000, there was only a cross to indicate that there was a gathering place here, but there was no name. Just as Wylan was lost in thought, Kyle suddenly said, "My lord, I don't think we need to look at the map anymore." Hearing Kyle's voice, Wylan raised his head in confusion and found that there was thick smoke in the distance. Looking closely, a demon with wings on its back was chasing more than a dozen demons, biting the arm of a demon in its mouth. Wylan put the map into the space ring and said, "Be gentle, I want to know if they have found the heart of the half-plane." "Yes, sir." Kyle lowered his head and answered, then flew away. "Angel." Looking at the white light in the distance, the evil demon spit out the left upper arm of the snake demon in his mouth, and fled away without looking back. What should I do? How should I escape? While the evil demon was running desperately, he racked his brains to think of a way to escape. Not long ago, he had just devoured 2 fire demons. If he was given a few more months, he would definitely be able to successfully upgrade to a high-level gold demon. By then, the evil demon suddenly realized that even if he was promoted to a high-level gold demon, he would not be able to defeat the opponent. Suddenly, some information fragments pieced together some words to guide him to escape. In less than a moment, the evil demon and a dozen demon souls were brought back by Kyle. Standing on the city wall, Kyle crushed the demon's soul in front of the evil demon and extracted useful information from it, which frightened the evil demon to lie on the ground and tremble. This is the evil demon in the memory light ball. The breath is unstable. It seems that the 2 fire demons have been swallowed by him. Wyland stepped on the head of the evil demon and said. Kyle imported the useful information into the crystal ball, ground the remaining soul fragments into powder, burned it with holy flames, and turned his head and said, Master, do you want to try your more special druid spells? Upon hearing this, Wyland immediately summoned the druid book and flipped through it. On page 233, Wyland found the spell he had always wanted to experiment with. Wodification Soul Cutting, a gold-level spell, uses an illusory magic branch as a scalpel to dissect the soul and fill the cut part with magic. When more than half of the target's soul is filled with magic, it can be turned into wood, and the remaining soul, magic and flesh of the other party can be used as nutrients to obtain wood tooth flowers, which can serve as the core material of Wood Intelligent Puppet. The rest of this page details the operation steps, including building an illusory operating table, condensing magic branches, fixing the target soul, etc. You first get the information we need from his soul, and I will prepare the prerequisites for this spell. Kyle nodded after hearing this, indicating that he would try to be careful not to harm the soul and body of this evil demon. Wyland came to the city, first cast green grass light for lighting, then began to build an illusory operating table according to the operation steps. On the city wall, the evil demon watched the angel deal with the demon's soul in his hand, step by step approaching him, and hurriedly begged for mercy. What do you need to know? Just ask, I will tell you everything. Looking at this shameless demon, Kyle's outstretched right hand stopped in mid-air, hesitated for a moment, and gave up his idea of searching the soul. Anyway, since my master needs time and I have nothing to do, I might as well play with this evil demon first, and then search its soul. Half-Plain Heart, have you found its whereabouts? Hearing this question, the evil demon's mind immediately began to calculate rapidly. But his face showed a respectful look, and he answered in a low and hoarse abyssal language. We found the Half-Plain Heart in the northwest. If it weren't for the 2 fire demons who alerted the enemy and let the Half-Plain Heart run away, I would have presented this treasure to you now. Now, where's the Half-Plain Heart? Kyle stared at the evil demon and asked expressionlessly. Faced with Kyle's question, the evil demon trembled and whispered, It may have run to that lake now. Lake, do you mean Lake Casca? Kyle frowned slightly and asked with a hint of doubt in his tone. Yes, you are indeed an angel who knows everything. The evil demon said flatteringly, From those livestock. They are humans. Those humans learned that 10 years ago, a legend fell and his body fell into the lake, filling the lake with a breath of light. We can't get close, so we can only give up. But for you, entering the lake and retrieving the heart of the half-plane is easy. Okay, let me see if what you said is true or false. My lord, I still have. Before the evil demon finished speaking, Kyle directly extracted his soul and carefully collected useful information to verify his previous answer. You are indeed an evil demon. The information this guy said was all true, without any falsehood, but all this was to delay time. Consciousness uploading device, this is a reminder for me. When I catch the abyss demon in the future, I must not only block the opponent's strength, but also the consciousness. Kyle said to himself, and then cast the holy flame to burn the soul insects secretly released by the evil demon. Mechanical consciousness device is a treasure that this guy plundered when he followed the Lord of the Abyss on an expedition to a planetary world. As a life-saving trump card, he would hide it somewhere wherever he went, and let himself forget the relevant information, leaving only a few words, and awaken the fragmentary information when he encountered danger. However, this guy was unlucky and met an angel like Kyle who was good at searching souls. From the fragmentary information, Kyle roughly pieced together the method of survival of the evil heart demon based on the information recorded in the angel's heart. However, this guy erased the hiding place of the mechanical consciousness device from his memory, which made Kyle a little regretful. However, as long as we go to Lake Casca, take out the heart of the half-plane, let the master refine it, and use the half-plane permission, we should be able to find the mechanical consciousness device. Kyle was very interested in this item from the planetary world and couldn't help wanting to study it. Looking at the bottom of the city wall, his master was leaning on the hammock woven by vines, waiting for him to send the experimental materials over. Holding the soul of the evil demon in his right hand and the body of the evil demon in his left hand, he jumped lightly and landed steadily under the city wall. Hearing the sound, Wylin opened his eyes, got off the hammock, first fixed the soul of the evil demon on the virtual operating table, and then asked Kyle, "What's the situation?" Seeing this, Kyle described in detail the information obtained from the soul of the evil demon and the other party's escape ideas. "I didn't expect that this evil demon actually has this ability." Wylin couldn't help but sighed. It turns out that you can't underestimate any enemy. You can never guess what cards the other party has. "My lord, you conduct the experiment here. I will go to Lake Casca to retrieve the heart of the half-plane." "Go ahead, be careful." "I understand." After saying goodbye to Wylin, Kyle headed northwest. Looking at Kyle disappearing in the night, Wylin set his sights on the soul of the evil demon, symbolically put on white clothes for himself, picked up the magic branches condensed with magic power, and dissected the soul of the evil demon. The dark magic branches cut open the outer layer of the evil demon's soul and cut off a small piece of chaotic object. In an instant, a strong dark breath came to the face, making people feel creepy. Wylin carefully observed this soul tissue, which dissipated in the air in less than a minute. As time passed, Wylin continued to cut more soul tissue from the soul of the evil demon and injected magic power into it to replace the soul tissue. Every cut and fill will cause the soul of the evil demon to tremble violently. It struggles desperately to escape this painful torture, but it is powerless. Unable to make any sound, it can only silently endure the cruel dismemberment of its soul by this demon. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. 2 hours later, Wylin looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. The purple soul was mixed with green magic energy, which was extremely terrifying no matter how you looked at it. According to the records in the Druid's book, Wylin lifted the imprisonment of the soul of the evil demon, removed it from the illusory operating table, and reintegrated it into the body. Standing up and away from the evil demon, Wylin retreated 10 meters away and cast the spell Woodcut Soul Wood Fang Flower. The powerful magic energy in the air gathered towards the body of the evil demon, starting from the outside and penetrating into the inside. The evil demon opened his mouth, but could not make any sound. He could only feel his body being eroded bit by bit, his strength being extracted, and his soul slowly collapsing. Looking at the human not far away with bloody eyes, he had an illusion that perhaps that human was the devil. Seeing the flower bud growing in the heart of the devil, Wylin stopped casting the spell. It takes 6 hours for the wood tooth flower to be successfully bred. When Kyle comes back, the time should be just right. Lying on the hammock, Wylin recalled the previous scenes and turned over the various strange spells on the Druid's book. He felt that the senior's ideas were indeed strange. Some spells just try once. Closing the Druid's book, Wylin closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. Time passed slowly, and the evil demon spent the most painful and terrifying 6 hours in his life. His consciousness clearly sensed that his soul was being devoured by the blood-colored flower bud bit by bit, and the flesh and blood in his body were gradually disappearing. In this endless torture, he endured silently and waited quietly for the arrival of death. When the wood tooth flower was about to bloom, the evil demon's consciousness began to become more and more blurred. Fighting on the banks of the Kenan's River in his childhood, joining the expeditionary corps of the Lord of the Abyss in his youth. Relying on his extraordinary wisdom, he participated in countless wars, the plane world where evil gods parasitized, the planet world where technology prevailed, the annihilation world of endless bones. All kinds of scenes emerged in his mind. Late at night, Kyle returned to the small town with a heart-shaped stone and landed under the city wall without making any sound. Looking at the sleeping master, he took out a blanket and covered Wylan, then sat beside him and began to practice. 3 hours later, the half-plane ushered in daylight. The sun shone on the earth. Wylan slowly opened his eyes, looked at the blanket covering his body, and then looked at Kyle, who was resting with his eyes closed not far away, and shook his head helplessly. With his physical fitness, he didn't need to do this at all. However, Kyle still maintained his habit for many years, and Wylan didn't refuse. Fold the blanket, put it on the hammock, and come to the blooming wood-tooth flower. The body and soul of the evil demon have become the nutrients of the wood-tooth flower, and his consciousness has returned to eternal silence. Bending down, taking the blood-red flower, giving Wylan a sense of closeness. Master, this is the heart of the half-plane. At some point, Kyle had woken up, came to Wylan's side, and handed the heart-shaped stone to Wylan. Here is this for you. I will copy a copy of the Druid spell Woodenization Intelligent Puppet for you someday. You can study it according to your own interests. Wylan handed the wood-tooth flower to Kyle and then took the heart of the half-plane. Looking at this blood-colored flower that absorbed all the essence of the evil heart demon, Kyle had some ideas in his heart. Gently stroking the heart of the half-plane, Wylan actually felt her kindness. In an instant, a message emerged in his mind. Before he could react, the heart of the half-plane automatically took off its rotten shell, floated in the air, slowly fell on Wylan's forehead, and stuck closely to it. A dazzling light suddenly burst out, forming a huge halo, covering Wylan and the heart of the half-plane. Kyle, who was standing by, suddenly remembered something. Patted his head, looked at the scene in front of him, and muttered to himself, "Maybe I don't need to instruct the master on how to refine the heart of the demiplane." Putting the wood-tooth flower into the space equipment, Kyle spread his wings, and 4 pairs of wings appeared behind him, and each feather shone with bright light. Kyle flew to the sky and looked up, his eyes full of shock. The largest halo was 100 kilometers long. This is the halo contract formed by the large demiplane heart, actively recognizing the master. It's really shocking. Perhaps it was the influence of an unknown existence, or a miracle happened. The rules of this demiplane have been replaced by Ilaria. In other words, this demiplane has no risk of collapse and is completely part of the world of Ilaria. In the center of the halo, Wylan's consciousness entered the heart of the demiplane. Soft light, everything is so warm. Outside, the heart of the demiplane keeps sending the original power to Wylan, transforming it into fighting spirit and strengthening the brain. Kyle landed on the ground, watching the actions of the heart of the demiplane, and muttered to himself. As expected of a large demiplane chaos consciousness, it is indeed bold enough to invest like this. When the Halo contract ends, it will be the time when his master will be promoted to Soul Knight. Thinking carefully, the verbal agreement made a few days ago may. Forget it, let it go with the wind. 2 days later, Odor came out of the demiplane chaos consciousness space and came to this northern town. 5 days later, Kyle saw that the contract still showed no signs of ending, and with Odor guarding here, he began to purify the demiplane and strangle the demons, their minions and believers. Half a month later, Wylan's soul origin skill reincarnation quietly started, continuously absorbing the origin power transmitted by the heart of the demiplane, gradually stretching out luxuriant branches, taking root in the depths of Wylan's soul. Round Wylan's soul, the first layer of soul rings began to condense, existing as the first line of defense to protect the soul. In the unknown space deep illusion, a dream spirit sensed the changes in the soul of the gifted, woke up from sleep, summoned the game helmet stored in a certain space, and began to locate through the permission granted by the dream law. After a short wait, a clear image from a demiplane in another space gradually emerged in the deep illusion. Meng Ling hugged the game helmet tightly, staring at the gifted in the image, and related memories emerged in his mind. Ah, a slightly surprised cry came from Meng Ling's mouth. Feeling the passage of time, Meng Ling stopped her meaningless sighs and began to fulfill her duties, blessing the recipient for the second time. A faint and warm light emanated from Meng Ling and flew directly to the recipient in the image. "Yeah, see you in the time of legend," the recipient. With this whisper, the blessing has been delivered. After completing the task, Meng Ling gently closed the image, put the game helmet back into the space, and fell into a deep sleep again, quietly waiting for the next moment to be awakened. Deep in the soul, under the unknown blessing, the ends of the branches formed by the soul's original skill reincarnation of life and death. Grow buds, bloom, bear fruit, and then fall off. The purple fruit floated to the outer layer of the soul ring and blended into it. Inside the heart space of the demiplane, when he was telling his glorious deeds to the nascent demiplane consciousness, he was suddenly pulled back into his real body. Opening his eyes, Weiland subconsciously raised his right hand and said softly, "Sheng Knight." Fighting energy spurted out, forming a knight in the open space, with a white shimmer emitting from his body. Feeling a large amount of energy fluctuations in the air, Oder suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the white knight standing in front of Weiland 100 meters away, and said in surprise, "So fast, could this kid himself carry? What kind of thing can condense soul skills in a short period of time?" Looking at the white knight in front of him, he is actually a bit stronger than him. It is a combat skill evolved based on reincarnation of life and death, which has a strong effect in healing injuries. From now on, as long as your soul is not broken up, you can be saved by him. Under the soul level, reincarnation of life and death is just a soul skill. When promoted to Soul Knight, the original soul skills are automatically upgraded to soul origin skills. As the origin of the soul tree, each time a soul ring is condensed, a combat skill can be evolved. Sheng Knight is the embodiment of life and represents healing. He pressed his right hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and felt the sudden burst of information in his mind, letting him know that the next combat skill was the death of the Nirvana, Death Knight. In a daze, feeling the fluctuation of information coming from the heart of the demiplane, Varen began to concentrate on the final step of the Halo contract ritual. "In Irelia World Mother, under your witness, I have entered into an equal contract with the world elves, and I will fulfill my sacred promise while I live on Earth." Weiland cleared his mind and recited the oath. The heart of the demiplane suddenly bloomed with light, and the original heart-shaped carrier began to dissipate, turning into light, entering Varen's soul, and turning into green patterns, appearing on the left chest. At this moment, the Halo ceremony comes to an end. Above the sky, the 18th Halo began to break apart, turning into the purest magic energy and spreading around. Accompanied by a crisp and sweet sound that resounded through the sky, the intelligent creatures of Grantham who had survived by chance stopped their movements one after another. Their bodies seemed to have lost control, and they lay on the ground involuntarily, quietly waiting for the final judgment to come. At the same moment, the creatures belonging to the evil camp suddenly burned with blazing flames, but without making any sound, they disappeared into the world quietly. At this moment, the 10th Halo suddenly burst apart. The magic concentration of the entire demiplane changed dramatically, from the previous low magic energy environment to a medium-low magic energy environment in an instant. Outside the half-plane, countless dazzling lights poured down like raindrops, expelling all the remaining intelligent beings and the belongings of their civilization into a relatively safe mezzanine space. At the junction of the demiplane's atmosphere and the endless void, Kyle slowly stretched out his arm and plunged into the dazzling light. In an instant, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and pleasure welling up in his heart. Sure enough, World Mother responded to the Halo contract. To a certain extent, each demiplane is a child of the world. When a living being signs a Halo contract with a large demiplane, the consciousness of the world will respond and give gifts. Halo contract, the full name is Halo Contract of Equality between Holy World Elves and Intelligent Creatures. As an equal contract, the half-plane world elves and the contractor have an equal relationship, not a subordinate relationship. If you want to sign a Halo contract, you need to meet a necessary condition, that is, you must be recognized by the heart of the demiplane, and you must be willing to let the world elves lower themselves and sign an equal contract with intelligent beings. Sure enough, you can't look at your master with ordinary eyes. He withdrew his right hand from the light, looked at the 3 high-level magic crystals in his palm, looked up at the sky, and said respectfully, "Thank you for your gift." The third halo suddenly burst apart, and the concentration of magic energy in the demiplane rose sharply, reaching the level of a medium magic environment in the blink of an eye. In the halo, as the master of the demiplane, Wyland's consciousness came to the chaotic consciousness space of the demiplane. He looked at the large light group and stretched out his hand to touch the small light group. He did not come forward to disturb but watched quietly. Through the knowledge given by the heart of the demiplane, Varen could feel that the large light group was one of the thousands of consciousnesses in the world. This move was just the love of a mother for a child. Suddenly, the large light group suddenly split into 2 tiny light spots and slowly floated towards where Wyland was. Faced with this sudden change, Varen almost instinctively stretched out his palms, trying to catch the 2 mysterious light groups. The moment he came into contact with the light group, the surrounding scene suddenly changed, and his consciousness returned to his body. Opening his eyes here, looking up, the second halo began to crack. The halo fragments did not feed back to the world like the third halo and the 18th halo. Instead, under the pull of the power of the world, they fell into the plane and were given out, forming veins of magic crystal. 3 minutes and 30 seconds later, the first halo split and formed 3 light groups, which fell in front of Wyland. The first light group gradually dispersed, revealing a strange body that seemed to have no obvious gender characteristics. Just when Wyland wanted to get closer and take a closer look, a dazzling light suddenly hit him, instantly covering his eyes. When the vision became clear again, a small and exquisite fairy appeared in front of him, flapping its wings and hovering in the air. With just one glance, Varen immediately recognized this little guy as a world elf from this demiplane. He just didn't expect that he would appear in front of him in this way. The goblin flew briskly above Varen's head and then said in a soft voice, "Hello, my contractor." "Hello, world elf," Varen responded politely. Then the world elf flew to Varen again and asked softly, "Cecilia, this is the name I gave myself, and I also plan to use it as the name of this demiplane. What do you think?" "Cecilia, a very nice name," Varen replied with a smile. At this time, the world elf stretched out his right hand and solemnly announced, "From now on, as long as you are still alive in this world, Cecilia will be by your side." Varen stretched out his left hand, touched the opponent lightly, and responded with a smile, "Welcome, Cecilia." After the first formal meeting, Cecilia flew to Wyland's shoulder and sat down. The second light ball dissipated, revealing a long sword. "Wyland, this legendary long sword is a gift from the mother of the world to you. You can name it and use it to write your story," Cecilia explained. Wyland raised his hand, touched the long sword, and easily left his mark on it. In his mind, 3 combat skills appeared out of thin air, namely Empty Leave a Trace, Empty 10,000 Trees, and Empty Broken, which fit him very well. It's called Anansi, which means the sword of the sky in the Hesselau symbol. As soon as the voice fell, an unknown language appeared on the long sword, emitting a strange glow. Seeing this, Cecilia tilted her head and said, "This is Fakach, the language of the Wind Fairy clan from the Cloud Realm." "What is the use?" Wyland asked curiously. "When you use Anansi to fight, the wind will surround you," Cecilia explained. Hearing this, Wyland stretched out his right hand and held the hilt of the Anansi sword with a triad attitude. A breeze emerged and surrounded him. Wyland closed his eyes, enjoying the breeze, feeling that the world was in his hands. Cecilia looked at the fluttering hair of the contractor with some surprise in her eyes, then crossed her hands and used magic to imprint this scene. In the space, looking at the handsome man in the picture, Cecilia prepared to collect it and show it to the people close to the contractor, such as the angel and the mysterious and terrifying human. When Wyland woke up, Cecilia scattered the space image and returned to a cute look. A few minutes later, the Anansi sword turned into light and attached to the wrist of his right hand, parallel to the Kingmu staff. In a blink of an eye, the third light ball dissipated, revealing a key. "What is this?" Wyland turned his head and asked the world elf on his shoulder. Cecilia was silent for a moment, then said, "The message left by the world mother told me that this is the key to open the deep illusion. When you become a legend, you will be taken there. This is also the most precious thing in the blessing." "Deep illusion, what is that?" Wai Lin felt very familiar, as if he had heard this name before. It seems to be an unknown space. As for where it is, I don't know. Apart from the World Mother, only those ancient rule gods know where the deep illusion is. Cecilia spread her hands and said helplessly. Wai Lin shook his head. Anyway, he would know it naturally after he became a legend. Putting the key into the druid's book, the barrier that blocked the outside world's view shattered. Looking to the left, Kyle and his uncle stood 100 meters away, quietly waiting for him. Viren, congratulations, after months of hard work. You finally got what you wanted. My lord, congratulations. Viren showed a grateful look and thanked the two. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to find the way. At this point, Villain immediately said to the two, By the way, this is the world elf Cecilia. Oder looked at the fairy like world elf, apologized sincerely with an apologetic look. World elf, I'm sorry for my previous behavior. Cecilia said nonchalantly, It's okay, anyway, you didn't crack the Annabelle time corridor I arranged. Then can you tell me how to correctly crack the Annabelle time corridor? Oder's eyes lit up, looking at Cecilia, and asked impatiently. That. Cecilia's eyes were a little evasive, not knowing how to answer. Looking at the expression of the world elf, Oder already understood everything in his heart, and smiled helplessly. Seeing this scene in front of him, Villain also understood in his heart that Cecilia probably only knew how to arrange and release the Annabelle time corridor, but had no way to crack it. Seeing the hesitant look of the world elf, Wylin couldn't help but smile and said, Don't worry, my uncle doesn't take it to heart. I'll go to the chaos consciousness space to sort things out first. You and your friend will chat first. After that, Cecilia opened the passage and got in swiftly. After watching Cecilia leave, Wylin turned to Kyle and asked, How long has it been since Cecilia and I signed the Halo contract? Not much, sir, just over half a month, Kyle answered. It's been so long. Wylin was surprised, thought for a moment, and simply stopped thinking about it, rest for a few days, and then prepare to return to the real world. From the moment Wylin became the master of the demoplane, the coordinates of Cecilia's demoplane were hidden from the safe area of the alien space. In other words, observing Cecilia's demoplane from outside the time limit at this time will not be able to capture the other party's specific location. There is a main demoplane. The coordinates of the plane are changing every moment. If you appear in a certain interface in the last second, you will appear in another interface in the next second. My lord, within the demoplane, all the intelligent creatures from the Gransom plane world have been exiled to the interlayer space by the world consciousness, and now only non-intelligent creatures are left. Hearing Kyle's words, the smile on Wylin's face froze instantly, and he asked in disbelief, All sent away? Yes, Kyle nodded to confirm. Alas, forget it, it's gone. It only took a moment for Wylin to figure it out. These intelligent creatures from the Gransom plane world are essentially a group of stowaways. Even if they are cultivated, they cannot be brought to the real world. After returning, we have to give Belder more burdens. Oder, who was standing aside, twitched his mouth when he heard Wylin's words. He didn't know what he was thinking. My lord, I think that after returning, you should also be diligent and not too lazy. Facing Kyle's serious eyes, Wylin was defeated and said helplessly, Okay, I'll listen to you, but you have to let me lie down for a year first. Kyle's eyes flickered, raised 3 fingers and answered, 3 months. How about 9 months? Wylin asked tentatively. 6 months. Deal 6 months. Oder looked at the smile on Wylin's face and envied this kind of relationship that was better than brothers. However, when he thought that his teacher was also his wife, he was not so envious. Not long after, Cecilia emerged from the space, handed a light ball to Odera and said softly, The Annabelle time corridor is stored here. You can observe and solve it at any time. Thank you, Sir Cecilia. Odera accepted the light ball and thanked sincerely. Cecilia nodded, accepted Odera's thanks, and then flew to sit on Wylin's shoulder. Cecilia, can you locate the specific coordinates of the real world? Wylin turned his head slightly, looked at the world elves and asked. Cecilia shook her head and replied, The entrance of the demoplane in the real world is anchored by you, and you are the entrance of the demoplane. If I send you out in my way, you may appear at any place in the real world. In the few hours since Wylan became the master of the demiplane, Cecilia's demiplane coordinates have changed tens of thousands of times in the alien space, and they are no longer the previous coordinates. Uncle you. No. Before Wylan finished speaking, Oder directly denied. The coordinates have been changed, and I don't know how to return to the real space. You must know that the reason why the demiplane is called an absolute barrier is because its coordinates are disordered and changeable. Except for the world consciousness, even the gods cannot find a master demiplane in the alien space. Seeing this situation, Wylan could only ask Cecilia for help and beg her to send them away. No problem, contractor, leave it to Cecilia, but I need 2 months to prepare. I was born less than 5 years ago. Although the World Mother has given me a lot of knowledge, this is my first time. For your safety, I still have to be cautious. Then I'll leave it to you. Then I'll go back to the chaotic consciousness space first. After that, Cecilia's figure disappeared from Wylan's shoulder. Staring at the light spot left by Cecilia when she left, Wylan seemed to think of something and took out the light ball given by the world consciousness from his body. When the light ball left Wylan's body, it floated directly towards Oder and Kyle. Looking at the red light ball in front of him, Kyle searched for related memories in his mind with a curious look. Oder looked down at the purple light ball in front of him and suddenly slapped his head, suddenly recalling it. Before Wylan could explain, he quickly let go of his guard and accepted the purple light ball with his soul. In Wylan's surprised eyes, the purple light ball directly merged into Oder's soul. Kyle turned his head and did not follow Oder's example to accept the light ball directly, but waited for the result with peace of mind. Time passed in a flash, and half an hour passed. Under the curious gaze of the two, Oder stretched out his left hand, palm up, and condensed a shadow. Looking closely, it was a bare tree trunk. Without branches or leaves, everything seemed to be waiting for others to expand. Uncle, how is it? Wylan asked. Oder's mouth curled up slightly and he said, Thanks to you, I know my legendary road in advance. Legendary road? You mean this light ball given by the world consciousness records your legendary road? Wylan was shocked and a little unbelievable. Oder answered, You can understand it this way, but it is not completely correct. The light ball is just guiding me in the direction of progress. How to walk in the future depends on my choice. If I choose the direction recorded by the light ball and embark on the road of legend, when I am promoted to legend, I will be given the name of legend by the world consciousness. Hearing his uncle's explanation, Wylan couldn't help but feel a little envious. The name of legend is divided into 3 levels according to the way it is obtained. The first level is given by the world consciousness. Under the rule of the world of Ilaria, it includes subsidiary worlds and derivative worlds. As long as others recite their names, they will know their identities and understand their contributions. The second level has 3 types, namely natural gifts, divine canonization, and law engraving. Their titles are famous in a certain subcontinent, or part of the main continent, or the entire territory of subsidiary worlds and derivative worlds. The third level is to canonize yourself. Except for the creatures of the country and nearby countries, there is basically no reputation. In the territory of the Kingdom of Ilia, among the 13 legends, only 2 of them were second class. One was Calix Sylves, whose legendary title was conferred by the goddess of life. The other was his grandfather, the Duke of Moravia, whose legendary title was engraved by the law. The titles of the other 11 legends were all chosen by themselves. They were only well known in the northeastern region of the Synapse subcontinent, and basically no one knew them in other places. Then at the urging of Wylan, Kyle let down his guard and let his soul accept the red light ball. Wylan stood aside, waiting anxiously. I just absorbed the color light ball, and I didn't see you waiting so anxiously. Oder leaned on the vines, looked at the anxious Wylan and smiled and joked. Upon hearing this, Wylan smiled awkwardly. This is different. Uncle, as a soul-level arcane master who is hundreds of years old, you are experienced and knowledgeable, and you must have encountered these things. Kyle is only 50 years old this year and has little experience. As his lord, I must be very concerned about him. Okay, his soul is very stable, don't worry, come and play chess with me to kill time. Oder moved his mind, condensed a chessboard in the air, and asked Wylan to sit down. After taking a look at Kyle, Wylan put away his worries, came to the virtual chessboard, summoned the vines to weave into a chair, sat on it quietly and started playing chess with his uncle. A few minutes later, Odor waved his hand to restore the chessboard and said helplessly, "With your chess skills, I am really not worthy of playing against you." That, uncle, you can't say that." Wylan touched the back of his head awkwardly and really didn't know what to say. Looking at his nephew, Oda recalled his teacher's words before he left, regained his composure and said, "Forget it, let's try something complex." Before Wylan could react, Oda dragged him into the illusion and said, "Let's have a duel. You and I will each lead 5,000 troops. We will have 10 minutes to deploy our troops and then start the duel." "Okay, uncle, I understand." Although he is not good at playing chess, he has a lot of experience in marching and fighting. Half an hour later, Oda lifted the illusion and exclaimed in astonishment, "I never thought that you have such an amazing talent in the military field." "Ha, uncle, it's not that I'm good, but your level is slightly inferior." When he thought of the fierce battle just now, he only paid the price of 500 casualties, not only successfully wiped out his uncle's 2,000 troops, but also captured a full 3,000 enemy troops, and a heroic feeling surged in his heart. However, at this moment, a slight noise suddenly came from the side, which made Wylan put away the smile on his face and turned his head to see that Kyle had woken up. Kyle stood up and gathered an illusory image in his palm. Different from his uncle's purple tree, the phantom in Kyle's hand was actually a burning red fireball. I don't know what road it represents. Window tabula equals window, tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. How is the situation? Faced with his master's question, Kyle nodded and replied, "I have already made clear the future path, but there are some difficulties." Wylan stood up, came to Kyle, patted his shoulder and said firmly, "No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will always support you, even if it means giving up all my wealth." The difficulties that Kyle said must be very difficult in Wylan's view, but he chose to support him unconditionally. Seeing this, Kyle retracted his phantom, smiled on his face and said, "I know, master." Wylan did not ask about Kyle's legendary path. It is better for only the person himself to know about such matters involving the future path. In the next 2 months, Wylan and Kyle traveled all over the Cecilia demiplane and drew detailed maps to prepare for the future development of the demiplane. As for Oder, he stayed where he was, obsessed with studying the Annabelle time corridor all day long. In early July, Wylan and Kyle ended their exploration of the demiplane and returned to the original place. Falling from the sky, Wylan stood beside Oder and asked in a low voice, "Uncle, have you solved the Annabelle time corridor?" 100 years later, ask me again, I can tell you for sure that it has not been solved." Faced with Oder's humorous answer, Wylan couldn't help laughing. As for Kyle, although his face remained calm, his slightly bent fingers betrayed his true thoughts. After a while, Cecilia, the world elf who had been away for 2 months, returned to Wylan with visible fatigue on her face. Wylan walked forward, stretched out his hands, and held Cecilia in his palms, feeling the magic transmitted by the contractor. Cecilia hesitated for a while and finally chose to accept it. "Is the situation better?" "Much better." Cecilia stood up again and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that setting up the teleportation array would consume so much energy. In the next 10 years, I need to use sleep to restore my strength." Hearing the words of the world elf, Wylan said with some guilt, "Cecilia, I'm sorry." "It's okay, contractor. I hope you can treat Cecilia's half-plane well." "I will," Wylan promised solemnly, and then took out a Fengshen fruit from the space ring and handed it to Cecilia. "I hope you like it." "Thank you, contractor. This is the first time I have received a gift since I was born." The world elf accepted the Fengshen fruit and thanked Wylan. With a smile on his face, Wylan said gently, "If possible, I still hope you can call me by my name." Cecilia nodded and said, "I know, Wylan." After that, Cecilia flew to a distance and raised her hands. Tens of thousands of unknown words emerged from all around, forming a teleportation array, covering the 3 people in it. Lin, see you in 10 years. Cecilia waved her hand in the distance, saying goodbye to her contractor. Lin waved his right hand and said goodbye to the other party. Cecilia, when you wake up here, I will let you see the new face of Cecilia's half-plane. The light wrapped the three people and flew out of the half-plane, crossing the time boundary, penetrating countless interfaces, breaking through the illusion layer and the magic layer, and entering the shadow world. Under the gaze of a legendary Yingsu giant, he passed through the barrier between the shadow world and the real world and returned to the real world. After the three left, Cecilia did not rush to return to the half-plane chaotic consciousness space to sleep, but came to a valley somewhere and blocked this place. Landing on the ground, took out the Fengshan fruit, turned it into a seed and buried it in the soil. 10 years later, I will return you a sweet fruit forest. Goodbye, my chosen contractor. Looking at the saplings breaking through the ground, Cecilia nodded with great satisfaction, returned to the chaotic consciousness space of the half-plane, began to sleep, and recovered her lost strength. After an unknown period of time, when the eyes regained clarity again, Lin found himself lying on a beach, with a group of fishermen standing not far away, chattering in deep-sea language. Looking around, he only found Kyle's figure, but not his uncle's figure. With some doubts, Lin sat up, came to Kyle's side and woke him up. Feeling the gentle magic, Kyle regained consciousness, opened his eyes, and saw the face of his master. We seem to have lost my uncle. Seeing Kyle wake up, Lin helped him up, looking embarrassed and helpless. Kyle stood up, evaporated the water stains and sand on his clothes, looked around, grabbed a bronze high-level murloc and asked skillfully in deep-sea language, "Where is this place?" Feeling the momentum of the human in front of him, the murloc warrior's ferocious appearance showed a cowardly look and said in a babbling voice, "My lord, I don't know, but I know, elder." "Where is your tribe?" "Over there, on the beach." The murloc warrior didn't know what loyalty was, and in order to survive, he directly sold the location of the tribe. Looking at the direction the other party pointed, Kyle saw that he couldn't ask anything, so he waved his hand to let him go. Seeing this, the murloc warrior kowtowed to thank him, got up quickly, entered the sea, and swam away. Getting specific information, Lin flew into the air and flew to the beach pointed by the murloc warrior. Seeing this, Kyle quickly followed. A few minutes later, Lin stood above a murloc tribe and roughly estimated the number of murlocs in the tribe to be around 20,000. As for the gold-level murloc, Lin only found one, lying in the only wooden house, enjoying himself with several murlocs. Landing in the murloc tribe, Lin used his combat skill Life Knight. "Go and catch that murloc." Waiting for Lin's instructions, the White Knight rode the white warhorse, passed through the bodies of the murloc guards, and headed for the wooden building. Many murloc warriors stroked their bodies and felt relieved to see that they were not hurt at all. Then they looked around, put down their weapons without thinking, and fled from here quickly. As for the patriarch in the wooden house, if he could survive from the hands of humans, he would still be their patriarch. If he could not survive, they could only choose another outstanding warrior to be the new patriarch. The entire tribe fell into chaos, with noises coming one after another. Countless fishermen screamed in panic and fled to the deep sea. Hearing the commotion and noise coming from outside the house, Raskin opened his eyes in a daze, struggled to get up from a group of naked fishermen, and hurriedly put on a rough animal skin. When he was about to push the door to find out what was going on, he saw a white faceless knight hitting him on the head with a stick. Looking at the fallen target, the Life Knight dragged the fisherman's hind legs and walked towards the center of the tribe. Ruskin's head was very blurry. He saw all his soldiers and slaves escaping into the sea. He was very angry and yelled, "Shut up!" Hearing the scolding, Ruskin, who had not yet completed the role change, became furious and turned around to look, almost scared to death. Kyle looked at the fish man in front of him expressionlessly and kicked him under the flagpole. Looking up, I saw a black-haired human sitting casually on the stone platform. He immediately got up, then knelt on the ground and said in common language, "Laskin, the leader of the Ruskin tribe, has met your excellency." Looking at the golden low-level fishman warrior in front of him, Varen was quite surprised. "It's really rare that you can speak common language." The younger one was once a slave in. "Okay, I'm not interested in your story. I'm here. I just want to ask you some questions." Wylin waved his hand to interrupt the other person and said. Ruskin lay on the ground and said respectfully, "Please tell me, I will never hide anything. What is this place?" "Reporting to your lord, this is the La Romana Islands, located in the sea area between the western Naps subcontinent and the Brizet subcontinent. According to the previous owner's mouth, this place is 800,000 kilometers away from the western Nappa subcontinent and 800,000 kilometers away from the Brizet subcontinent. The Brizet subcontinent is 700,000 kilometers long." Ruskin didn't dare to hide anything and answered truthfully. Based on Ruskin's answer, Kyle used magic to paint in the air. Based on the straight line distance between the two subcontinents of 1.2 million kilometers, he determined two coordinates as the reference location of the La Romana Islands. Varin pointed at the figure drawn by Kyle and asked the Murloc lying on the ground, "The La Romana Islands you are talking about are up there." Upon hearing this, Larkins raised his head and replied cautiously, "Sir, I just heard from the previous owner and don't know where the La Romana Islands are." "Do you have a map of La Romana?" "Yes, it's in the villain's room." Ruskin replied quickly, while observing the blond man's face to predict the situation and adapt accordingly. He was able to escape from the slave gladiatorial city, and his reputation was not in vain. He was actually more proficient in observing words and emotions than those humans. Seeing this, Varin waved to Ruskin to get the map. Upon seeing this, Ruskin got up from the ground and walked quickly towards the cabin. At this moment, there was no one in the wooden house, and a dozen of his beautiful slaves had already escaped from this place. The ground was in disarray, but Ruskin remained calm as he lifted up the floor and dug out the map buried between the mezzanines. Looking at the small wooden box on the side, Ruskin felt a little hesitant. He looked back carefully and found that no one had come in. "This is my 10 years of savings, if..." Ruskin shook his head violently, reason overcoming greed. The two humans outside must know that they are hiding treasures, and asking him to come to the cabin to get the map must be a test. If his greed exceeds his reason, he will definitely die after the other party's inquiry is completed. It's just 10 years of savings. Once we get through this crisis, find a remote place, and rule tens of thousands of fishmen, we will soon be able to regain the lost wealth. Having made up his mind, Ruskin no longer hesitated, walked out of the cabin with a map in his left hand and a small wooden box in his right hand. "Sir, this is the map of La Romana Islands. The villain got it back from the previous owner." Ruskin knelt on the ground and presented the map with both hands. Wylin took the map and couldn't wait to open it and check it. "Map of Northwest La Romana Islands." Looking at the red mark on the map, it should be where they are at the moment, a remote island on the northwest edge of the La Romana Islands. In this area, there are 2 Murloc principalities and 1 Naga principality, which jointly rule the islands and waters in the northwest of La Romana Islands. Scattered fish-man tribes like Ruskin are widely distributed in the fringe areas. As for the kingdom, it does not exist in La Romana. La Romana Islands map. Ruskin always observed Wylin's expression. When he saw that the other party wanted to put away the map, he immediately picked up the small wooden box, presented it with both hands, and said respectfully, "Dear sir, this is a little bit of my little man's savings. I hope you will be satisfied." Looking at the wooden box presented by the fishman, Wylin shook his head, smiled, and said, "This map is enough. As for your savings, you'd better take it back." "Sir, do you really don't want it?" Ruskin asked reluctantly, feeling that this was unreasonable. Kyle looked at the fishman rushing to deliver money and couldn't help but laugh. "You see, my brothers were all amused by your words." Varin stood up, took the map in his hand, and said to Ruskin, "I'm sorry for disturbing your tribe. It's time for me to leave now. Sir, I want to be loyal to you, and I hope you won't dislike it." Ruskin seemed to have made up his mind, throwing the small wooden box aside, kneeling on the ground, and said seriously. Varin felt a little confused by the sudden action of the leader of the fish-men tribe in front of him. Was he an achievement that made the fish worship him? "Please tell me your name, fishman warrior. Are you qualified to let me write down your name?" Varin put the map into the space ring, lowered his head, and said to Ruskin, "The villain's name is Ruskin. This is the name my former master got for me when I was a slave. Although I have killed him, I have retained this name," Ruskin said seriously. "Very good, Raskin. I hope you can let me hear your name in the future." After saying that, Wyland signaled Kyle with his eyes. Kel understood the meaning of his master's eyes and transmitted the legendary experience of a fishman recorded in the angel's heart to the other party's mind. "I am surprised that you have such courage and wisdom. If you have not changed your mind when you are promoted to soul consciousness, you can go to Kixingaling in the Cardro province of the Ilia kingdom of the Synapse subcontinent to visit my master." At this point, Kyle handed another spell of transformation to the other party. "Try hard." Leaving this plan behind, Kyle flew into the air. After a while, Raskin came back to his senses and muttered to himself, "Can I succeed?" Standing up from the ground, looking at the wooden house in the distance, he made up his mind, summoned the waves, destroyed it, and said firmly, "I will definitely succeed." Looking at the empty camp, Raskin picked up the wooden box and walked towards the beach above the island without looking back. He planned to use up the knowledge in his mind first, unify the island, and use this as a starting point to establish an autonomous territory as a gift to the noble man who looked up to him. On the sea, Kyle caught up with Wylan and walked side by side with him. He asked curiously, "My lord, what is the meaning of your move?" "There is no other reason. We just happened to get along well, so I planted a seed to see if it can sprout in the future." Wylan replied with a smile, feeling very good. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Above the sea, on an uninhabited island, on the northern border of Alsop Naga Principality. Varen and Kyle found Oder here. "Uncle, now I can be on business with Aunt Flora." Wylan landed on the beach, stepped forward to hug Oder and said excitedly. Oder smiled and joked, "I am more familiar with this area than you two." "Haha, uncle, I even forgot that your hometown is in the Brizit subcontinent." Varen let go of Oder, touched the back of his head, and said with some embarrassment, "Is everything okay this way?" Wylan patted his chest and said, "With my strength, how can anything happen?" "You are right about me. I had forgotten that you have become a soul knight. And you are much better than me back then." Oder looked at the black-haired young man in front of him. He had become a soul knight at the age of less than 50. He was truly a genius. He was worthy of being respected by the legends of the Dawn Church. He just didn't know that he was a knight. What is the specific identity of the eldest nephew? Varen took out a complete set of tables and chairs from inside the druid's book and placed them on the beach. After Oder and Kel sat down, Varen poured a glass of luminous wine for them and then asked, "Uncle, why are you here? Something happened." "According to my guess, it was the Annabelle time corridor I carried that interfered with the transmission range, causing me to appear in other places. However, the interference was not large, only a few thousand kilometers. I know you will come to me, so I am waiting for you on this island. I just didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise." When Wylan heard this, he couldn't wait to ask, "Have you discovered the treasure?" Kyle also became interested, put down his glass, raised his ears, and listened carefully. A treasure was indeed discovered. It comes from the legacy of a legendary mage. I deciphered the location of a treasure from the diary he left behind. It is on Sark Island. At this point, Oder changed the subject and continued, "Before that, we have to find a map to determine where Sacker Island is." Seeing this, Varen took out the map of La Romana Islands from the space ring and spread it out on the table. There was a little surprise in Oder's eyes, but not much. "We should be here now." Wylan pointed to an unnamed island on the map and then pointed to Sark Island and continued, "It should be 8,000 kilometers away from this place. Using the Xingyu floating ship and flying at a low speed, we can arrive in less than 3 hours." After solving the itinerary problem, Wylan decided to take a good rest for a day and head to Sark Island tomorrow. Kyle acquiesced in this decision. The two agreed, and Oder naturally had no objection. He was not in a hurry anyway. The next morning, Varen took out the Star and Moon float ship from the inner space of the Druid book. Looking at the Druid's book that kept turning the pages and complaining to him, Varen said helplessly, "From now on, it will be kept in the demoplane and will not be stuffed into your body again." After receiving its master and breeder, the Book of Druid immediately stopped complaining and returned to the back of Varen's hand. After boarding the Xingyu floating ship, Varen took out the deck chair and placed it on the deck to enjoy the warm sunshine. Kyle went straight to the control room, imported the map, set the destination, and then let the floating spacecraft run on its own. After receiving the target, the aerospace ship began to extract the energy of the large element pool No. 1 deployed a basic defensive array and pre-triggered other defensive arrays. Uncle, you won't be able to figure out how to crack Annabelle's time corridor for a while anyway. Why not enjoy this journey first and then study it? Slowly when you get back. Wylan took out 2 more recliners and put them on the side. He said to Oder, who was immersed in meditation. Oder opened his eyes, looked at the salty-looking Wylan, shook his head helplessly, and then closed his eyes again, concentrating on studying the method of cracking the Annabelle time corridor. Kyle came to the deck and lay directly on the deck chair to bask in the sun. At this moment, Kyle seemed to understand why his master had such a lie-down mentality. At noon, the Xingyu floating ship arrived at Saker Island and docked next to a mountain peak in the middle of the island. In the jungle, a group of unknown creatures are secretly peeking at the airship. Kyle left the floating ship and floated in the air, sensing the surrounding situation. Then he set his sights on the jungle 1,000 meters away and raised his hand to condense hundreds of light and shadow faceless clone. Seeing Kyle's actions, Varen looked in the direction in front of the faceless clone and saw dozens of dark elves hiding in the trees, and he suddenly felt very confused. Why did these guys who live in the dark world come to the surface? Could it be that there is an underground world under Sark Island? Oder came to Varen's side, shook his head and said, I think it is unlikely. These dark elves should have changed their beliefs and then came to the ground to thrive. Forget it, just catch him and ask him. Facing hundreds of silver-level faceless clones, the dark elf leader was very sensible and asked his subordinates to put down their weapons without resistance. There were 27 dark elves in their group, and she was the only one who was a silver mid-level assassin. The others were all bronze assassins, and they had no ability to resist. I shouldn't have led them out for training today. Under the supervision of these faceless men, Sheila could only walk out of the jungle and walk up the mountain. Arriving at the top of the mountain, dark elf Sheila looked at the 3 people floating in the air and knelt on the ground simply. Being able to fly in the air is either a soul or a legend. No matter what the opponent's strength is, she cannot defy the opponent's will. When the other dark elves saw the instructor's actions, they knelt down and buried their heads on the ground, trembling. Kyle looked down and asked, Dark elf, what is your name? Sheila, sir, this is my name. The dark elf kneeling at the front replied respectfully. Do you believe in that crown? Varen asked curiously, looking at the ordinary face of the dark elf. Sir, our tribe believes in the goddess of life. Sheila replied truthfully, with a pious look on her face. Wylan felt a little weird when he heard about the gods that the other party believed in. Do you believe in the goddess of life? Yes, sir, under the guidance of the goddess of life. Patriarch Clarissa led us out of the underground world and came to Saker Island in the La Romana Islands to thrive, Sheila replied. It's really strange. I didn't expect to meet the dark elves who believe in the goddess here. Wylan said to the 2 people in a surprised tone. Kyle looked at the distance and asked with his head down, Are you trading with the mermaids? Yes, sir, Sheila answered with her head down. So that's it. It makes sense that you can survive here. Hearing Kyle's words, Wylan asked curiously, Why do you say that? My lord, the goddess of life has a good relationship with the mermaids and the god of the singing girl. Kyle replied calmly. What do you know? Tell me in detail. Wylan was very curious. A god from the human camp and a god from the ocean. Camp actually had such a good relationship. It was very puzzling. Sheila, who was kneeling on the ground, wanted to bury her head in the soil at this moment. She wished she was a deaf person now. Oder stopped him and said, Don't talk about the affairs of the gods. If you want to talk about it, you should find a secret place to talk about it. Ha, uncle is right, I forgot about this. Wylan put away his gossiping heart and stopped asking Kyle about the affairs of the gods. Kyle was naturally happy to answer his master's doubts. Anyway, this matter was not a secret. Get up. A gentle force helped Sheila up from the ground. Sheila stood up from the ground, always lowered her head, and did not dare to look at the three people, so as not to be disliked by the other party and lose her life. In the ground world, dark elves are synonymous with lust, cruelty, and betrayal. Although she stated that she and her tribe believed in the goddess of life, it did not mean that the other party had no disgust in her heart. Take us to the land of your tribe. Wellen opened the half-plane channel, sent the Star-Moon airship into it, and then said to the silent dark elf. Hearing this, Sheila instinctively resisted. My lord, if you need other information, I will tell you everything. But I can't tell you about the tribal land even if you kill me. What if I threaten you with the lives of your subordinates? Wylan waved his hand to let Kyle and Oder stop talking and asked with interest. Sheila answered firmly without hesitation. The safety of the tribal land is above all else. The lives of 27 dark elves can be taken at any time. A few of the many dark elves kneeling behind Sheila showed a firm look, while most of them had dilated pupils and gray faces and obviously gave up resistance. Havava, you are the first dark elf with such a backbone that I have met in more than 40 years. Wylan laughed loudly, his voice echoing in the air with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Then Wylan changed the subject and said, We have a common belief, why should we take your lives? Hearing this, Sheila raised her head suddenly, her eyes full of disbelief and half-belief. Since there was no priest present, she had no way of judging whether what the other party said was true. Facing the doubtful look on Sheila's face, Wylan did not feel angry and took out a green maple leaf badge that exuded a strong breath of life from the space ring. When Sheila felt the breath of life exuded by the badge, she immediately saluted respectfully and apologized with regret. My lord, Sheila is rude. It's okay, I don't care. Wylan looked at the green maple leaf badge in his hand. This was given to him by Lavia when he took office as the bishop of the secondary diocese of Kixing Territory, used as a certificate of the honorary bishop of the secondary church of Kixing Territory. At that time, out of kindness, I accepted this green maple leaf badge, but I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Seeing this, Kyle was not surprised. After all, he was at the scene at that time. As for Oder, his heart was even more peaceful. In the entire Kixing Territory, everyone knew that the relationship between Lord Wylan and Pastor Lavia was very close. After all, it was difficult to understand in other noble territories that all the marching priests were handed over to Pastor Lavia's students. However, in Oder's opinion, the Kixing Territory Life Church was said to be established by Lavia, but in fact it was more like Wylan supporting it behind the scenes. In the Kixing Territory Life Church, except for Lavia and the clergy who were poached from the Church of Cadero Province in the early days, all other people were from Kixing Territory. Baird, who was considered a model worker, began to promote the idea of loyalty to the Lord, to the people of the territory from the beginning of the establishment of the territory, and played a great role in this process. Now can you tell me the place of your tribe? Wylan put away the green maple leaf badge and asked the dark elf in front of him again. There was hesitation in Sheila's eyes, and she was in a dilemma. What if the person in front of her used an illusion to make her mistakenly think that it was the green maple leaf badge? Then what should she do? After thinking it over again and again, Sheila decided to test the other party. If the other party revealed his true face, she would die at most. As long as the tribe's ancestral land could be preserved, it would not matter. Then she lowered her head and replied, My lord, please follow me. Lead the way. Kyle raised his right hand and retracted his faceless clone. The other dark elves stood up from the ground and followed Sheila silently, walking down the mountain. My lord, if you want to know the place of their tribe, you only need to search this island. Why is it so complicated? Kyle asked in confusion. This is called courtesy. If this is an evil tribe, then we don't need to pay attention to them. Just search for the location of their tribe. Wylan explained, after all, this dark elf is a believer of the goddess, so we should give them proper respect. Recalling the blessing of the goddess of life at his wedding, Wylan felt that from then on, he should be a shallow believer. Well, it should still be a shallow believer. Some inherent concepts cannot be changed. However, the depth of faith does not hinder his respect for the goddess of life. Following the dark elves, the three came to the foot of the mountain and entered a cave through a hidden entrance. On the walls of the cave, there are countless mushrooms that flicker with faint light, bringing a hint of brightness to the originally dark and humid environment. Master, there are less than 300 dark elves in the town. The strongest dark elf is a silver high-level priest. This should not be the center of their tribe, but a gathering place. Kyle told his master the information he collected through Voice of the Heart. That dark elf named Shira is really cautious. If he had met someone with a bad temper, he would have been beaten half to death, but I am more tolerant. Kyle heard his master's words and closed his left hand behind his back again. If the master did not stop him, he would let this dark elf understand what honesty means. Sheila dismissed her men at the entrance of the town, took the three of Wyland to the church in the center of the town, lowered her head and saluted. Sir, please rest here for a while. I will ask the priest Sarah to come and see you. Go ahead. Wyland waved his hand and asked Sheila to leave, then entered the Life Church of Life. From a distance, Sheila looked at the three people entering the church and felt relieved. This at least proved that these three strong men were not from the evil camp. Putting away her uneasy mood, Sheila quickly walked out of the town. On the one hand, she conveyed the news to the Clarissa Patriarch, and on the other hand, she went to find Pastor Sarah. When I came to the main hall of the church, looking up at the statue of the Goddess of Life above, I felt a sense of tranquility in my heart. Out of respect, Varen moved under the statue and murmured a prayer softly. As a believer in the Goddess of Magic, Oder just lowered his head and saluted the statue to show respect, then left the hall and waited outside. The same goes for Kyle. Ever since he received the angel heart from his grandfather, he had difficulty developing faith in gods. In the main hall, Wyland's face showed a pious expression. On top of the statue, where no one noticed, there was a pair of eyes looking at this believer with a little helplessness in his eyes. If other creatures are shallow believers, they are indeed shallow believers. The shallow believer in front of him just had a slightly trusting attitude. Of course, this is pretty good. At least I know that in the past history there were some. At this moment, Wyland was completely unaware of the movement on top of the statue, and was still reciting his prayers devoutly. Half an hour later, a dark elf priest carrying a heavy burden stepped into the church. He looked at the two humans in front of the hall and was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. She had only experienced this kind of momentum from the clan leader. No, they are even more terrifying than the clan leader. Kyle opened his eyes and stared at the dark elf who broke in. He couldn't help but take a second look. He thought to himself that with such a heavy burden, he didn't know what this silver high-level priest could do on the battlefield. Almost half the strength. In the hall, Varen finished his prayers and walked out of the hall with a relaxed expression. He looked at the dark elf priest not far away with surprise in his eyes. I want to see, well, it seems that no one has a bigger one than hers. Realizing that he was still in the temple, Wyland quickly shook his head and threw this dirty thought out of his mind. Pastor Sarah, I have met you, sir. Pastor Sarah stepped forward and saluted. Pastor Sarah, is there any problem with our identity? Varen asked harmoniously with a smile on his face. Hearing such a straightforward question, Sarah's face flashed with embarrassment and she apologized. I apologize to you on behalf of Sheila, my lord. I didn't take this matter to heart. I was just surprised to see a dark elf believe in the Goddess of Life, so I was interested in exploring it. Wyland waved his hand and responded nonchalantly. Pastor Sarah replied respectfully, Thank you, sir. Your mind is as broad as the ocean. Okay, Pastor Sarah, I don't know when your clan leader will be able to come here. Varen interrupted the other party's words of praise and asked. Sarah was not surprised as to why the other party knew. As for what that idiot Sheila did, it's not surprising at all that the other party saw through it. Sir, Patriarch Clarissa will arrive in Augsburg town early tomorrow morning. Do you need me to arrange a place for you? Sarah replied. I'm curious about your dark elf culture. Sir, you can visit the town of Augsburg first, and I will prepare a dinner for you right away. Sarah bowed and bowed, then exited the church. In the early morning of the next day, a soul-level dark elf priest arrived in the town of Augsburg. Under the leadership of Sarah, the dark elf priest from yesterday, Varen and his party came to the Church of Life again, passed through the main hall, and finally came to the side hall on one side. After entering the side hall, Everyone's eyes were invariably attracted by a figure, a dark elf wearing a priest's robe. He was very approachable and made people relax their vigilance inadvertently. I saw the other party slowly stand up. His movements were graceful, with a faint smile on his face. He bowed slightly and saluted and said softly, "Clarissa has met 3 people, Baroness." Stared at the gentle and charming dark elf in front of him, placed his right hand lightly on his chest, treated him with the same courtesy, and bowed slightly. "Varen has met Patriarch Clarissa. This person on my right is my guardian knight Kyle." Kyle looked calm, looked at Clarissa and nodded slightly. "This person on the left is my uncle, a mathematical Olympiad master." With a kind face, Oder said, "I have met Patriarch Clarissa. You 3 please take a seat." Facing Clarissa's invitation, Varen sat down first, followed by Oder and finally Kyle. Seeing this situation, Clarissa already understood that among the 3, the black-haired young man was the weakest. But he was the leader. "Where did you 3 come from?" Clarissa waved her jade hand gently, steadily delivered the tea to the 3 of them, and asked softly. "We are from the kingdom of Ilia in the Sinapa subcontinent, a country of faith in the goddess of life. Due to an accident, we were stranded in the La Romana Islands. I am really sorry for visiting your tribe so hastily." Wylan had no intention of hiding anything. On the one hand, he felt that it was unnecessary. And on the other hand, he thought that being frank would be more conducive to communication between the 2 sides. "I understand." Clarissa nodded and said, "As the minister of the Ilris tribe and the saint of the life parish of Sark Island, I welcome your arrival on behalf of the Ilris tribe. If you need any help, please let me know at any time." Wylan bowed and said, "Thank you, Chief Clarissa." After telling each other frankly, the gap between the 2 sides dissipated like smoke, and because they were both believers of the goddess of life, their relationship became closer, and their communication became closer. As for why the Ilris tribe believed in the goddess of life and why they moved here from the underground world, Wylan was full of curiosity. But he did not ask too many questions. After all, this involves the secrets of the other tribe. Excessive prying may hurt the friendship that the 2 sides have worked so hard to establish. However, Wylan was still surprised when talking with Clarissa. "I didn't expect that there were 3 cities, 33 towns, and more than 200 villages on the less than 600,000 square kilometers of land on Sark Island, with more than 200,000 dark elves. In addition to the hard work of the tribe, we can support so many people. We also rely on the assistance of the Halifax Mermaid Principality." Clarissa answered naturally, without hiding anything in this regard. Even if she didn't say it, she believed that the 3 people could guess it, so why bother to be a riddler? Warm tips. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. 200 years ago, Sark Island was a place of pirates. Murlocs and Nagas from other areas occupied this place and constantly harassed the Mermaid Principality of Halifax. Under the guidance of the goddess of life, the Ilus tribe came to the La Romana Islands. With the help of the mermaid, they wiped out the pirates here and then settled down and thrived here. In exchange, our tribe needs to be responsible for monitoring the Warsha Ocean Principality nearby. When the Halifax Mermaid Principality conflicts with the other party, we need to send some tribesmen to participate in the war. Of course, all of this is inseparable from the goddess of life's care for the Ilris tribe, allowing us to survive under the sun." After hearing this, Wylan nodded slightly. The La Romana Islands are deep in the sea, extremely far away from the land. According to Varen's understanding, except for the pirate principality of Wollaston, which is a human country, the other 10 principalities were all established by deep-sea races. Even so, the number of humans in the Wollaston pirate principality is less than 2 million. Less than 20% of the total population, and most of the rest are fishmen, Naga, and other ferocious deep-sea races. 2 hours later, the 2 sides ended this pleasant exchange. "Lord Varen, I hope you can come to Ulru City to visit before leaving Sark Island." "Clan Chief Clarissa, thank you for your invitation. I will go back." Varen accepted the invitation and continued, "This is the first time in my life, and it may be the last time I come to La Romana Islands. I hope this trip will be unexpected. No regrets. Then it's settled, I'll wait for you in Alu's city. After parting ways with Clarissa, the three of Varen stayed in the town of Augsburg for 3 days before leaving the town to search for the treasure left by the legendary mage. There is a deep and quiet valley in the middle of Sark Island. Wyland stood on the top of a towering tree and looked down. He saw dense and creepy venomous snakes and insects and ants scattered among them. He couldn't help but feel a strong feeling in his heart, feelings of disgust and rejection. Odor stood quietly next to Wyland, holding the map in his left hand and rubbing his chin with his right hand from time to time. He murmured to himself suspiciously, "The direction indicated in his diary is right here. Why is there no lake here?" "Uncle, it may be the battle between strong men that caused the landform to change, and the original lake disappeared without a trace," Wyland reminded softly from the side. Upon seeing this, Odor shook his head and said, "According to my observation, this place is naturally formed, not caused by the aftermath of the battle caused by other people's battles. In this case, there is only one truth, and what we see is an illusion." "Illusion, Lord Odor, this is unlikely." After hearing this, Kyle carefully examined the surrounding environment again, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Odor didn't say much. He put away the map in his hand, took out his staff, touched the tree trunk lightly and whispered a spell, "Boundless Boundary." As the mantra sounded, a strange power instantly spread. In the valley, the densely packed snakes, insects and poisonous ants were instantly wiped out. Many animals turned into phantoms in the blink of an eye and gradually dissipated in mid-air. At that moment, the borders on all sides suddenly shone with dazzling enchantment light, stretching across the front like an indestructible shield, successfully resisting the powerful spell cast by Odor. Wyland was shocked and hurriedly lowered his head to check his feet, only to find that the thick tree trunk he was standing on had quietly turned into a huge stone at some point. He raised his head and looked far into the distance, only to see a peaceful lake in the center of the valley, but there was no life in the lake at all. Kyle stared around quietly, feeling a sense of horror in his heart. Before Odor cast the spell, he sensed the surrounding environment many times, but did not notice anything unusual. "It seems that my current strength still has some shortcomings," Kyle thought to himself. It was only a crisp, crackling sound, and the energy in the illusion was finally exhausted. With a loud noise, the illusion that enveloped the entire valley suddenly collapsed and disintegrated. This extremely evil place has now become a fairyland. A large number of flowers are scattered around the lake, but there are no insects on the flowers, which makes everything seem a bit inconsistent. Odor took back his staff, flew forward, landed by the lake, and picked a purple flower. "The 1,000-year-old symphony flower is so advantageous to us." Wyland came to Odor's side, heard the word symphony flower, and related information appeared in his mind. Symphony flowers are the main material for making magical potions. After taking the phantom potion, the soul can strengthen its resistance to mental illusions. It is a dream potion for warrior professionals. A bottle of magical potion made from 50-year-old magical flowers is worth 5 intermediate magic crystals, or 25,000 gold coins, on the Ilia Kingdom trading market. If a 1,000-year-old symphony flower is used to prepare a magic potion, Wyland silently estimated in his mind that the value of 10 high-grade magic crystals should not be excessive. Even more harshly, 30 high-grade magic crystals are not impossible. Thinking of this, Wyland subconsciously looked around and said to himself, "There are at least tens of thousands of colorful flowers here, and there are also thousands of purple colorful flowers. Uncle, there are no other treasure hiding places written in that diary." Odor moved his eyes away from the purple phantom flower, looked at the expectant Wyland, and said angrily, "No, from his diary, it was revealed that this location was caused by the negligence of the legendary mage. You have to know that, except for the ability to record spells and cultivation methods in words, a mage cannot use words to record other things. This is the most basic quality of a mage." Wyland felt that his uncle was right. No serious person would write such things in his diary. "Uncle, let's take away all the colorful flowers. Will the legendary mage come to take revenge on us?" Hearing this, Kyle stopped what he was doing and looked at Odor with a worried expression. "No," Odor said very confidently, "that diary has gone through 6,000 years. If the other person is still alive, he may have gone to the star realm. Of course, I am more inclined to believe that he has died. Thinking along his uncle's train of thought, Wylan suddenly realized that if the other party is still alive and has not come here to pick the symphony flowers, there are only two reasons. One is that the other party has forgotten this place, and the other may be that the other party has left this world. Thinking of this, Wylan had no scruples in his heart. "Kyle, go cut down some trees." Kyle nodded in response and went to the surrounding dense forest to cut suitable wood. Oder turned to look at the expectant eyes of his eldest nephew and said, "Wylan, open your demoplane and then go and wait nearby." "That's it," Wylan sounded regretful. Oder ignored Wylan's resentful eyes and began to concentrate on casting spells. He first grabbed a piece of land 800 meters long, 800 meters wide and 3 meters thick from the side, and removed the gravel and grass roots from the soil. Oder held the unfinished symphony flower garden in his left hand and cast a spell with his right hand to pick out all the 1,000-year-old symphony flowers by the lake and transplant them into the soil. Light and shadow clone returned to the lake with hundreds of big trees that 3 people hugged and threw them into the lake. Oder extracted 60 large trees from them and surrounded them in the soil to make a city fence. In less than 10 minutes, a flower garden was formed in Oder's hands. Looking at the formed flower garden, Oder used magic to cut a wooden board from a log, wrote 1,000-year-old symphony flower garden on it, and then held the complete flower garden into the demoplane. Put it down in an open place. Oder established a corresponding flower garden in the demoplane, according to the age of the symphony flower. Looking at the valley that was becoming bald at a speed visible to the naked eye, Wylan's eyes were not only shocked, but also shocked. Among the Kixing territory, I'm afraid no one can match my uncle's farming skills. From day to night, and from night to day, after a day and night, there is no green at all within 30 meters of the lake. Looking down at the 3-meter-deep pit, Varen felt as if the world had become a square. There are 23 flower beds of phantom flowers that are 500 years old or younger, with 300 flowers. There are 300 colorful flower beds in 12 flower beds that are between 500 and 800 years old. There are 5 flower beds of colorful flowers that are between 800 and 1,000 year as old with more than 600 flowers. A garden of colorful flowers that are thousands of years old and above, with 1,627 flowers. Within the demoplane, Oder stood in the air, looking at the neatly arranged flower beds below, very satisfied with his results. "I only want some symphony flowers for experiments, and the rest is yours." Wylan felt confused and then hurriedly suggested, Uncle, how about we split it 50-50? Oder shook his head and refused. "Forget it. The income from the underground world over the years has quickly accumulated wealth in my hands. Your aunt is not interested in spending money. If I didn't need to purchase some materials and spend part of the money for my experiments, I'm afraid I'll have to find another place to store those gold coins." Seeing this, Wylan had no choice but to give up and accept the colorful flowers with tears. As for Kyle, Varen didn't ask for his opinion. Whatever he needs, he can just go to the treasure house and get it. Only 3 people have permission to license his own treasure house. One is himself, one is his wife, and the other is Kyle. Suddenly, Kyle entered the demoplane, came to Varen, and said excitedly, "Lord, I found a secret room at the bottom of the lake, which should be left by the legendary mage. Take me there quickly." I saw a gust of wind blowing past, and the figures of Oder and Kyle disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left in the demoplane. I am interested in the symphony flower, but my uncle is interested in knowledge, which I am far behind. Wylan looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. "Mina, take care of the colorful flowers. I'll go out first." Dream Fairy Mina flew to Wylan and said softly, "Dear Wylan, don't worry, I will take good care of the symphony flower." Wylan gently poked the Dream Fairy's wings with his fingers and said softly, "Don't be too tired. You should play well when it's time to play." "I know, dear Varen." Looking at the Dream Fairies flying among the flowers, and then at the sleeping dream tree beside him, Varen turned and left the demoplane. On the edge of the lake, following the passage created by Oder, Varen stepped on the air stairs and walked towards the bottom of the lake. There is no living thing in the entire lake. Following the passage, Wylan came to the bottom of the lake, passed through a cave, and came to a secret room. Obviously, the above restriction has been lifted by his uncle. Yes, this theory has great potential, but it's a pity that it is only a half-finished product. Your Excellency Oda, this is the library, and some books have begun to rot. Don't move. Let me check the surroundings first to see if the legendary mage set up a restriction that caused these things to be destroyed. Hearing the sound coming from inside, Wylan stepped half into the secret room and then took back his foot, saying to himself, "Forget it, it's better not to go in so as not to cause trouble. I'll just take a look around." After leaving the secret room, Wylan came to the lake and carefully observed his surroundings. I always feel like there are other secret rooms hidden around here. With this illusion, Varen wandered around, carefully observing the places he thought were problematic, looking for possible ruins or secret rooms. Passing by a meadow, Wylan suddenly stopped, feeling that the place seemed a bit too regular. There should be something hidden under here. Curiosity took over, and with the mentality of giving it a try, Wylan called out the vines and slowly removed the soil on them. Repeated several times, there is still soil under the soil. Looking at the deep pit in front of him, Wylan felt a little regretful. It seemed that his feeling was not so accurate, so he could only fill it in with the excavated soil to restore the environment here. With a puzzled expression, Wylan continued to explore other places. After excavating several locations in succession, no traces of ruins or secret rooms were found, and I slowly gave up on my previous ideas. I sat down on a stone at the edge of the valley, and from there I looked down at the entire valley. Except for the lakeside, which looked like it had been gnawed by a dog, the scenery in other places was really beautiful. Admiring the scenery in the distance, Wylan began to plan for the next development. Can I rely on the chief of the Ilris tribe to establish a relationship with the mermaids? The mermaid kingdom in the sea near the kingdom of Ilia has always been on Wylan's mind, and he hopes to reach a trade agreement with the other party, and to give back to the Kixing territory through the Kixing Bayi Chamber of Commerce in Bayi City of the Principality of Borderland. Before obtaining the half-plane, Wylan had no idea about trading with the Mermaid Kingdom. After obtaining the half-plane, Wylan had some ideas about establishing a trade relationship with the Mermaid Kingdom, but they were not very strong. After all, if there was no connection, there would be no trade. But the discovery of a dark elf tribe that maintained a trade relationship with the Mermaid Principality and also believed in the goddess of life gave Wylan a lot of ideas. The area of the Cilicia Demiplane is as high as 660,000 square kilometers, which is comparable to the area of 3 Cordero provinces and about the area of 26 Kixing territories. If you want to develop this demiplane, you will need a huge amount of resources. Although there are a lot of wealth in my treasury, most of them are precious cultivation materials, and the capital reserves are very small. If I want to get more gold coins, magic crystals and elemental crystals, I can only sell the extraordinary resources in the treasury. However, those extraordinary resources are a kind of guarantee and a foundation, and they must not be sold. As for telling the family, as soon as this idea came into my mind, I rejected it. Some things are better known by yourself. Trade with mermaids needs to be discussed carefully. For a while, Wylan had no way to connect with the mermaid, so he could only take one step at a time. Looking at the silent valley, Wylan's thoughts turned in another direction. Abducting some dark elves into the demiplane seems like a good idea. Under the storm of thinking, Wylan's eyes lit up, and he seemed to think it was feasible. These dark elves believe in the goddess of life, which means that they have no problem in determining their camp. With a little training, they can become a good assassin force. When you visit the other party in Ilrus City, you can tactfully suggest that as long as the other party has the slightest complaint, then give up. It's just an idea anyway. After thinking for a moment, Wylan was about to stand up. He looked back at the stone, which seemed to have dropped a little lower than before. Am I that heavy? Suddenly, Wylan thought of something. He squatted next to the stone and tapped it lightly with his hand, and found something was wrong underneath. Cave, this scene is very familiar to me. Move the rocks away to reveal a hole. What's this? Willows planted intentionally will not work, but willows planted unintentionally will make shade. Thinking of the poems from his previous life, Wylan smiled mockingly to himself. Looking at the darkness below, Wylan called out Tang Man and stretched it down to test the depth of the cave. After a while, he felt Tang Man touching the bottom, and Wylan got the specific depth, which was 35 meters from the ground to the bottom of the cave. 2 flowers bloom. The fighting spirit separated from Wylan's body, and a fighting spirit clone formed on the side. Looking at himself with a dull face, Wylan used his Du Kai clone to jump down, then attached his consciousness to it and began to initially explore the cave. After all, this is the place where the legendary mage has stayed, so you can never be too careful. In the cave, Wylan controlled the Du Kai clone, cut off part of the vines, ignited them, and used them as torches for lighting, while carefully sensing the surrounding situation. Tig-tog, tig-tog. The stalagmites hanging on the rock wall was slowly dripping water, and the sound of water dripping echoed throughout the cave. As he continued deeper into the cave, Varen found that the passage became narrower and narrower, forcing him to bend forward. Stepping on the soft and moist soil, Wylan thought to himself, is this really just an ordinary natural cave? Otherwise, wouldn't the legendary mage be too short? I don't know how long it took, but I crawled out of a hole covered by plants, and my view suddenly opened up. Before Wylan could carefully observe his surroundings, several powerful spells struck him. Wylan subconsciously stretched out his left hand, gathered a shield of fighting energy, and used the spell to attack immediately. Seeing these spells fall on the Du Kai shield without causing even a trace of fluctuation, Wylan couldn't help but laugh to himself. What am I worried about? He gathered several spears and destroyed the short magic puppet in the distance. When I came to a magic puppet, I looked at it carefully at a height of less than 1 meter. It looked a bit like the forging technique of goblins. That legendary mage shouldn't be a goblin. With doubts, Wylan continued to search the cave, covering an area of more than 300 square meters. In front of an ancient bronze door, 3 corpses were placed. The skeleton is less than 1 meter tall. It should be a goblin. He squatted down, used his fighting spirit to hold up a diary made of parchment, and opened it to read. It should be in goblin language. Let's have a look. On March 1, 9398 in the glorious calendar, Chuokas, Mixon, and I made our first attempt. March 20, 9398 in the glorious calendar, 5 days in a row, not yet, but we still have it. March 2 asterisk, year 9398 of the glorious calendar. Seeing this, Varen closed the diary and said to himself, no wonder there are rumors that goblin language is a derivative of common language. I thought this was just a rumor, but now it seems that is not the case. Putting the diary into the Du Kai clone's body, Wylan began to operate the clone to return the way it came. Naturally, someone is responsible for cracking this door. The most correct choice is for him to take the useful things back. On the ground, Wylan got the diary, took back his Du Kai clone, and walked straight towards the lake. On the shore of the lake, Kyle and Oda were moving all the things out of the secret room. Looking at the floor tiles on the side, Wylan said in confusion, why did you bring these up? Your Excellency, Oda believes that these floor tiles can be stored for thousands of years without deterioration. They must be of value and want to take them back for study. Kyle put down a pile of books and replied, forget it, go and call Uncle out. Looking at the book in Varen's hand, Kyle instantly understood that his master had discovered a ruins. He immediately entered the secret room at the bottom of the lake and invited Oda, who was studying it, to come to the surface. Wylan, where is the ruins you found? Oda straightened his messy hair and asked. Varen handed the diary in his hand to Oda and said, Uncle, this is the diary I found at the gate of the ruins. It is written in the mysterious goblin language. I can only understand part of it. You can study it first, one time. After speaking, Varen pulled Kyle aside and asked curiously, what did you find in the secret room? Kyle saw this and replied, my lord, Lord Oda has studied some information from the wall of the secret room. Some research data show that the legendary wizard did not use this lay as a base for growing fantasy flowers, but stayed here for nearly 100 years to study something. And those fantasy flowers were just planted by the way. So the real treasure may be hidden underground, but the legendary wizard has studied for nearly 100 years and has not solved the mystery. I don't think we have a chance. Wylan showed some regret on his face. Yes, my lord, Kyle nodded and replied. But after a moment, Wylan's mentality instantly recovered and said, Forget it, this time the harvest is already huge, and I am also very satisfied. There is nothing to worry about whether the ruins can be opened. At the same time, Oder finished reading the diary of the goblin wizard and did not find much valuable information. Wellen, where is the entrance to the underground ruins? Oder grabbed Wylan's shoulders and spoke in a very anxious tone. Uncle, first take all the things you need to take away from the secret room to the ground and put them in the demoplane. I will take you to the entrance of the underground ruins. Wylan looked at Odera with a serious expression and suggested. Seeing this, Odera somewhat awkwardly let go of Wylan's hand on his shoulder. He didn't know why he was so anxious. Maybe something in this valley was affecting his thoughts. Half an hour later, after putting all the useful things in the secret room into the demoplane, the three of them came to the entrance of the cave.